of early warning systems, particularly in Africa by 2027. They reaffirmed their commitment to the Paris Agreement goal of limiting global average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius and stressed the importance of national just transition pathways to achieve climate action alongside poverty eradication. It is commendable that SADC is addressing climate change through policy development, capacity building, and specific initiatives like the development of a regional climate resilient water investment program. Key actions include creating climate change strategy and action plan, mainstreaming climate change into other policies, enhancing climate information services, and focusing on water resources management to build regional resilience. However, significant challenges remain, and the region is still highly vulnerable to climate impacts. Climate change disproportionately affects women and young people, increasing their work burdens, escalating health risks, and heightening the changes of gender-based violence and exploitation. It poses a significant threat multiplier, exacerbating existing socio-economic vulnerabilities. In parallel, climate change impacts such as persistent droughts, extreme weather events, including floods and cyclones, land degradation, and shifting rainfall patterns profoundly undermine sustainable development in SADC, particularly affecting women and youth. It is imperative to acknowledge that women are disproportionately affected due to their central roles in household welfare and their dependence on climate-sensitive natural resources.
TV, and if you've just joined us, that was the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Paul Mashatile, and he was giving an address, a keynote address at the opening ceremony of the Southern African Development Community Plenary Forum, Parliamentary Forum, and this is the 58th Assembly Session of this symposium.
Of course, and that would have happened on day one, the official opening ceremony, which was on Sunday, the 30th of November, 2025. Now we've been giving you our social media handles and asking you to make comments. So if I can just read the two. The first one comes from WT and it reads as follows. It's no climate crisis, but a crisis of the mind, so the idea creators can fill their pockets. And the second one comes from Comrade Cadre and reads as follows. What is the call maker going to do after making the call if the lawmakers don't make the call? So those are some of the tweets. You can keep them coming on all our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. And for now, Tsepo had a sit down with the Minister of Human Settlements, Ms. Thembi Simelane, talking on issues of accountability. Let's have a look.
Welcome to Parliament TV, and if you've just joined us, you know that we are in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, where the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum is underway, and this is the 58th Plenary Assembly of this development community. And of course, we're talking high-level climate change issues, the impact thereof on women and youth, and of course, Parliament's role in ensuring that issues are prepared for and that we combat it. Now, of course, we cannot have this conversation without involving the Ministry of Human Settlements. And of course, we are joined by the Minister of Human Settlements, Ms. Thembi Simelane. Minister, thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, and good morning to all viewers.
Minister, of course, this is an issue that touches on your ministry, at the heart of it, really. With that, with all the engagements that have been happening inside in the conference, the presentations that have been made, what are some of the challenges that human settlements has with regards to climate change and the disasters that come as a result?
Well, thank you very much. One, I think the biggest challenge we have with human settlement is the weaknesses that our system as government, indicates in relation to spatial planning and good proper land use management. And we are using an intergovernmental relation system where we rely on municipalities to preserve land for us, where we could then, build houses and create human settlements for them. But because of the shrinking fiscus, it also creates a bit of people being impatient, right? Being impatient, they don't wait for the reclassification of land properly, and they go to areas and zones which are problematic, wetlands, riverbanks, slopes, etc., and they build. Yes. And mostly they build temporary structures, which are your shacks, any form of disaster in terms of fire or water, there's devastating outcomes. But the challenge should also be, what then are we doing about it in terms of our policy? And this session today, the 58th session of the symposium, has highlighted the strength that South Africa has, in particular, in terms of early warning systems. We've escalated into the drone levels and very highly. In partnership with the Department of Environment, Science and Technologies, our human development, our Housing Development Agency, HDA, is assessing all our informal settlements, and not only informal settlements. Because remember, there are people, because of intensity of climate change, where it was okay in 1978 to build that house in a position where it is at. But with the growth and the increasing number of changes in our climate, then you may also be in a red zone. A red zone calling for us to relocate. And it creates another layer of problems. Of course. Because we become attached, correctly so and understandably, attached to where you grew up, your neighbors, your neighborhood, the love and care that raised you and your children, your mother, grandmother, and everybody. But also where your loved ones lie, where you have buried them, such that leaving them behind, it feels like abandonment. And our people feel very strongly when you even come in a preemptive manner to say, our studies indicate that you are now in a flood zone. And they will give you responses like, no, we've been here since 1970. In fact, my mom was born in this house before I was born. Of course. And therefore, I'm not going to be able to move. And lo and behold, floods come, and you now have disaster which goes with fatalities. Now, our emphasis this morning is more on risk mitigation. How do we mitigate that? But also, how do we enhance the process to be community-driven? That is why we have got NGOs like Abahlali Basemjondolo in attendance, community-led residential groups, which are on disaster, but also on the overall community care, because government can't do it alone. To say we need everybody else to be able to engage our people, even in terms of just knowing what is a disaster alert, why is it important, and what should be your response.
Now, Minister, of course, you mentioned that the issue sometimes is that people are rooted where they live. And so it is difficult then, even when you do warn them, even when you do involve them, to get them out of places and explain that this is what's going to happen. In that regard, let's talk to the importance then of including climate change and the impacts thereof in schools, and ensuring that children know what climate change is, what the possible impacts are. Is there a relationship between the different ministries and basic education in ensuring that these are things that are taught in school?
More or less not at the basic level of education, but from higher education upwards. We are having our South African weather services as well, going to our schools at an introductory level of drone. If you can see what the Department of Environment is doing and demonstrating at this symposium in terms of our drone study, they are actually now able to retrofit how a flood occurred at the rate of how many, the level of water in terms of milliliters that would have poured down. And they are able futuristically to take any other river. We're currently doing all the mine tailings dam as it is. Where did we get that lesson? Jagersfontein in Copenhagen, where a tails dam dislodged an entire community. Now, what we are doing, we then said, oh, okay, how many tails dams do we have in the country? Mines and whatever.
Yes.
And what is the study telling us in case there could be a burst, in what angle of the dam? Who will be? And this informs us, for example, we've been planning a settlement in Kopanong, where Jagersfontein is.
Yes.
And the study of weather and environment said, no, you can't go that route of settlement. You'll rather go that route. Because we've mapped now the diameter and everything else of the tails dam. We've looked, even if it broke in various areas.
Yes.
Who will be affected more. So building a new, in that way you're saving.
Yes.
Because if you do not, it means you're spending twice or thrice on one beneficiary, whose house is going to be handed over today, will be destroyed tomorrow, and then you're supposed to give other intervention. But we're introducing droning level at the high school level, where our learners now are going to be enticed. You know, it starts with the eye.
Yes.
And fascinating the mind to say, you can be able to do that. But pairing also with our aviation system. You will remember that if there's fire, you use the fire trucks. If not, you even escalate to a helicopter, which will be dropping water and whatever.
Yes.
But you can also be able to utilize the drone system also, even at that level. Not for mapping in particular, but for you to be able to detect in which areas is this fire coming up, so that you can cap it relatively faster rather than it emanating and becoming a strong fire. So this indicates a strength in technologies, digital information and sharing. The reason why this is at the SADC level is because disaster knows no boundary.
Oh, of course.
It actually does not respect borders.
Oh, it doesn't.
So a relationship between ourselves, Mozambique, Swaziland, Botswana, Zambia, Namibia is very critical. Not only for ourselves, for them and also ourselves.
Yes.
So that we get to ensure that the entire SADC region is safe, is advanced, but we can also exchange notes and even assistance. And that is why you will recall, if there are floods, some of our personnel, particularly in the army, in the response and disaster of the army and mitigation, will move between ourselves to Lesotho, ourselves to Botswana or Mozambique, in order to assist, because the El Niños are outside the boundary, and humanity is important, regardless of where the border and the boundary is.
Now, Minister, of course, a lot of people feel that ministries, whether it's also a provincial government as well, beyond the borders as well, that you play more of a reactive position instead of being proactive, right? What are some of the conversations that are being had in the conference and within the ministry itself to play a more proactive role in ensuring that, in planning, ensuring that when these things happen, this is what we'll do, but they shouldn't happen because this is what we are doing. Yes.
How are the
conversations
a number of
there?
streams. One I've already spoken into.
Yes.
The one of assessment in Sudwe, people are currently and then relocation is a mitigation. Yes, financially it may not necessarily be because it's still spent at the same level, but it saves life.
Yes.
It avoids fatalities, deadly ones in particular. But thirdly, it then informs where a municipality, through our drone and partnership with weather services and environment, our HDA then assesses every settlement and guide where should you build and where you should not build. That's the first mitigation point. But the second point is also at the education level, of ensuring that a resident knows when and what is the meaning of a particular early warning system. It's a creation of an integration and collaboration between the streams of government in terms of working together to ensure that we plan together, we develop together, and we settle people jointly.
Yes.
That is why our risk mitigation strategy looks into where is a household as we speak, and in mitigation, where must it be in future. But we also then look with the partnership with the Department of Public Works and the built environment, the type of material that is resilient, that should be able to withstand the storm, should be able to withstand the wind, and the early warning system in response of ensuring that the material that you use also is preventative to a large extent of any devastation that may come with any form of a disaster. And that says to us, we now need to move in a space of innovative build technologies. What are other industries doing? How are they doing it? That is why there's, for example, Toyota in the house. They are leading also in the innovation in terms of how do they incorporate technology into the building and the manufacturing of their cars that could be resilient from one country to the other differently on the weather levels of that country.
And Minister, of course, the focus is on climate change and the impact thereof on women and youth. Let's talk about the importance of public participation and active citizenship, right? Not only from women, not only from the youth, but from everybody, because I feel like climate change affects everyone. What is the significance of ensuring that people step up, use the platforms, use the methods that are there to make sure that government knows what it is that they need, what their needs are?
I think firstly, it's government establishing a system and communication protocols. And protocols, one tend to think of, you can't communicate outside who and who. No. Just to know that if you, in an informal settlement, when fire starts, what number should you call? How should you report? If you see something that could be hazardous, who should you engage? In more often than not, you get people saying, hey, we saw that gas tin, but we didn't think, it has always been there, and we never thought it could lead to a disaster today. So firstly is to create structures and systems. Then educate our people, make them second nature for them to know, including our children, but be responsive to the early warning. For me, the Mthatha example is the saddest of them all. Because, yes, the early warning was there, and the floods came in the early hours of the morning as anticipated. But how come did we as parents let children go out, put them into a kumbi, and they travel, and they get to be washed away in a river? And they met not even a police or a traffic officer who said, this road is closed because the river is overflowing, or is going to overflow. So the ultimate test for us, once the systems are established and are known, is how do we exercise control and order in ensuring that we avert disaster. And this Mthatha example is a sad one. But community participation assists us in our people understanding that it is for their own good and the good of government, of course, that we preserve life for everybody else. And I think that is why community participation through our civic basic organizations, NGOs and community-led structures are part of this symposium to assist us to educate our people about the dangers of climate change.
Thank you so much for joining us on Parliament TV, Minister.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Have a great day. Thank you.
An insightful conversation with the Minister of Human Settlements, Thembisi Melani, talking to us about what the Human Settlements Ministry is doing, some of the preventative measures, some of the reactive measures as well, ensuring that you are in the know with regards to what is happening in terms of climate change and how is it going to affect you in your community. Also ensuring that you also participate in active citizenship, go to the imbizos, go to the community meetings and ensure that information, the correct information, is passed through the systems and informed decisions can be made. Stay tuned to Parliament TV. We're still in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal at the SADC PF, the 58th Plenary Assembly.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV, and that was a discussion, a conversation between Tsepo and the Minister of Human Settlements, Ms. Thembisi Melani, sharing some insightful information there, and also if our communities can take from what the minister said, because we also have a role to play, especially the leaders in our communities, to ensure that the messages of government filters through to the people on the ground. Very insightful, Tsepo, very great conversation there.
Simple things, Temi Nkosi, like the minister said, that when there is a fire, who do you call? And that is information that seems to just go over the heads of people. And so I loved having that conversation with the minister, bringing it closer to the people.
And Tsepo, I think it's important that what the minister was really raising on, who do you call? Because you'd see in our communities when there's a fire, you always find people, everyone asking whether someone has called the fire brigades, not actually picking up the phones and calling those fire brigades. Yeah.
That is correct. And of course, we are at the SADC PF, and this is the 58th Assembly of the Session. It's a symposium that talks to the needs that affect you. Now, as our delegates prepare for another critical day of discussions, it is vital to ground our regional dialogue in the lived realities on the ground. Now, climate change is not a future threat here in Southern Africa. It is present and reoccurring crisis. This was starkly evident in 2023 when the Parliament of South Africa's Ad Hoc Committee on the Flood Disaster Response visited several provinces devastated by climate-induced disasters. Now, these floods displaced thousands, disrupted livelihoods, and placed a disappropriate burden on women and the youth. One of the provinces visited was Limpopo region that shares borders with 3 SADC neighbors, and that is Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique, highlighting how climate disasters transcend borders and require regional solidarity. At the time, the MEC of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in Limpopo, Mr. Baiskopo Makamu, responded to pointed questions from members of parliament regarding the province's disaster response strategy. Now, as we watch this clip, consider this. How do these localized disasters exemplify the broader theme of this assembly? What is the specific impact on women and youth during and after such events? And crucially, how can the oversight role of Parliament, both national and regional, ensure that response strategies evolve into resilient, gender-sensitive and youth-inclusive systems for mitigation and adaptation? Let's take a look.
And a number of resolutions were taken. But what I want to share with you is that we are living in area or time of disasters. What we require to be is just to see how do we mitigate those disasters. Our province is one province that is affected more with drought. We are also affected more with felt fires. We are also affected with disaster in the form of disease. You only get foot and mouth disease here in Limpopo and KwaZulu-Natal and part of Mpumalanga. So we are a province that is prone to these challenges that I'm talking about. But I must share with you that we have learned some of the things, like if there is a El Nino coming, we had Fred that we were told that is coming. We try to prepare ourselves, but it appeared weak. And we have learned the female ones are the ones who are strong. I'm not so sure what does that mean. Every time there are those female, they become so dangerous to our province. But I heard you when you were speaking that already you went to KZN, you went to Eastern Cape. I'm also responsible for the portfolio of human settlement. I've been taken to KwaZulu-Natal by the Minister of Human Settlement. The devastating situation there, we were lucky as a province, we did not necessarily have such a challenge like it was in the Eastern Cape, it was in KZN. We did have our share of the floods that were going to allow the HOD to take you through. But I must indicate that the report that we are going to give you show a number of good stories to tell where we performed. It could be just be in one municipality where money has been sent, where the municipality itself is having a challenge, which we are supporting because we are also responsible for corporate governance. But if you look at the other areas where money has been transferred to those municipalities, you will see pictures, but also you will be able to be taken through the sites that you identify that work is being done, and it's something that we are impressed. You will also receive a report from the social development. We are working together. We are supporting each other, trying to support families. Limpopo, unlike other provinces, Chair, it's more rural. In some instances, even when there's floods, you find that thing of Ubuntu still exists. When somebody's house has been taken the roof, the neighbors are able to accommodate, unlike what I saw in KZN, where government had to look for a lodges to accommodate people and government pays. We are not in that space. But I can tell you that we are also improving as a province. Where a roof is taken for a house, we no longer want to build an RDP for a person who has got a 7-room house. We look at repairing the house. Next week, I will be handing a house somewhere in Elias Mtshaledi where a roof was taken and we did not necessarily demolish. We look at the integrity of a structure, repair it, and we are going to hand over back to the family who were housed by the neighbors in the area. So that is the situation that finds us as a province that we normally have. But disasters, it's not something that we think we can pray like it was before, that we will not have. Through this climate change, we always experience these challenges. We are only happy to see you, that you will be able to help us, because I know that we still have got a challenge of infrastructure as a province. If I were to take you to our Disaster Management Center, we have formally appointed in terms of the Disaster Management Act, Dr. Makananis, who's here as the head of the Disaster Management Center. But the facility is not up to the level that you will think it will be. We do have storage there, we can store blankets, we do have our TRUs ready, but we still have got the challenge of resources to capacitate our Disaster Management Center. I've been discussing with the HOD of the Department, the Accounting Officer, if where that will be possible to partner with the district, utilize one facility and try to, so that we can be able to have, because resources with the challenge that we have, it's not easy to construct a disaster management center for the teams that will be there. But I wanted to invite the HOD, if you allow, to come and make presentation that we have prepared that will be able to show the current floods that we had, which I can confirm that they were not so severe compared to the Eastern Cape, compared to the KwaZulu-Natal, but we definitely did something out of our applications and got funding to restore the situations as it were created by the disaster.
Welcome back. As we continue to explore the theme of climate change impact on women and youth, we now shift from national response strategies to a crucial regional perspective. We are now joined by Mr. Wesley Maringa, the Limpopo Provincial Legislature leader of delegation to this 58th Plenary Assembly. Mr. Maringa has just watched with us the clip of his colleague, MEC Baiskopo Makamu, detailing Limpopo's response to the devastating 2022 storms and veld fires. Limpopo shares direct borders with 3 SADC nations, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique through the Kruger National Park, making it a frontline province in experiencing cross-border climate impacts, from shared river basins to transboundary displacements. Mr. Maringa's insights are vital as we consider how parliaments and legislatures can move beyond isolated responses to forge a collaborative regional strategies for mitigation, adaptation, and protecting the most vulnerable. Mr. Maringa, thank you very much and welcome to Parliament TV.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you and your viewers. Thank you.
As we've just watched that clip of the MEC after those devastating floods of 2022, a key question arises. How interconnected was that disaster with conditions in the neighboring countries of Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Mozambique? And what does that tell us about the need for regional parliamentary collaboration on climate disasters?
Our province sits at the top of the country in terms of regional entry. So all activities that happens both in our country in terms of climate change in Mozambique, in Swaziland, and Botswana has got a bearing and a very serious impact in terms of whatever. Say, for instance, when there's flood in Swaziland, when there's flood in Mozambique, we are affected, especially in the tip of our province. So what it then calls for is a integrated kind of an approach in terms of response on a policy position for both our province and our neighboring countries. So we need to strengthen that component of regional integration in terms of policy development and the response thereof. One of the lessons that we have learned from 2022 as a province is to strengthen our disaster management response in terms of policy position. Thank you.
And now, this plenary theme specifically mentions women and youth. So from Limpopo's experience, how did the 2022 disasters and disproportionately affect women, girls, and young people in terms of their livelihood, safety, and access to services like healthcare and education?
Women bear the biggest challenge in terms of the responsibilities that exist in society. If you look at our province's location, particularly what had happened in 2022, we're looking up to women to take care of the children, to look after the households. Most of the time, men are not necessarily available on site. So this tells you that you need to have policies that can respond directly to the challenge that women are facing when we've got disaster of that nature. And worse, it also calls for infrastructure development. When there's flood, your roads, if they are not in good conditions, they get flooded away, and it therefore affects the issue of learning. It therefore will mean for you that the students are not going to go to school. At the same time, it means those who've got chronic illnesses and challenges are not able to access clinics and hospitals to be able to get their medication. That, again, is one of the critical components that we've experienced. And since then, we've been able to strengthen our capacity, particularly in terms of infrastructure. We've also been able to therefore say, let's empower women to be able to deal better with challenges that arise from time to time, especially those are informed of climate change and the current space of global warming.
Now, as a leader of the Limpopo Provincial Delegation, what is your assessment of the role of legislatures in not just overseeing disaster response, but in driving long-term climate adaptation policies? Are there necessary legal and budgetary tools in place?
Our observation is that as a province, particularly in the legislature, is that we need to play a more pivotal role in terms of policy. Our conviction is that if we do well in terms of policy positions and preparations for disasters of that nature, we'll be able to respond very positively. Half the time, legislators are more focused on oversight. Our role is just to go and check but we often do not pay more attention on the legislative part of our responsibilities as legislators. We need to develop policies that are easy to implement and that are possible to respond to the challenges of climate change.
And also in terms of legislation, what role can the social impact assessment play, especially in relation to this topic?
Looking into this topic, one of the things that I've picked up when we started is the component of the young people. Half the time we convene policy engagements, we take decisions in terms of policy perspective, but we hardly have young people who are directly and largely and heavily affected by the very same situation we're trying to respond to, at the same time the policies that we want to put together to respond to their needs. So we need to prepare ourselves far much better. In the next engagement, for instance, we need to have a certain sizable amount of young people to be present and to be part of those who are engaging on the backside in terms of what this policy perspective should be to respond to the challenges that we're having. But presently, as it is, we have not done much. I'm convinced that there's more that we can do. We can therefore respond effectively to the societal challenges that society is facing, particularly women and children, and worse, young women in our region.
You have been here since the opening ceremony on Sunday, and a number of speeches were made over the past 2 days. So which speeches or discussion of the past 2 days have resonated most strongly with you, particularly regarding the real-world challenges faced by border provinces like Limpopo?
There's been a presentation by Mr. Dladla on the impact of climate change on agriculture. If you look at Limpopo as a province, we are a farming province. Now, that alone, how we share this perspective about the state of readiness and how we must prepare ourselves to respond to the issue of climate change, particularly the floods and these disasters. I'll give you a typical example. When farmers are affected badly by floods, it is a threat. It threatens the aspect of food security. Now, it then comes to a point of how prepared, for instance, government must be prepared to compensate the farmers, must have some money and budgets allocated to respond to the challenges of farmers when disasters hit them. And if we don't do that, if we don't act on that actively, we are going to experience serious difficulties in terms of food security. That is one other speech that I've paid attention to during the engagement on plenary.
Now, based on Limpopo's frontline experience, what actionable proposals do you believe the SADC Parliamentary Forum plenary must adopt to strengthen cross-border parliamentary action on climate change mitigation and adaptation? And is it a shared early warning system, harmonized building standards, joint resilience funds?
The one very strong beneficiation of early warning science and communication is that at least you are able to prepare communities to expect such kind of a disaster. But it doesn't resolve the challenge. The challenge is not only warning. The challenge is the impact of the disaster when it occurs. Are we having the ground that can at least be resilient to the kind of disasteral conditions we are facing? Typical example, the province where we are today. People are residing and settling in areas that are not structurally conducive for human habitation. Even if we issue out a warning, it does not change the fact that they are located there. Now, for me, the policy positions must respond to how do people choose their areas of settlement, so that when there's an early warning, then they begin to prepare themselves far much better. But until we develop such policies as a region integrated for that reason, it therefore means that we'll have a warning, however, the warning will not be able to resolve the situation on the ground.
Before I let you go, Mr. Maringa, I just want you to speak to the people of Limpopo. What message would you give to them in relation to climate change and how they should be responding, especially to the messages that would come from authorities, those early warning messages that would come from authorities?
This message will not just only go to our province. I think let me just share it for the whole country. One of the difficult challenges we're facing as government presently is the issue of the ownership of land and the distribution of land, particularly from the point of Mahoshi, the chiefs who are owning the piece of land. When it comes to allocation of residential areas, particularly in rural communities, the chief will just give a piece of land, they just settle here, build, have a structure. There's no consideration for the kind of land. Sometimes our people are given wetland to reside, they stay in there. Others are in the cliff, they are staying there. When disaster strikes, they are the first most immediate victims of this situation. So even when we communicate prior, we issue out signs and warnings that we are anticipating a cyclone, for instance. it does not change where these people are located. So we need some certain level of education to our people, particularly the Mahoshi. You know, Coxstar must invest some certain amount of engagement with the chiefs and the kings who are distributing land, so that they are able to understand that this portion or this sector of land is not conducive for human inhabitation. Typical example, in Alexander there in Gauteng, when it rains, you know very well that Jacques K is going to flood quite a number of shacks or houses that are there. And the biggest question will always be, why are people persistent in trying to reside in that area? So we've got a challenge of society that does not want to respond positively to the call by government in terms of allocation of land. This is the last message I want to give to our people there in Limpopo. Prepare for yourself. Please don't just take any stand. Make an assessment whether the place which is allocated to you for residential purposes is conducive for that purpose. If not, please look elsewhere. Thank you.
Mr. Maringa, I'd like to thank you very much for taking time off to speak to us here at Parliament TV.
Pleasure is all mine. Thank you,
sir. Well, viewers, that was leader of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature delegation to the SADC Parliamentary Forum plenary this week, Mr. Wesley Maringa. Please stay tuned to Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408 as we bring you more from the regional plenary here in Durban. You are watching Parliament TV and we are a few minutes away from the start. Please stay tuned.
Welcome back. You're still watching Parliament TV, and if you've just joined us, this is the 58th Plenary Assembly Session of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, happening right here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, the Coastland Hotel and Convention Centre.
And indeed, it is Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408, bringing it to you live. And as Chapo has said, we're here at Coastlands Umhlanga Hotel and Convention Centre in Durban. We are a few minutes away from the start of day 3 proceedings. So if you can just stay with us, we will be bringing you those proceedings as you can see there on your screen. The room is being prepared. A few delegates have taken their seat already, and we are waiting for more to fill that room. But just to indicate that as things stand, we have 14 of the SADC countries, with the exception of Tanzania not being present today.
And of course, in one sentence, when we summarize what this plenary is about, it is underscoring that climate change is not only an environmental challenge, it's a crisis of equality, livelihoods, and intergenerational justice, demanding that our parliament step up with laws and oversight to protect women, youth, and vulnerable communities across Southern Africa.
And just as we talk climate change, maybe it's safe to indicate that there's been a lot of warnings relating to weather conditions across South Africa. There are severe thunderstorm alerts. A yellow level warning has been issued, which covers Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and the southwestern and southeastern parts of Limpopo, and people there can expect heavy downpours and lots of small hail and damaging winds here and there. And as it is the case where we are in Durban, it's raining heavily outside
at the moment.
as we're sitting here in the studio.
And of course, these are things that are happening right now. Even in Cape Town, Langa, there were fires that are happening there where there's devastating effects and fatal effects as well, where people have died as a result. And so this shows you the importance of these engagements, the importance of this symposium, the importance of government nationals coming together with solutions and talking about how it is that they can combat the impact of climate change, inform people and ensure that people are safe when it comes to the impact of climate change.
And as you can see, once again, there on your screen with the delegates walking in and some taking their seat. But today is day 3, and it's all about turning the climate talk into concrete action. After the data-heavy sessions on day 2, delegates expect that delegates will kick off with a high-level plenary where regional leaders lay out the strategic direction and highlight the need for legally binding climate frameworks. And also a big buzz will be the youth-led events. We hope that there'll be a chance for youth activists to showcase climate resilience project and push for stronger parliamentary commitments.
And the bells are ringing and regional leaders are being called into the venue to take their seats as they convene for the 3rd day of the 58th plenary session of the SADC PF happening here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. And just to give you an idea of the theme for this plenary session, it is the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change, mitigation and adaptation.
And just to give you a recap of the day 2 of the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum, which kicked off here at the Coastal Lands Hotel and Convention Center in Umhlanga. The symposium zeroed in on 3 big climate change topics: the impact of disasters on human settlements, South Africa's national perspective on climate change, and eThekwini municipality's experience dealing with the recurring floods.
Of course, a key thrust of yesterday's deliberations was the need for stronger collaboration between governments and the private sector, recognizing that innovation, capital and technology must work hand in hand with public leadership.
And of course, that's Mr. Maringa, who just spoke to, a leader of the delegation from the Limpopo Provincial Legislature. If you have just joined us, we're coming to you live from Durban. This vibrant city of Durban. We are at Coastlands Umhlanga Hotel and Convention Center. Of course, it is the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which is held here in Durban. And of course, the SADC Parliamentary Forum is a biannual session. So we had the first one held earlier this year in Zimbabwe. It was June in Zimbabwe, and that had its focus on artificial intelligence.
And with some of you probably asking, well, what is the SADC PF? It is a forum that was established to bring together national parliaments of the SADC region. These are member states in order to deepen regional integration. Obviously, this is not to replace national legislatures, but to give a parliamentary dimension to regional cooperation. As you might note, that some of the issues and some of the challenges that the South African government faces when it comes to climate change and the impact thereof are faced by the SADC regions themselves. We're talking Mozambique, we're talking Botswana, Namibia, and the likes.
And of course, we've seen some bold leadership here at the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum plenary. A call to action we heard from the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, His Honorable Buemo Sikhoma, emphasizing that the ongoing 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum in Durban represents not just a gathering, but a call to history. She urged for assertive, people-centered parliamentary leadership to tackle the pressing issue of climate change, commending South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa for his outstanding G20 presidency.
Of course, that is basically the core and the objective of the SADC PF. It promotes human rights, gender equality, good governance, democracy and transparency across the region, promoting peace, security and regional stability, fostering common political values, respect for rule of law, and conflict resolution mechanisms. Of course, this is in line with accelerating economic cooperation, development, and regional integration on the basis of equity and mutual benefit.
And of course, what we expect for today is the administration of oath or affirmation of adherence for new members in terms of Article 8.4 of the Constitution of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Also, we'll get presentations of country reports on the progress on implementation of previous Plenary Assembly policy decisions and resolutions. Just to give you an indication of all the countries that are represented here, it's Angola, Botswana, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Eswatini, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Mauritius, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. And of course, I had indicated that Tanzania was not able to be here for this forum.
And just for more information with regards to the SADC PF, you can go on to Parliament's website, which is www.parliament.gov.za, and also use our handle at Parliament of RSA to get more information on the program and the processions that are underway here. However, keep on watching Parliament TV as we keep you in the know and in terms of what you can expect from this symposium.
Welcome back. As you can see there on your screen, we are preparing to start the day 3, the activities of day 3. But as we do that, I think at Tsepo it is safe to just send our condolences on behalf of Parliament and Parliament TV to the families that have lost their loved ones following the fires that devastated the Cape Flats yesterday. We've learned that about 7 people had died from those fires and would like to send our condolences.
Of course, condolences from Parliament TV, and hopefully this is where the conversation will take place and action will take place from your leaders in ensuring that there is proper protocol and there's proper planning when it comes to the issues that are hard-hitting in our communities, realities that people are living with on the ground, Tembinkosi. Of course, we are waiting for day 3 of the SADC PF. This is the 58th Plenary Assembly that is about to convene right here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal.
And as you can see, the representative from different countries, SADC countries, as I've read the list earlier on. And we saw there our Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Tokotiti, are readily seated on time and just waiting for today's proceedings to kickstart. And right there is Mr. Mwemang, NCOP Chief Whip, the Secretary to Parliament.
Of course, engagements have begun. People are talking to each other, hopefully sharing ideas with regards to what is going to happen today. As you might note, and if you've just joined us, today is all about accountability. So the nations will be bringing forth their reports in terms of what is it that they've implemented from the last plenary assembly. Of course, decisions were made, discussions were had, and now it is time to account.
And as you're talking about accountability, Tsepo, Parliament must ensure that climate commitments don't just remain high-level aspirations. But as you can see there on your screen, the session is about to start as the presiding officers are making their way into the session.
And you can still join the conversation by using our handle at Parliament of RSA and let us know what your thoughts are on these reports that are about to be presented at the 58th plenary of the Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Okay, and that's the Vice President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Sylvia Isaacs. We used to know her as Ms. Lucas, but it's come to our attention that she is now Ms. Isaacs, and she is a South African politician and a Member of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa.
So keep on watching. The members just had a moment of silence and proceedings are about to go underway. Let's take you to that conference and watch throughout on Parliament TV.
Can we have order in the House, please? The Plenary Assembly Session proceedings will be in the 3 official languages, English, French, and Portuguese. Furthermore, all documents are accessible on the portal, which the Secretariat provided to all delegations through desk officers in accordance with the paperless policy. I have received communication from member parliaments submitting the names of new members designated to the SADC PF pursuant to Article 8 of the SADC PF Constitution. In this regard, the new members are required to take either an oath or an affirmation of adherence in accordance with Article 8(4) of the SADC PF Constitution. I will invite the Secretary to administer either the oath or affirmation of adherence to the following new members. Angola is Honourable Speaker De Almeida, Honourable Kakuna. Botswana, Honourable Speaker Kuripatsi. Apology, honorable members. We will continue, and we have started to announce the names of those that will be going to take the oath or affirmation. And from Malawi, it will be the Honorable Speaker, Samia Suleiman. And from Honorable Banda, Honorable Peter Dimba, Abigail Bongwe, Francis Piso, and Mary Kembo. From Mauritius, it will be Honorable Venkatsamy, Honorable Bishuk, Honorable Colette, and Honorable Edward. From Mozambique, it will be the Honorable Speaker, Talapa. And from Namibia, Honorable Paula Cooper, John Likando, and Nelson Kalangula. And from Seychelles, the Honorable Speaker, Ernesta. Secretary General, I will now invite you to allow the members to take the oath or affirmation.
Thank you, Honorable President. Good morning. I will now invite our new members to step forward to either take oath or affirmation of adherence by country. At this point, I'll start with Angola and request Honorable Speaker Adao Francisco Correia de Alameda and Honorable Lazaro de Oliveira G. Kakuna to kindly come forward. Thank you.
You take it? So you take it or mine? It's staying in your hand.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Kindly raise your right hand and repeat after me in Portuguese. I,
Eu, Adão Francisco Correia de Almeida,
take oath
juro
before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
solenemente perante esta Assembleia Plenária como membro do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the Forum's institutional organs.
respeitar a Constituição e o regimento interno do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, bem como os seus órgãos institucionais,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
cumprir com os princípios orientadores e os valores fundamentais do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You may kindly sign. Thank you. I now have the honor of presenting you with copies of the Constitution and the rules of procedure.
Thank you. Shall I take my seat?
Thank you, Honorable Kakuna. Kindly, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I,
Eu, Lázaro Cacunha,
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
deputado à Assembleia Nacional de Angola, juro solenemente perante esta augusta Assembleia Plenária, como membro do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC,
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
Respeitar a Constituição e o regimento interno do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, bem como os seus órgãos institucionais, e cumprir com os princípios orientadores, os valores fundamentais do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC.
Thank you, Honorable. You may kindly sign. I now have the honor to present the Constitution and the rules of procedure. Oh, okay. Thank you. I now have the pleasure of inviting Honorable Speaker Dithapelo Lefoko Keorapetse of Botswana. Honorable Speaker, kindly raise your right hand and repeat after me. I,
Dithapelo Lefoko Keorapetse,
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank
So
you.
help me God.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Kindly append your signature to the oath. And I have the honor to present the Constitution and the rules of procedure. At this point, I'd like to invite Malawi. Honorable Speaker. Oh, okay. Honorable Speaker.
I raise my hand.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your right hand is already raised. Kindly repeat after me. I
Samir Suleiman,
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Kindly append your signature. You're welcome and thank you. I have the honor to present the Constitution and the rules of procedure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you. From Malawi, I would like to invite Honorable William Susuwere Banda, Honorable Peter Dimba, Honorable Abigail Sharif Bongwe, Honorable Francis Piso, Honorable Mary Mwalidi Kembo. May they kindly come at once.
So let's have the two of you, the rest will come. You remember to read whether you take it off.
Okay, so you just simultaneously say your name.
Mr. Photographer.
I'm being made to understand Mr. Dennis from the Parliament of Malawi has the copies of the honorable members. May he kindly come forward. At this point, you will not sign them again because they signed the okay. Honorable members, kindly raise your right hands and repeat after me. I,
William Susuele Banda,
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Take the oath before this August Parliamentary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of the procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you, honorable members. You're welcome. You've already signed.
You will receive your copies of the Constitution. It's also copies. Honorable. Sorry.
And now the pleasure to
receive your Constitution. So let's do this in the camera.
Okay. Where is the camera? It's fine. Yeah.
Or one, two.
Because you'll be alone.
Is it how we're going to proceed? You think so? So if you do three, we may need you to move this side. Three of us together?
Okay, the gentleman can take together, the lady can take alone.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, because there's no space.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, honorable member. Kindly repeat after me. I,
Mary Maulidi Kembo,
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
that I shall uphold the Constitution of the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect of the forum's institutional organs.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities and guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you, honorable members. You're welcome. I now have the honor to present the Constitution.
The side one and the free one.
Thank you, honorable members. You shall now kindly raise your right hand and repeat after me. I,
Peter Dimba,
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of the procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you, honorable members. You're welcome.
Thank you.
I now have the honor to present the Constitution. The Constitution. Now I shall call upon, okay, yeah, I thought so. Just move forward so that we can. Okay, now I have the pleasure to call on Mauritius. Could the honorable members also make it to the podium? Okay. Honorable Pimville Goviden, Honorable Ravi Raj, Honorable Marie Colette, Honorable Jack Edward. I'll start with. Okay. Yeah. I think let's do one by one because there's a mixture of oath and affirmation. Yes. They said you must move forward so that yeah. Okay. Okay. You're both doing affirmation. Okay. Just kindly then. Yeah. Honorable members, you may now repeat after me. I, make the solemn affirmation before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Make the solemn affirmation before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
I, Raviraj Sinha Bichuk, make this solemn affirmation before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedures of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
and that I shall uphold the best of my abilities, the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you, honourable members. You may append your signatures.
And that I shall uphold, to the best of my abilities, the guiding principles and the core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you very much. Kindly append your signature. Okay. There's a request for ink. Next time we shall provide it. Yes, they're both taken on. I think that Kevin Craig. Honourable members, may you kindly raise your right hands and repeat after me. I. And state your name.
Jacques Edouard. I, Honourable Marie-Roxana Colette, take the oath.
Take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the Forum's institutional organs.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the Forum's institutional organs.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and the core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you. You're welcome, honourable members. Congratulations. I now have the honour of presenting the Okay, at this point, I would like to call upon Mozambique. Honorable Speaker Margarida Adamungo Talapa, former Treasurer of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. May you kindly raise your right hand.
Eu, Margarita Adamugi Talapa, Presidente da Assembleia da República de Moçambique, juro solenemente perante esta augusta Assembleia Plenária, como membro do Foro Parlamentar da SADC, respeitar a Constituição e o regimento interno do Foro Parlamentar da SADC, bem como aos seus órgãos institucionais, e cumprir com os princípios orientadores e valores fundamentais do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Durban, 2 de dezembro de 2025.
Oh, muito obrigada. At this point, I have the honor to invite Honorable Paula Albertine Cooper, Honorable John Musialela Likando, Honorable Nelson Tuhafani Kalangula. Honorable, may you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I,
Paula Albertina Cooper,
take oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
take oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum,
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and the core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you, Honorable Cooper. You're welcome back. Thank you. Honorable, kindly raise your right hand and repeat after me. I,
Nelson Tuhafeni Kalangula,
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum,
that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You're welcome. Congratulations. Thank you, Honourable Member. Kindly repeat after me. I make the solemn affirmation before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
I, John Msialela Likando, make the solemn affirmation before this August Plenary Assembly of SADC Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure before the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules and procedures of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate the respect of the forum institutional organs.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You're welcome. And thank you. I now invite Seychelles. Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, kindly repeat after me.
I, Azarel Jolinda Ernesta,
make the solemn affirmation
make the solemn affirmation
before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
That I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Kindly append your signature. Honourable members, we have now come to the end of administering oath to our new members. May we kindly welcome them warmly, as we do at the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you very much, Secretary. And I also want to congratulate all the newly affirmed members or members that have taken oath. And you are more than welcome to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We will continue. Honourable members, it is now my honour to inform the plenary of the recent leadership transitions within several of our members' parliaments. And as I announce the new speakers, I kindly request each speaker to rise as their name is called so that the plenary assembly can formally welcome them. Angola, I am pleased to announce the election of Honourable Speaker Adão Francisco Correa de Almeida as Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola. Honourable Speaker. We also extend our profound appreciation to the former Speaker, Honourable Teixeira, for dedicated service to the SADC PF and to regional parliamentary cooperation. We wish her every success in the future endeavors. And I am now pleased to announce the election of Honourable Speaker Ditapele Lefoko Kirepetse as Speaker of the National Assembly of Botswana. We extend our profound appreciation to the former Speaker, Honorable Pandu Tombolo Chaka Skelemani, for his dedicated service to the SADC PF and to the regional parliamentary cooperation. We wish him every success in his future endeavors. I am further now pleased to announce the election of Honorable Speaker Samir Sulaiman as Speaker of the National Assembly of Malawi. We extend our profound appreciation to the former Speaker, Honorable Catherine Gotane-Hara, for her dedicated service to the SADC PF and to regional parliamentary cooperation. We wish her every success in her future endeavors. I am further pleased to announce the election of Honorable Speaker Margarita Adamugi Talapa as Speaker of the National Assembly of, there is the mistake, of Mozambique. Welcome, Honorable Speaker. We extend our profound appreciation to the former Speaker, Honorable Esperanza Bias, for her dedicated service to the SADC PF and to regional parliamentary cooperation. We wish her every success in her future endeavors. I am now pleased to announce the election of Honorable Speaker Azrael Jolida Ernesta as Speaker of the National Assembly of the Seychelles. We also want to extend our profound appreciation to the former Speaker, Honorable Roger Manchien, for his dedicated service to the SADC PF and to regional parliamentary cooperation. We wish him every success in his future endeavors. To all newly elected speakers, we want to welcome you to the SADC PF family. We look forward to your guidance, leadership, and active engagement as we advance our shared regional agenda. May I also kindly request each of you to convey to your predecessors our most profound appreciation for their long-standing service, contribution, and solidarity with the work of this forum. We wish our former speakers the very best in their new endeavors, and we extend our wholehearted congratulations to our new colleagues. I thank you. We will continue. We have received apologies from the Parliament of Tanzania. And let me just update members on the SADC Parliament Agreement. Since the updates provided during the 56th and 57th Plenary Assemblies, where it was reported that 12 member states had signed the agreement amending the SADC Treaty to establish the SADC Parliament, that the agreement entered into force on 11 July 2024, and that Botswana became the 30th signatory on the 26th of March 2025, I am pleased to report further progress. Both Madagascar and Mauritius completed their accession on 17 August 2025 during the 45th SADC Summit in Antananarivo, making universal endorsement of the agreement. In a historic moment, the signing ceremony was witnessed by members of the Strategic Lobby Group, led by its chairperson, Speaker Mudenda of Zimbabwe, together with Speaker Amadila of Namibia and Speaker Muti of Zambia, former Speaker Zergera of Angola, and former SADC PF President, Honorable Tokli. The draft protocol establishing the SADC Parliament was formally circulated to all member states for comments due by 30 October 2025. I am pleased to note that 13 member states have already submitted their inputs. Only Lesotho and Malawi are outstanding. A joint SADC-PF-SADC Secretariat task team will consolidate these comments in January 2026, ahead of submission to the SADC Council of Ministers in March 2026. Honourable members, these developments bring us ever closer to the establishment of the SADC Parliament, reaffirming our collective commitment to regional integration, democratic governance, and inclusive development. I congratulate all speakers and honourable members on this milestone and urge you to continue engaging your respective executives to ensure a smooth and timely transition from the SADC PF to a fully fledged SADC Parliament. I also want to extend a warm welcome to the representatives of various partner organizations attending the 58th Plenary Assembly as observers in accordance with our rules of procedure. SADC PF deeply appreciates our partners' support and collaboration towards our various initiatives to promote regional parliamentary cooperation. Honourable members, it is with profound sadness that I inform the Plenary Assembly of the passing of Honourable Diamantino Domingos Musokola, a distinguished Member of Parliament from the Republic of Angola, who passed away on Friday, 13 June 2025 in Luanda at the age of 54. Honourable Musokola was an active and committed member of our forum who served with exemplary diligence on the Audit and Risk Subcommittee of the Executive Committee and was a member of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action. We join the Speaker and Parliament of Angola in mourning the loss of this eminent parliamentarian whose life and service enriched both his nation and our regional parliamentary family. I will request the Plenary Assembly to rise now and observe a moment of silence in the honor of the late Honourable Musokola. Thank you very much. May his soul find eternal peace. Honourable members, thank you. Honourable members, I wish to bring to the attention of this August Assembly that our 58th Plenary Assembly is convening during the global campaign of the 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence, which runs annually from 25 November to 10 December. This year, the campaign is being observed under the theme Unite, Invest to Prevent Violence Against Women and Girls. This coincidence is both meaningful and instructive. It reminds us that the struggle to eliminate gender-based violence is not an abstract aspiration, but a moral, political, and legislative imperative for every parliament represented in this forum. Honourable members, let us also recommit ourselves to the fight against gender-based violence, which continues to undermine the dignity, safety, and human potential of millions of women and girls across our region. In commemoration of the 16 Days of Activism, I invite members to reflect this commitment in your interventions during our debates, ensuring that gender justice remains at the center of our policy and legislative priorities. Stand in solidarity with survivors of gender-based violence by raising awareness within your parliamentary delegations and constituencies, and champion the domestication and implementation of the SADC PF model laws on gender-based violence and on eradicating child marriage as concrete actions flowing from this campaign. I thank you. Honourable members, let me remind the House of the procedure to follow whenever you want to speak on any matter as follows. A member wishing to speak should raise the country name tag. I will then recognize the honourable member by country. The member will then switch on the microphone to introduce himself or herself before speaking. No member should switch on the microphone before they are given the floor to speak. Honourable members, for the sake of precise verbatim recording, you are reminded to always introduce yourself with your name and country whenever you are granted the floor to speak. Members are reminded to adhere to the 5-minute allocated time when speaking. I will now hear from the members. Are there any notices of motion? Remember to some of the Lesotho, Eswatini, Lesotho, Angola, Eswatini again, and Chile. Was it Lesotho, Zambia? Lesotho is a three from Lesotho. There's 1, 2, 3. Zambia 2, Eswatini, Angola, Eswatini. Mozambique also. Not there. And who is? I can't see. Is it Eswatini? Lesotho. Okay, it's fine. We've got the 3 from Lesotho and Mozambique. Who is here? Jele is from. We've got Eswatini, Jele, yes. Sure. So, I will begin with Lesotho, and I will request the Honorable Speaker, Sekamane.
Honorable Madam Vice President, thank you. I give notice that today, Tuesday, 2nd December 2025, I shall move that the 58th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Lesotho again, Dr. Honorable Pinky Rosemary Manamulela.
Thank you, Honorable President. I give notice that today, Tuesday, the 2nd December 2025, I shall move that the 58th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the Treasurer's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Treasurer. I will now go to Eswatini, Honorable Isaac Magagula.
Thank you, Chair. I give notice that on Wednesday, the 3rd December 2025, I shall move that the 58th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights. I so submit, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We will now go then to Zambia. Honorable Speaker Muti.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I give notice that on Wednesday, 3rd December 2025, I shall move that the 58th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report on the 151st IPU Assembly and other related meetings held from the 19th to the 23rd October 2025 in Geneva, Switzerland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will now give Eswatini, Honorable Mumalo.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity. I, Senator Dr. Linda Lorraine Mumalo, do give notice that on Thursday, the 4th of December 2025, I shall move that the 58th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus on strengthening SADC women parliamentarians' leadership on climate change. I so submit.
Thank you very much. We will now give to Angola.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. On 3rd December 2025, Wednesday, I will submit a motion that the 58th Plenary Assembly adopt the report on the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mendes. We will now come to Lesotho again. Honorable Kati.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I do have 2 notices of motions, so please bear with me that after one presentation, I will move on to the next. I give notice that on Wednesday, 3rd December 2025, I shall move that the 58th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report on the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs. I also give notice that on Thursday, 4th December, I shall move that the 58th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report on the joint sitting of the standing committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kati. We will now again go back to Zambia and we will call on Honorable Kasanda.
Thank you, Madam President. I have 2 notices. I give notice that on Wednesday, 3rd December 2025, I shall move that the 58th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee on Benchmarking for Impact, Domestication of Model Laws for Transformative Change. I also give notice that on Thursday, 4th December 2025, I shall move that the 58th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kasanda. We will now then finally give to Honorable Jele of Eswatini.
Thank you, Madam President. I give notice that on Wednesday, the 3rd December 2025, I shall move that the 58th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jele. And I will now call on the Secretary General to read the first order of the day.
Presentation of country reports on the progress on implementation of previous Plenary Assembly policy decisions and resolutions as contained in the verbatim records and summary of resolutions.
I will now invite heads of delegation to present the country reports. Each head of a delegation will have 15 minutes to present their report. To make the most of our time, I will open the floor for debate after all countries have presented their reports. So we will now call the countries in alphabetical order to present their country reports. And we will start with Angola.
Your Excellency Vice President of SADC PF, Chair of the session, Your Excellencies, Speakers and Head of Delegations of National Parliaments, Honorable Members of Parliament, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of SADC PF, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency, the Speaker of Angola, Dr. Adão de Almeida, I have the honor of presenting the national report on the implementation of the resolutions adopted during the 57th Plenary Assembly of SADC PF. The session held from 31st May to 7th June in Victoria Falls, the Republic of Zimbabwe, took place under the theme Leveraging Artificial Intelligence for Effective and Efficient Parliamentary Processes in the SADC region, Experiences, Challenges, and Opportunities, and produced a set of different resolutions. With regards to the transformation of SADC PF into a regional parliament, the Republic of Angola reiterates her conviction that a democratic, cohesive SADC with legitimacy among its citizens requires a strong, independent, and functional regional parliament. For this reason, Angola unequivocally advocates the transformation of the Parliamentary Forum into a regional parliament with full political and functional autonomy and the capacity to oversee regional policies and the power of legislative initiative in matters of integration and active participation in defining the organization's strategic priorities. After analyzing the draft protocol for the transformation of the forum into a regional parliament, Angola concludes that the document respects the principle of gradualism and the powers envisaged for the initial phase and is therefore in favor of its adoption. We also note with satisfaction the progress made in the administrative modernization of the body, in particular the creation of a qualified technical body. It should be noted that Angola has already signed the draft protocol and forwarded the instrument to the SADC Executive Secretariat based in Gaborone. Under the Health, Sexual and Reproductive Rights, HIV/AIDS, and Governance Project, the National Assembly carried out 23 activities in line with the strategic objective, including awareness-raising sessions, gender transformative pedagogical supervision visits to various health centers, including advocacy campaigns and technical meetings with development partners. These initiatives have a significant impact, benefiting mainly children, adolescent women, young people at risk, and people living with HIV. Progress has been made in preventing early pregnancy and strengthening of SRHR services, community training, bringing Parliament closer to citizens, and promoting gender equality. Also, it is worth to note the launch of the campaign aimed to eradicate early marriages and unintended pregnancy, workshops in schools, and mobile brigades in various provinces, which have significantly expanded access to information and essential services. In the area of climate change and sustainable development, Angola recognizes the adverse impacts affecting food security natural resources and resilience of communities. The country reaffirms its commitment to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Paris Agreement, and other relevant international and regional instruments. As a highly vulnerable state, Angola faces prolonged drought in the south, flooding on the coast and in the river valleys, coastal erosion, loss of biodiversity, and risks to water and energy security. To respond to these challenges, we have strengthened the strategic framework with the National Strategy for Climate Change for 2022-2035. In addition, various projects for mitigation and adaptation have been developed, including the second phase for planting of thousands of trees and provision of community training and strengthening of waste management in the energy sector, considerable investment in the range of millions of dollars since 2023 to 2027, with the aim to achieve 50% of electrification and 72% of renewable energy in the national matrix. In the critical mineral and mining industry sectors, Angola is implementing important structural reforms, including the revision of the Geological and Mining Activities Law, the creation of specific regulations for rare earth, and the improvement of the diamond marketing chain by means of international auctions and improved traceability in line with the best practices at the international level in the area of peace, security, and regional cooperation. Angola has played an active role in mediation of conflicts in the SADC region and in the Great Lakes region, with particular emphasis on her involvement in diplomatic efforts in the Eastern DRC and Mozambique. For its commitment to regional stability, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Angola, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, which is evidenced as the contribute of his commitment to regional peace in his functions. In his capacity as chair of the AU, the head of state has led peace initiatives, including mediation in the Sahel, Sudan, and the DRC. The country actively participates in the SADC standby force as strengthens cooperation in the fight against terrorism, human trafficking, and transnational crime. The National Assembly has approved resolutions ratifying agreements with Zimbabwe on the transfer of convicted persons and provision of mutual legal assistance. The Angolan Parliament, through its MPs, have been participating in various peace and election observation missions. Ladies and gentlemen, Angola recognizes the importance of including the youth in parliamentary activities, especially within the SADC Parliamentary Forum, considering that they constitute a significant portion of the population and are essential for promoting innovation and legislative dynamism. The country has been registering major progress in the area of gender parity, having achieved more than 30% of parliamentary seats being held by women, and also a growing women participation in the executive and local administration. With regards to combating of human trafficking, Angola reaffirms her commitment to the Palermo Protocol ratified through the Resolution 2110 and maintains ongoing cooperation with the UNODC, promoting training, prevention, and information exchange. The country also recognizes the negative impact resulting from the reduction of external funding, which has increased pressure on national health budget, especially in the context of rising costs of medicine and vaccines. In response, Angola has stepped up domestic investment. The national health system currently has 3,355 health facilities, more than 44,000 beds, including 1,609 reserved for intensive care, 35 centers for hemodialysis, and 87 public laboratories. Millions of doses of vaccines against cholera have been mobilized throughout the national territory. In the last 18 months, large-scale hospitals have been inaugurated in various provinces, significantly strengthening national capacity. In the education sector, Angola continues to expand and improve the quality of its education system. For 2025-26 academic year, more than 9.6 million students are enrolled, supported by more than 208,000 teachers and more than 126,000 classrooms. The government is implementing a special education program focusing on the local districts, financed to the tune of millions of dollars, aimed to build and refurbishing schools and training of professionals. The National School Feeding Program will be gradually implemented, with plans to serve more than 5 million students, contributing to an increase in school success rates. In line with the National Conference on Human Capital, the curriculum is being harmonized, and the expansion of courses in the areas of sciences, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics is being encouraging, adapting training to market needs. In the area of social protection, I would like to emphasize the Kwenda program, approved through a presidential decree with a total of millions of dollars, and it aims to strengthen social protection through direct cash transfers, productive inclusion, and income generation in line with the National Development Plan for 2022-2027. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Angola remains committed to harmonizing national legislation to the SADC model laws and implementing regional commitments. The country has improved its legal instruments, including the adoption of a public finance sustainability law in line with the regional standards, strengthening transparency, fiscal discipline, and budgetary predictability. In the electoral domain, reforms have been approved that strengthen the legal framework, ensuring greater robustness, credibility, and alignment with the SADC principles. This is an important step towards the consolidation of democracy and ensuring free, fair, and inclusive electoral processes. We therefore wish to reiterate our commitment as active members of SADC Parliamentary Forum to continue to fully fulfill the goals of regional integration, contributing to an increment of a stronger, united, developed SADC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Angola. We will now call on Botswana.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Let me begin on a humble note of piety and recognize you all, especially you, Madam President, the host speaker, Honorable Angela Tokodidiza, the fellow speakers, the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and your esteemed staff, members of Parliament, dear colleagues. Good morning once again. This morning I took oath for the third time in this forum, a forum which I served for nearly a decade now. It is my singular honor and privilege to present the report to the 50th Plenary Assembly on implementation of resolutions of the 57th Plenary Assembly Session. Let me begin with a background that Botswana for 58 years has been a country governed by one single party. It had turned a de facto one-party state. And in spite of this status of being a de facto one-party state, it is a country that has maintained multi-party democratic dispensation since independence. It has never backslided to undemocratic system. It's an impeccable record that we are proud of. It's an unbeaten record in the sub-Saharan African region. And thank you. And last year, for the first time, the former ruling party lost an election to a former opposition party, which is now currently the ruling party. So what is going on now currently in the country is a work of transformation, democratic transformation, economic transformation. So much of this report really is about that transformation. I wish to emphasize that Botswana recognizes the importance of tracking implementation of the plenary resolutions as they serve as a roadmap for parliamentary commitment and action to affirm the need for multifaceted efforts that encompass gender inclusivity, cross-border cooperation, sustainable practices, and capacity building. And by addressing these issues, Botswana became more responsive to the needs of the masses, particularly in the context of rapid social change and technological disruptions. I must say, Madam President, that we can only achieve collectively the transformation that we seek as a region and build trust among citizens and our communities while strengthening democratic governance structures. Now, on the resolution on the symposium on the theme of the 57th Plenary Assembly, Harnessing Artificial Intelligence, AI, for effective and efficient parliamentary process in the SADC region experiences challenges and opportunities. We have made progress both at policy and developmental level. Although technical development in the field of AI have advanced well, we still require to improve on our policies, and the Ministry of Communication and Innovation is in the process of developing an AI policy, which will be brought before Parliament in the near future. And the policy is aimed at making government process more agile and efficient. In August 2025, our Parliament passed the Cyber Security Bill, which has since been enacted into a law. Parliament of Botswana is on a transformative journey to become a responsive engine of change, and in an endeavor to attain this, we have devised an environmental, social, and governance strategy. The strategy seeks to, among others, to significantly reduce Parliament's carbon footprint through embracing modern, efficient digital practices. For example, Parliament streamlines all its proceedings when it is sitting, and we aim to streamline all our parliamentary committees, and currently we've been streamlining only the Public Accounts Committee. Starting in January, we'll be trying to move fast to a paperless parliament, in which now we'll no longer be printing order papers, notice papers, all of those reports, the Hansard, everything will now be digital. On the resolution on adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment, Madam President, on this resolution, we are required to ensure that adequate budget is appropriated to the appropriate government departments. And on that note, in line with the discussion on the prison services, government has, in trying to transform, has changed the name of the department from prison services now to the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services, in line with the fact that the incarcerated need to be rehabilitated. So it's a corrective justice that we emphasize. And the prison service launched the GBV perpetrators program that enrolled 1,211 inmates since April 2024. And this program is aimed at combating gender-based violence. Reintegration has also been a key focus, with so far 522 community-based reintegration committees have been established nationwide, and these efforts have supported 317 ex-offenders, with 167 having secured employment in various sectors of the economy, thereby contributing meaningfully to the economy, but also with reduction in recidivism and improving stronger community participation. Now, on the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resource and Climate Action Standing Committee, it is the intention of the government of Botswana to budget for agriculture in line with the Malabo Declaration, in which 10% of the budget goes to agriculture. The President has unveiled an ambitious program of Adherence. This Adherence basically is about the need to increase our cattle population, which was once at more than 3 million, and now stands at about 1.7 million. And the idea is to push the numbers to 5 million, because prior to independence, our mainstay of the economy was beef production, was agriculture. Agriculture contributed more than 60% to the GDP, but currently it contributes a paltry less than 3%. And the intention is to push the beef production we have in the SADC region in the world, we pride ourselves as among the best beef producers. But also on arable agriculture, there is also Le Mandijo program, which also seeks to encourage farmers. Recently, the Ministry of Lands and Agriculture has announced a program to help communal farmers so that per hectare they will be assisted by the government. We also intend to embark on an accelerated program of plantation of industrial hemp. Remember that Botswana, geographically, we are big, slightly the size of Texas or France, 580,000 square kilometers of land, but inhabited by just about 2.4 million people. And so we need to use this land for arable purposes, for farming purposes, to improve our economy, but also to contribute towards food security in the region. And so, in that regard, there is a law that has been enacted by Parliament on the cultivation of hemp, but also on medical marijuana. So those are some of the priority areas of the current government. And on the resolution on adoption of the report on the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, President Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, in his inaugural speech, indicated that his government will be a human rights-based government. And as a result, there is commitment for a holistic review of the Constitution of the Republic of Botswana. Since independence, we still have that Constitution that was donated by our colonial masters. We amended it 23 times, but we need a holistic review of the Constitution. And we've been drawing lessons from South Africa. Recently, we had Ambassador Bridget Mabandla, who came to share with us the insights on the constitutional development in South Africa. And we have been drawing lessons from countries such as Kenya, Zambia, Zimbabwe, on the review of the Constitution. So the Constitution will form the backdrop of our democratization, governance, and human rights agenda. Parliament yesterday adopted I think the bill is at second reading on the establishment of the Constitutional Court, which will, after review of the Constitution, will certify the Constitution, but also to serve as a superior court of record, because for 58 years, 59 now, we have had the Court of Appeal as the superior court of record. But there were limitations that were identified, which is why now there is the establishment of the Constitutional Court, so that it serves as a superior court of record, but also on constitutional matters it can serve as a court of first instance. There is a plethora of legislation that will be coming through to Parliament for consideration and possible adoption on the reform of institutions that support democracy, like your Supreme Audit Institution, your Public Protector or Ombudsman, the Human Rights Commission, your Anti-Corruption Agency, your Electoral Management Body, and other key institutions that support democracy. So this is part of the democratic transformation in moving towards democratic consolidation. And on the resolution on adoption of the report on the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development, I'm pleased to inform you once again that I'm here accompanied by our Minister of Youth and Gender Affairs, the youngest minister in the continent, And not so long ago, she has been our reigning Miss World Africa and Miss Botswana. I don't know if you can see her. She's the tall lady there that's hiding behind that pillar. Yeah. Ma'am Didiza, I lost my position as the youngest speaker in the SADC region to the Right Honorable Speaker, Azarel and Esther from the Seychelles. Congratulations to her. And so, the Botswana is a signatory to the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, and the protocol, as you know, aims to empower women, eliminate discrimination, and promote gender equality. Approximately 67% of women have experienced gender-based violence at least once in their lives in our country. This number translates to more than double the global average, and gender-based violence in Botswana remains a hefty challenge to our nation's moral fabric and social stability. We have, problems of rape. And Madam President, while there are support systems and legal frameworks in place to address the cultural stigma surrounding GBV, government continues on community involvement and awareness-raising initiatives to combat this pervasive issue. Through the Ministry of Youth and Gender, they will be presenting a youth policy soon after it is adopted by Cabinet, hopefully tomorrow, if not next week. And then the expectation is that it will be considered for adoption by Parliament. The gender-based violence law, which is aligned to the SADC model law, will also be coming to Parliament soon for consideration. Pleased to further report that President of Botswana, Advocate Dumagirion Boko, SC, in his recent State of the Nation address, assured the nation that government is reviewing the national strategy towards ending GBV, and the strategy will infuse emerging issues and trends, as well as adopt a human rights approach to the provision of services. And efforts are also underway to establish GBV one-stop service centers to provide comprehensive services for survivors of the scourge. In relation to that, we also have the problem of substance abuse by our young people, and we have been trying to divert part of the revenues from especially sin taxes towards building rehabilitation centers for our young people so that they can have a second chance at life. And on the resolution on the report on Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs, I'm happy to report that in the last 12 months, government has increased the old age pension from 850 pula to 1,400 pula to ensure our elders live with dignity and financial security. In also boosting incomes and job security, we have embarked on a 4,000 pula living wage. So we are moving towards a living wage policy instead of a minimum wage policy. And on cost of living relief, government has implemented a 30% tariff reduction on water and electricity in recognition that these are, essential to life. They are rights, and that our people have to have access. And this is alongside the 50% amnesty on previous water debts to ease financial pressure on households. We also have this accelerated the delivery of a housing scheme called Bonno, akin to your RDP. So we are accelerating that as well. But again, most importantly, government has launched an initiative to fight period poverty by providing school-going girls with free sanitary pads in schools. This was not the practice in the past. It is now a practice in Botswana, that in schools, sanitary pads and related products will be provided. But on also cultural preservation, in Botswana, in terms of our constitution, there are two official languages. That is Setswana, which is predominantly, spoken, which is widely spoken, especially in the central to the southern part of the country. But now our state media broadcast news and programs in more languages. So most of the languages that are widely spoken are now included, and we are still counting on the languages that were previously disadvantaged on official engagements. I don't know how I'm doing on time.
1 minute remaining.
1 minute remaining. I'll just go straight to the conclusion. I believe the report will be entered into the record of our proceedings. To say that government intends to come up with a national health insurance scheme that will encompass all citizens which are excluded under the medical aid schemes that are currently in place. And of course, we are also challenged in the sense that our economy has for a very long time relied on diamonds. And you know what has been happening with diamonds, especially with the tariffs. We've managed to negotiate from 37% to 15% with the US. But challenges are still there. But our aim really as Botswana is to transform Botswana into a modern, high-performing economy, but also to get back on the path of democratization, moving towards democratic consolidation. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We will now call on the member from the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Honorable Président du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, Honorable Président de l'Assemblée, Secrétaire général du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, Honorables parlementaires et chers collègues, distingués invités au protocole observé. D'entrée de jeu.
First and foremost, I would like to try to
de transmettre les chaleureuses salutations du président de la République démocratique.
The warm greetings from the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi, who sent his greetings not only to the Parliamentary Forum, but also to all the authorities of South Africa. And also, I would like also to express something, which is to thank the Republic of South Africa and most importantly, the Speaker of the National Assembly for the hospitality that has been accorded to us. Our presentation of the day is taking into account of the 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF, which had been held in Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. I believe our presentation has got 7 points that we are going to speak of. The incidence of the right of the trade in the member state of SADC, in the SADC member state, the reform for the distribution of the critical minerals, and the solidity of the democratic framework so that we can try to control the functioning of the parliament or the consideration of the protocols concerning the SADC parliament, also the participation of the members within SADC PF. The violation of the African Charter on Human Rights and the People, and finally the increase of the cost for the health care. Honorable members, dear colleagues and distinguished guests, the implementation of the legislation on the FCTF is busy being implemented in the Democratic Republic of Congo by suppressing some customs duties and the harmonization of the public policies. The Democratic Republic of Congo signed the agreement in 2018 and they ratified it in 2021-2022. The specific legislative measures have been taken, namely with the establishment of a National Committee of Implementation of AFCTA on July 2021. The country committed itself to eliminate the customs of 6,230 products in 2031. The DRC, when it comes to the progressive implementation that has been committed for the implementation of AFCTA, so that we are going to focus more on removing some customs tariffs. I believe that I cannot conclude this part without citing what the President said. I note that we cannot complete the process today, but we have decided to try to put our energies together so that we can have a common area where we can try to promote the trade in Africa. When it comes to mining sector, the DRC is occupying a very strategic position in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The mineral wealth such as cobalt, copper, Colombo tantalite, diamond, and gold, those are the major products on the global market as far as the raw material is concerned. The analysis of the mining right, I believe that we've got some major reforms that we are doing on the 2018 code, where we are aiming at to maximize the fisc so that we can protect the local communities. This reform is a very important step to have a very good environment. That goes the same with the environment. Nevertheless, we know that there are some challenges that are still persisting. The experiences compared to other African countries should be an example for us. The international comparison allows us to try to get a lot of lessons for the DRC, namely to try to reinforce the governance so that we can manage our mining sector. We need to adopt some environmental norms and also to assure the retribution at the local level and the national level. We need to ensure also transparency in the payment and in the control of citizens. We need to maintain the balance between attractivity for the investors and the protection of national interests. Honorable members, distinguished guests, when it comes to the I believe 16, I believe that we need to consider that the mining is an instrument of stability as far as when it comes to an inclusive society, which is anchored on the rule of law. I believe that that should play a role of try to protect everybody and other state institutions that are involved in the things. When it comes to the regional invention, even though SADC intervene in the region so to try to maintain peace and security, namely when it comes to the namely Sami DRC, their intervention do not solve the governance issues that can ensure the continuity of the business. When it comes to the transformation of our institution, I believe it's very important that the process of considering of the transformation of SADC into a regional parliament, I believe that needs the contribution of national parliament. This is an undertaking that DRC is supporting. When it comes now to constitutional revision, institutional revision, I believe that this is ongoing. It's ongoing. I believe the Parliament is busy focusing on that. I believe it's very encouraging that the National Parliament ratify the agreement so that we can come up to that transformation. Now, when it comes now that the youth in SADC PF, when we take the example of the Democratic Republic of Congo, this integration is anchoring on the recognition of the protection of the youth and also the regional policies that can enforce their commitment. Initiatives such as the reinforcement of the forum of the youth of SADC, also the social development programs and the support of entrepreneurship of the youth in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Those are such examples that we can take into account. That goes through the promotion of their competency and their citizen participation. According to the SADC objectives, I believe that the sustainable development and the economic growth, the Democratic Republic of Congo is trying to maintain that cap so that we can have this inter-parliamentary cooperation. When it comes to the violation of the African Chart of, I believe, the Democratic Republic of Congo, within it, we know that there are some violation of this, of the violation of the African Charter and the right of people. There are so many, including the violation and also sexual violence and some war crimes, also illegal exploitation of mineral resources, also participation of the youth, and also incarceration of children. And when it comes also to economic violation, we need to have proper nutrition, and we've got the infrastructures are not up to date. I believe these violations, they are committed by the armed groups which are continuing to destabilize the Democratic Republic of Congo with some officials and some companies that are moving the populations. Finally, I conclude with the increase of the fray for the health care. With the withdrawal of 40 to 50% of external contribution, I believe that has affected the health care, namely maternal health care, and also when it comes to emergency cases. These situations have created the reduction of the health workers and also some of the programs that have been stopped, and that affect also the governance of the universal health coverage. And that also comes also to the challenges that we have. We've got this chronic under financing, which is stimulating more of the death that we are experiencing in the country. I believe that we need to increase the state budget. That is very important in my country, but that also requires the improvement of the implementation of the current budget, where we need to improve also the fiscal and also to try to infuse that at different levels of government. That's why the following actions have been recommended. Namely, we need to increase the national budget which has been allocated to health, to improve also the budget implementation, also to try to decentralize the governance and also to try to increase the national resources. I thank you. Thank you very much. Obrigado, Siabonga Kakulu.
Merci, you did very well. Eswatini, you will be the next.
Mr. President and Chairperson of this august assembly held here at the beautiful Umhlanga Coastal Hotel on the auspices of the plenary of the SADC Forum. It is with pleasure and delight that I have to present this report on behalf of my speaker, who due to other domestic commitments could not make it. Mr. President, in this report, I am making reference or making points of reference and progress towards the implementation of the resolutions arising from the 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum Assembly that was held in Zimbabwe. The resolutions, Mr. Chairman, address thematic areas including governance, artificial intelligence, prison oversight, elections, food systems, gender equality, cybersecurity, sexual reproductive health and rights, climate linkages, and the domestication of model laws. From the onset, Madam President, Speaker, Chairman, Chairperson, I don't remember of any meeting where this matter has not come up, and I'm bringing it up again, not just for the sake of bringing it, but to reinforce its importance. In Zimbabwe and elsewhere, the issue of our institution developing into a parliamentary institution has never been left out without discussion. I therefore thank our SG and his staff and their staff for bringing that issue to ensure if all of us have adhered to a very humble plea, but concrete one, that by the 30th of August of October, we must have all made comments on the protocol that will lead to us having this institution. On our side, I wish to report that we have signed, we have seen, commented positively and unequivocally that the institution that we are all aspiring to see and see it operating is the way to go and is a giant, it will be a giant development. So thank you on that one. Mr. Chairman, the report is being submitted in fulfillment of Rule 6.3 of the Forum's Rules of Procedure and affirms Eswatini's commitment to regional integration, good governance, and shared development priorities. I will now, Honorable Chair, go to those specific areas which were part of the resolutions and for which we are supposed to say something about them. The first one, not in any order, is harnessing artificial intelligence for parliamentary purposes. Madam Chair, I, with pride, want to inform this House that Eswatini has taken a quantum leap, to enter and be in partnership with the Google conglomerate to leverage artificial intelligence technology in the conduct of all official business, including parliamentary business. Parliament, through the information management and our SADC desk, initiated an internal baseline assessment on A1, that is artificial intelligence readiness, focusing on digital infrastructure, cybersecurity posture, legislative gaps, and training needs. Consultations with the Ministry of ITC, Information and Communication and Technology, established that Eswatini already has a data protection and e-government strategy, which applies even to processes in Parliament. To take it further, or shall I say, Madam Chair, is that for all intents and purposes, officially we have embraced, and in principle and official, we have embraced AI technology. But we would want to take it further than that, to give it the legal teeth, namely a legal instrument which is on the card, is being drafted, and will in future reinforce what we already have in place. Madam President, I now turn to myself to the issue of prison oversight or correctional services, depending what the name title is in respect of our respective countries. This is one department falling under the Ministry of Justice that I must say we are very proud about. They are, to the best of their ability, of course, under our oversight as a portfolio committee, doing very well. As we speak, they are using the Mandela regulations as a base for looking and ensuring the best in terms of health and care of our inmates. They are not stopping there. They are also looking to the possibility of ensuring that all our dealings, handling of our inmates are in accordance with the Paris principles and of course, Mandela regulatory framework. The Paris principles, those standards that have been set there and acceded and ratified maybe by most of us. In its quarterly report, the Minister of Justice, through the Minister of Correctional Services, do time and again brief us and are put on the spotlight as to how our prison inmates are being treated. And as I say, they are doing well. It is not only us in Parliament, there is also the judiciary who time and again, and maybe as a consequence to a case that is before court, go and do physical inspections. So there is a lot on the ground to ensure that nothing wrong goes in our prison services. And then I come to the other one, Madam Chair, which is the democratization, governance, human rights. I will not say much on this one because already I have a motion which is more detailed on what we, meaning we, the committee that is on this special committee, are saying and what we are saying about it. But suffice to say that the issue of model law on elections remains a gray area. It's one that this August Assembly may wish to address in terms of attendance, in terms of ensuring that our elections are indeed conducted according to the spirit and letter of the model law on elections. The other one, Madam Chair, is on gender equality, GP prevention, and women's rights.
Honourable Member, 1 minute.
Yes, thank you, Madam. That is kind of. Did you say 3 minutes or what? The issue of child marriages and protection of children already in marriages. We have a strong law that has been enacted and is operational. We cannot always be complacent. We need to be now and again looking.
Your time is expired.
After those areas. But, Madam President, this is what I have within the time, and thank you for listening. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Eswatini. We will just take Lesotho, and after that we will have a 20-minute break.
Madam President, please allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been established. I bring greetings from His Majesty the King Letsie III of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Kingdom in the Sky. Our gratitude to the hosting speaker, Madam Togodidisa, for putting abundance of resources at our disposal to be able to carry out the work for which we have come. Thank you very much, Madam, and your team. Madam President, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the Lesotho's position on the 7 issues raised in the letter of the Secretary General of the SADC PF dated 2nd November 2025. This report highlights the prevailing situation in Lesotho and interventions by Parliament where applicable. As we share experiences through the presentation of country reports, the Parliament of Lesotho stands ready and eager to learn from interventions made in other countries for the benefit of Basotho and for the benefit of the region at large. Madam President, on the effect of tariffs on trade in SADC member states, I wish to inform this august House that indeed Lesotho benefited immensely from the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, since its inception back in 2000. AGOA provided duty-free and quota-free market access for products of African origin exported to the United States. The advantage of AGOA was twofold. First, it removed import tariff duties on over 6,000 tariff lines for African countries. And second, it was a tool for investment promotion and attraction that allowed Lesotho to export to the United States market competitively. Lesotho was one of the key beneficiaries of the scheme, especially on the textiles and clothing sector. The sector employed over 30,000 Basotho, primarily young women, who were in turn looking after at least 60,000 dependents. With the introduction of reciprocal tariffs imposed by the United States since April 2025, these jobs are all on the line. Companies have since retrenched thousands of workers due to low and sporadic work orders from the United States buyers. The expiry of AGOA in September 2025 further compounded these challenges that were already being experienced by the sector. The effect is that the tariffs for products of Lesotho origin exported to the United States have increased substantially from 16.5% to 34%, given the stacking of tariffs and the most favored nation for textile products and the 15% additional reciprocal tariff. The Lesotho textiles and clothing products now face between 31% and 47% tariffs in the United States. Madam President, these challenges, together with retrenchments that Lesotho is experiencing, have gone on to have a devastating effect on the public transport and logistics industries. As a result, the country is now faced with income erosion for many households, greatly reversing the recovery gains made post-COVID-19. This is unfortunate, Madam President, as Lesotho was beginning to diversify her exports to the United States towards high-quality fisheries products, which now have to face the highly prohibitive 15% duty as a result of the expiry of AGOA. The government of Lesotho has not given up. It continues to engage the United States government to try and secure favorable conditions and market access for our exports to the United States market. However, although the United States remains one of the priority export markets, Lesotho is also continuing to focus on other markets with preferential market access. Although, needless to mention, it will take a long time to firmly establish its presence and to make a mark in these new markets. Madam President, in relation to reform initiatives for critical mineral mining and distribution, I wish to indicate that in the recent past, the Parliament of Lesotho has not passed any bill on critical minerals, nor has it exercised oversight on them. On robustness of the democratic framework to ensure the perpetual succession of parliaments, Section 83 of our Constitution provides that each term of parliament shall not exceed 5 years. And the Constitution also mandates the Independent Electoral Commission to hold elections regularly, that is, when Parliament has been dissolved by His Majesty the King. Since 2012, Lesotho has experienced successive and very successful and smooth transitions of power. The independence of Parliament is provided for in Section 54 of the recently enacted 10th Amendment to the Constitution, which states that, and I quote, "There shall be a Parliament which shall be autonomous and independent," close quotes. I must explain, Madam President, that the issue of the autonomy of Parliament is a very important matter if Parliament is able to allocate for itself adequate resources and if Parliament is to be able to do its function of oversight. Allow me to now move on to consideration of the protocol on modalities of operation of the SADC Parliament. First and foremost, let me start by commending in the strongest of terms the tireless efforts made by the Secretariat under the able leadership of Advocate Jacob Francis Nzida Milimo Mudenda and his team towards transforming this forum into a regional parliament. Hearty kudos is well deserved in this connection. Let me hasten. Thank you very much. Let me hasten to indicate that our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has confirmed receipt of the protocol, and having realized that SADC issues are not well coordinated at our national level, the two Ministries of Foreign Affairs and of Finance and Development Planning have jointly established a SADC National Committee mandated to engage with all stakeholders with SADC agendas. The committee is expected to meet on a quarterly basis ahead of every council meeting. The first meeting of the committee is scheduled for mid-February 2026, and we have been duly informed that Parliament is one of the stakeholders that will be engaged in February regarding the protocol. Presiding officers of the two houses of Parliament and their clerks will meet during the coming Christmas break to take a position in preparation for the engagement with the National Committee. I need to pause here also again, Madam President, to elaborate on the matter of Lesotho not commenting on the protocol. This is very unfortunate. We have long already agreed at the highest levels that we agree entirely with the protocol. And it has been only up to civil servants to implement and to send our comment accordingly. But this has not been done. I find this very embarrassing. And I assure you, Madam President, that it will be done forthwith. With regard to the inclusion of youth members in SADC PF country delegations, the Parliament of Lesotho strongly supports youth involvement and participation in decision-making processes. The current 11th Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho has a higher representation of youth than all those that came before it. The inclusion of Honorable Mopekati, who is below the age of 35, currently here in our delegation, bears testimony to the fact that the voice of youth is not only recognized and appreciated, but that it is taken very seriously in the Parliament of Lesotho. Let me pause to please request with respect that the Honorable Mopekati will stand up so that you can see and witness. This man is not 35. He is below 35. Thank you very much. Much as we support youth involvement, Madam President, we however strongly disagree with the proposal to amend the Constitution and the rules of procedure to provide for inclusion of at least one youth member. Instead, we would recommend that letters to new parliaments on the appointment of SADC PF representatives should emphasize the inclusion of youth in country delegations. Our dissent is premised on the fear of setting a bad precedent, as some marginalized groups may also want to exert similar pressure, an eventuality which would drive this well-intended initiative to absurdity. Our considered view is that the requirement for a gender-balanced delegation is, for all intents and purposes, sufficient in our Constitution. Madam President, we also don't support the proposal to have all youth members in the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development, in the same way that we don't subscribe to the notion that this committee be comprised of women members only. In our view, this would be tantamount to establishing a youth forum or a youth caucus. It would be like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. In our opinion, youth members should be spread across the standing committees so that the forum as a whole benefits from young voices and young thoughts. Madam President, on violations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, Lesotho is a signatory to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, having ratified the Charter on 10th February 1992. In Lesotho, human rights are generally respected.
As you conclude, Honourable Member.
Yes. As I conclude, Madam President, I would like to say that this report, to conclude this report by reiterating and echoing the words of gratitude to our Secretariat for their unrelenting and selfless efforts in pushing forward the agenda of a fully fledged parliament for our subcontinent. And in this regard, recognize and acknowledge in a very special manner the able team led by the Honorable Jacob Francis Nzidamilimo Mudenda in making impressive strides towards our lofty vision of transforming this forum into a regional parliament. Lesotho stands ready to learn from its peers in the region to implement strategic plan of the forum and other programs of the forum to support both the Executive Committee and the Secretariat, and indeed to fight any divisive tendencies in the forum in the true spirit of its founding pillars, namely solidarity, accountability, democracy, and regionalism. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now allow 20 minutes just for a health break, and we will be back by 12.
Welcome back. That's the first part of today's proceedings, where countries are reporting, where we were listening on the country reports on the progress on implementation of previous Plenary Assembly policy decisions and resolutions.
Of course, the session has adjourned for a scheduled 20-minute comfort break. We call it a 20-minute ease on all the processions and engagements that have been going on today. And of course, you have been tuning into Parliament TV, where those member countries have been giving a report and account on some of the decisions that were made at the last assembly. Of course, this is accountability in action, ensuring that the things that were said are being implemented on the ground.
And of course, if you had just joined us, we are coming to you live from Coastlands Umhlanga Hotel and Convention Center in Durban. It is the 58th plenary session, plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and we're bringing it to you live here on DSTV. Like I said earlier, it was the first session where we had those reports from the countries, with the last speaker coming from Lesotho, not supporting some of the proposals that have been made there, including an establishment of a woman-only committee, but instead proposing that perhaps women should be spread across the committees of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
And of course, that leader also emphasized that even when it comes to youth leadership, that it would not be advisable for them, at least, to have a youth-only committee, but rather they would rather have the youth be cut across all the committees to ensure that there's inclusivity and that their voices are heard throughout these different committees. Of course, that was the speaker from Lesotho. We had a representative from Botswana and all the other countries indicating what some of the achievements were in terms of the issues that were taken, the decisions that were taken at the last plenary, and what some of their shortfalls are in terms of those decisions as well. A representative of Botswana also mentioned that one of their key achievements during the last year is in agriculture and ensuring that there is proper infrastructure and resources to ensure the increase and support for agriculture. Now, the question remains, especially when we look at the theme for this year that speaks specifically to women and youth, climate change and the impact thereof, as to whether these countries are ensuring that these two demographics, youth and women, are included. Are their policies sensitive to gender and sensitive to youth inclusivity?
And indeed, we have seen in our parliament quite a huge representation of women as well of young people. And this assembly comes shortly after a challenging period for climate-related disasters in some parts of the SADC region, like floods, drought, changing rainfall patterns, making climate vulnerability and resilience a timely and urgent agenda.
And of course, there is more to expect after this. As you might know, we are at the SADC PF. This is the 58th Plenary Assembly of this renowned regional engagement that has to do with your needs. Of course, you can join the conversation as well by using our social media handle at Parliament of RSA, and let us know what your expectations are in terms of the engagements that are happening right across us here at Parliament TV. Let us know what the impact of climate change is on you. Let us know what your expectations are, and let us know what you think the shortfall of Parliament and government has been throughout in terms of ensuring that resources are established and also that resources are allocated accurately to where needed.
And if you are lucky, you might just have me reading those tweets here live on Parliament TV. And what we expect, we're still going to proceed with those reports from different countries. We are currently on a health break, and as soon as we proceed, then those reports, members of those relevant countries will then continue presenting their reports. But what you can also expect later is the motion for the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters, which is known as the Treasurer's Report, and also a motion for the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administration Matters. But stay tuned here on Parliament TV.
From 13 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC Region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of Parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC PF is a regional inter-parliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58SADCPF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
And of course, you're still watching Parliament TV right here on DSTV channel 408. The Assembly is on a comfort break, 20 minutes, and we have an opportunity now to speak to Ms. Lebohang Ntuli, who will be giving us some insight on some of the reports that have been tabled in the Assembly throughout this morning. Lebo, thank you so much for joining us again. Of course, there have been a lot of reports, right, on some of the policy decisions that were made last year, what the countries have done in terms of implementation. I mean, throughout yesterday, we were talking about the relationship between policy and implementation, right? Now, so far, what is your, from your perspective, what is your idea and what is it that you're seeing from the reports that have been tabled so far?
Basically, I might not have been able to capture all of them, obviously. But I think for me, as I said yesterday, there's a lot of willingness. And for me, and I've seen how now they understand even, the importance of effective and inclusive, climate action, even though obviously it differs from, the perspective of government and a perspective from the people on the ground. Yes. Because when it comes to governments, definitely it's all about policy. But when it comes to people on the ground, it's all about them, being able to be seen, being able to be heard, and for them to be provided means, so that they can be able to deal with the climate impact and for them to be able to adapt. Yeah. So basically that's what I picked up from, from the reports that I was listening to, is for the fact that now they understand that they need to be more, the climate action that they want to implement must be more effective and must be more inclusive.
And your view on some of the countries that reported that even when it comes to youth inclusivity, right, that they're taking they're not really doing it fully, but they're just steps into that. What is your view on that? Do you think in this day and age there should be some hesitancy when it comes to youth inclusivity?
But I think it goes back to the fact that, every generation, there's always going to be a pushback from those who are before and those who are still trying to find space. So I think it's the same thing that applies now. I mean, young people want the space, but then you get the elderly who still want to occupy space. So now I feel like there's always going to be a contradiction between the two. But I think that to address that, and I think it's something that we've always spoken about, to say that we are not saying we want to occupy your space, but remember now that it's us young people who currently understand the conditions, who are faced with the conditions more as compared to how the elderly used to experience. So I think that it's a matter of us coexisting, and also I think that they need to find ways whereby they can, in a manner in which that we can all coexist, as I'm saying that. But I think one of the ways that they can do that is to institutionalize youth participation, which means that in us coexisting, but they must open space for us to exist in all, when it comes, for instance, when it comes to issues of climate governance, young people must find space there. There must be young people there. In terms of, and in processes of, monitoring, young people must find themselves in those structures, including, implementation structures. There must be a youth voice. So it's a matter of creating those structures and platforms whereby young people exist and they have a voice, then this contradiction will not then exist, where the contradiction between the old and the young will not be as it is now, if ever they create these platforms for us. So they must be able to create that space. And I think they also should consider, ensuring that they establish mandated, youth and gender assessments, where for instance, if they want to come up with any bill, or if they want to, whether it's a bill, whether it's a budget, or maybe it's any policy, I think they need to be able to ensure that they come up with, they are able to report how
Yes.
effective they are in terms of young people, women, and how they are beneficial. Because sometimes they come up with these policies, they come up with proposals, and then you find that you implement proposals, you implement solutions that are not effective, they are not beneficial. So if they come up with these assessments, then they're going to be able to tell whether, you know, they are beneficial, they are able to also protect the interest of the. But all in all, it's a matter of creating the platform for young people without feeling intimidated, without feeling as if young people just want to take over the space.
Now, under the overarching theme of the 58th Assembly, of course, from a ground-up perspective, what does effective and inclusive climate action actually look like, especially when it comes to women and youth on a daily basis?
I think when I started, I did indicate how it looks like. Remember, for government or for parliamentarians or for policymakers, it's basically about policy. And then for women and young people and the marginalized communities, for them, some of them don't even have an idea that policies, there's something called a policy. So for them to be included in climate action, for these climate action policies and so forth to be effective, what they need is that they want to be heard. You know, remember these people, it goes back to their lived experiences. They have indigenous knowledge of how they experience climate impact. So it's a matter, as I said, it's a matter of listening to them. It's a matter of making them feel that, you know, they are part and parcel of the decision making, and that beyond that, you know, you recognize, you know, the problems that they are facing, and then you provide ways in which they can recover, whether you assist them in terms of adapting and also whether you assist them from recovering, you know, for the impact. But in the main, and I think it's we need to understand that communities do not really want to be handed down things. But they need to be assisted in terms of navigating, you know, the situations that they might be facing. So basically, that's what it looks like from the ground upwards.
Now, of course, you founded Advocates for Climate Justice, right? And this was out of a lived trauma of climate disasters that happened in KwaZulu-Natal, from floods that swept away homes and lives to droughts as well, right? Now, based on climate policies debated in forums like this one, of course, what are the actual needs for women and youth in these affected communities? And could you share perhaps a specific story that illustrates what meaningful intervention should look like or feel like?
Okay, yes, you're correct. I did start my organization. I founded organizations on the basis of trauma. But I think even my climate activism does not start there. It was inspired by my geography teacher in high school. We used to have, he established something called the Geography Society, and that's where we used to address socio-economic challenges. So he was very, you know, he was in power in terms of issues that were happening. And I think over the years, based on what I learned at that time, and I got to understand what it means, what they mean when they say that climate change is not a scientific debate. It is based on our lived experiences, obviously, with how I experienced the floods as well. So I think the gap, I think you were asking me about the gap.
Yes.
I think the gap that exists emanates from the fact that there is no voice. There's no voice of the marginalized during this, in these platforms. You know, policymakers, they come together and they take decisions and they make policies based on how they think people experience climate change. And that's the problem, because, you know, sometimes you may understand, like, you may understand a concept theoretically, but and once, like, you may understand a concept, but practically you might not know, you know, how it feels like. So I think it goes back to that. We understand climate change in terms of theoretically, we understand what becomes of it, the climate impact and so forth. But the lived experiences, you need to understand it from the horse's mouth. You need to understand it from the horse's mouth. So I think the voice is what is missing, and also the how we interpret resilience. Yes, we speak about resilience in all of our climate policies, but you find that people are still trying to navigate. They're still recovering. You know, if you go out there, you realize people are still recovering from the flood. So then you ask yourself, what resilience is it that you are speaking about in these policies? But just to speak on a story, I would like to just use an analogy of, you know, and I know it's something that most people are experiencing. So let's picture a young woman. She's been unemployed for a very long time. She was, she got an opportunity to study. She excelled and she graduated. And after graduation, she then, you know, because of the high unemployment rate, she cannot find employment. Now she's put in a situation whereby now she sees others that, you know, I need to make means to survive, but then I can't find myself within, you know, the formal economy. Now I see that everyone else is not taking an option to become, you know, an informal worker. She then decides, she sees probably a neighbor, and the neighbor is a street vendor. She then decides, but I'm going to become a street vendor. And as she decides, in the midst of her making it and trying to make a living, and then the floods hit.
There's a flood.
Now it means that besides having to deal with that her home has been swept away, she now has to deal with the fact that her business had been swept away. Remember, even the storage spaces that they use as street vendors, they are not as conducive as a normal business, like a formal business. So now she has to deal with the fact that she doesn't have a home, her business has been swept away, she doesn't have equipment, she doesn't have, and then she gets to a point where, remember, she's an informal worker. She doesn't have any form of financial safety nets that are protecting her. She doesn't have insurance. She cannot access excess loans. And then so she decides that, you know what, the only solution out of this, I will then seek a loan from a loan shark. Now it means that now she's signing up for a death sentence because she will consistently go back because she doesn't have any other means of income. Cycle. Which means that now she ends up drowning in depression because she's got debt, she's got other issues that she needs to you know, deal with. And and then when you look at the story, it's not something that's rare, it's something that's a norm. And I think it goes back to the discussion to say what then becomes meaningful intervention in this case. And for me, I think that for us to be able to apply meaningful intervention, we need to consider that you know, we must be able to ensure that you know, people can easily access, you know, ways in which they recover. You know, I mean, it shouldn't be, no, there shouldn't be processes that take longer for them to be able to recover, where, you know how it goes with government, with the tenders and everything. It takes longer for them to ensure that people are able to access grants and so forth. And I think also beyond it being accessible, it must be rapid. You know, it must also be inclusive. It must not be. It must not have. It must be inclusive, and it also must not have conditions. Remember, she's an informal worker, so there are conditions that are put in place for them, so which then makes it difficult for them to be able to access these grants, and then you find them going deciding to then go to your loan sharks and so forth, because there are no other means for them to be able to recover from these disasters.
And of course, your movement is built on empowering the most vulnerable, right? Who are mostly excluded, right, from the decision-making and everything else. Now, in your advocacy, how do you then navigate a traditionally dominated by older male policymakers, right? And what concrete mechanisms or processes would you recommend to parliaments to ensure that they are gender sensitive and that they include the youth in decision-making, in policy-making?
I think it goes back to the fact that I've always told myself that every decision-making space is male-dominated, and it's their ideas that dominate. But remember that, you know, for a woman's status in society, whether it's social or economic status in a status of a woman in society, determines how far that society has developed. So it means that, you know, whatever it is in these spaces they do, they still need the voice of women. So we still need to be included in those spaces so that they can be able to move forward with development. But I think I think I would have not been able to establish an organization if I felt like I needed permission to exist in such spaces. And I think, and I did mention that, climate change is a systemic issue. Yes. So, and for you to be able to change a system, every aspect of it must be, must be tackled, which means even the women's struggle as well. Once we are able to attain a woman's freedom, once a woman is liberated, it means, the system has changed. Yeah. So for me, my activism in climate change is also intertwined with my struggles as a woman. So it's for me, that is my inspiration. That's why I'm able to survive in this spaces, to say, if I'm able to advocate for climate action, if I'm able to advocate for climate justice, it means I'm also dealing with my own liberation as a woman. Yes. Yes. But I think that for parliaments or for governments to be able to include the youth voice, and I think I did indicate that it's important for you to establish or to institutionalize, the youth voice in any ways. I mean, like, they can even consider having advisory panels that directly deals with climate action, where you can say, this is a structure that we are establishing. We wanted to deal with specifically issues of climate change, but we wanted to be dominated by the youth voice, but also take into consideration that we want the voice of young women to be reflected. So then it goes back to the issues of ensuring that there are quotas and so forth, gender quotas, and also ensuring that they are gender, as we are saying, that they are gender responsive. Yes. So you must be able to create those structures in a way that they become gender responsive. But in the main, I think it also, it's basically ensuring that the voice is there. Yeah. Ensuring that young people, you motivate young women to say, participate in these spaces. Your activism is important. The knowledge that you gain from home is quite important. Your lived experience. You must be free. You must be able to come and share it. Have platforms where you call them to come and engage in a manner in which they understand. Also, it's important that you use languages and the way in which people understand, because sometimes you provide these platforms and then you start using scientific terminologies, you start using languages that they don't understand. Also simplify the language as well so that they can be able and be comfortable to participate. But in the main, it's a matter of you. Like, if we had to decide today and say we are institutionalizing youth participation, I'm telling you the number of young people that can even be able to take over the country will be massive.
Well, the bells are ringing outside, and that means delegates are set to go inside as they continue with the second session of today. And I'm still in conversation with Ms. Lebohang Ntuli, and she is the founder of Advocates for Climate Justice. Now, Lebo, of course, then, as we're about to go into the second session, right, what is it that you're expecting? And yesterday we spoke about the blind spots, right? Do you think that so far the delegates have touched on those blind spots, or is it still issues that still need to get into the room and be spoken of?
I think it's still issues that they need to be, they still need to be spoken about. But I think we will see as time goes by. But, I've been listening and, I've been anticipating a lot of things, because it's not just about youth participation. Yes. It's not just about the youth voice. When there are many other aspects that they need to touch on. I mean, they haven't touched on issues in context in terms of your food security, your energy, and so forth. So all of those things they still need to touch on, because they do, affect women. Yes. They do affect the youth. They do affect marginalized communities. So I think, for me, they haven't gotten to where I want them to be. So I think let's just give them time. Yes. And then once the reports are done, once they start engaging, I think as they come, with issues that affect them, because in as much as our issues are the same, but obviously each state is affected differently. So I think that let's allow them and then hear what they have to say, and then we will take it from there.
Now, of course, just yesterday while we were sitting here with Teminkosi, we were reading some of the comments that people had in terms of watching the SADC PF and their thoughts on it. And one of them said that to them, climate change is just a mindset. and it's delegates and people in leadership just trying to fill up their pockets. And this is something that we were talking about, that how do you change somebody's mindset who gets a certain level of warning, and they're told that tomorrow it'll be flooding, and they tell you, I've been living here for 56 years. True. This river has not ever flooded. How do we change communities' mindsets in ensuring that they understand the warnings, they understand climate change, the impact thereof? We're talking droughts, we're talking floods. How do we change that?
I think you cannot change someone's mindset just by, giving them a warning. You need to go back and educate them. If you've never educated someone, then they will never understand. And also it goes back to, while you're still educating them, you also need to create awareness. Because, like I said yesterday, not everyone understands what climate change is. Sometimes there's a lot of misconception of what climate change is. If you go to an ordinary community, probably like 80% of people don't even understand what's happening in terms of the climate. Others will say, in Kanyamba and so forth. So that's a misconception of climate change, of climate-related shocks. So I think it goes back that we need to go and educate our people. We need to go and create awareness, because if we assume that people know, and we only educate people within our own spaces, then we are going to get people who react. We are going to get people who are resistant, to the solution and the policies that you bring forward when that comes to climate action.
Yes, and then we spoke earlier about relief. Now, looking at that beyond immediate relief of ensuring that people are taken out of these disaster-struck areas, how do we ensure that recovery and resilience building doesn't just exist in policy, but is also implemented on the ground and people feel it? Where do they get this information? For example, with your organization, where do they go to get the information and to be informed about such issues?
I think for most of the organizations, they do work with community leaders. I think in our communities, the first point of departure will definitely be a ward councillor. I think most organizations must make use of our ward councillors, because they have offices where everyone has access to. Sometimes, our organizations don't really exist inside our community. Sometimes our organization may exist at City Central. Now, what then happens to someone who's at Ngutu and they need our assistance, but then there's a ward councillor who's available, then we can just disseminate the information there. But I think I did indicate yesterday that my organization had an initiative last year where we went to a radio station, where we collaborated with a radio station, where we started educating people about climate change, obviously using the simplest way that they can understand. So that's another way where you can reach out to people. People still listen to radio. You go out there, you speak about climate change on a day-to-day basis, and you allow them to even engage you with whatever information that you are present, and also make use of local newspapers. I mean, we still get local newspapers. Maybe go and release an article, whatever it is that you are doing. Ensure that you, there are so many other structures in our communities that you can engage and collaborate with those organizations. I think climate action and climate justice is nothing without collaboration or partnership. And so you need everyone's involvement for you to be able to do it successfully.
And while we are waiting for the second session of the SADC PF, today is day 3 of this plenary assembly, which is the 58th plenary assembly of the symposium, with the overarching theme of the impact of climate change on women and youth, and of course parliaments and their role in ensuring that there's proper climate change policies in terms of adaptation and mitigation. Now, those are the delegates. Like I said earlier, the bells were ringing, indicating that delegates should get into the venue and settle down. Conversations are going to be underway as the regional countries are going to report back on some of the decisions that were made last year and their implementation thereof. So far, we've had countries like Botswana and Lesotho who who have already reported on the progress that they have made in terms of implementing the policy decisions that were made at the last Plenary Assembly. And that is the Speaker of the KZN Legislature, Ms. Nontembeko Boyce, who had a conversation with us here on Parliament TV, relaying the importance of having this Plenary Assembly in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, to ensure and to show the regional leaders as well from other countries that some of the issues of climate change, droughts, floods are also experienced within South Africa, and what it is that they're doing in terms of mitigating the and also getting preventative measures, mitigating the risks, and also communicating with communities to ensure that there are no fatalities. We're talking resilience, we're talking restoring people's lives as well. I'm still in conversation with Lebu Ntuli, and she is the founder of Advocates for Climate Justice. Lebu, what is it that you think we can expect, and what are you looking forward to in this second session?
Obviously, I think I did indicate what is it that I expect.
Yes.
I mean, as a country that is experiencing, you know, issues, water issues. We are still experiencing water crisis. We have an energy crisis, and we do have a food insecurity crisis. So all of those are the things that I'm expecting to hear is to how then our government, especially I really want to hear the reports from our own government, because I want to understand how are they going to navigate and ensuring that while we are transitioning, because obviously now we want to transition, you know, from non-renewable resources to renewable energy. So we need to understand, but how do we then navigate without ensuring no one gets left behind? So I'm really much interested in how are they going to navigate. In fact, all of the countries must be able to.
So hopefully all of those countries will be able to navigate the issues that Lebu has highlighted so far. You're still watching Parliament TV. Let's take you live to that session.
Grant the Speaker of Angola the necessary leave because he's supposed to be leaving for other commitments. He just really found it very important after being elected last week to be here, to be part and parcel of our engagement. Honorable Speaker, at your comfort, you may leave. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are still busy with the debate or with the country reports, and whilst we are continuing, we will now continue and call on Madagascar to continue with the debate.
So,
Honorables membres, Mesdames et Messieurs, on vous rend grâce et qualité.
Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, in your ranks, roles and qualities, capacities, or protocols observed. Following the political tsunami that Madagascar recently experienced, know that it is with an immense joy that the Malagasy delegation finds itself among you today. Some may say that we are survivors, but from my point of view, our presence here conveys a strong signal which is none other than the return to stability in our country. I would like to emphasize the very warm welcome we always receive from SADC members, whose support greatly reassures us. Be sincerely and deeply thanked for it. Moreover, allow me to express my particular gratitude to Madame Boemo, who has constantly been attentive during this difficult ordeal. More than ever, it is essential and timely for our Parliament to play its role in strengthening democratic governance, the promotion of sustainable development, the protection of human rights, as well as regional integration. Thus, ladies and gentlemen, Madagascar reiterates its commitment to contribute to collective efforts and initiatives aimed at improving the free movement of goods and services in accordance with the SADC Trade Protocol. Know, ladies and gentlemen, that efforts have been deployed to this effect in order to modernize port procedures as well as strengthening economic competition as well as supporting regional trade. But beyond this, Madagascar takes it to heart that natural resources may be managed appropriately, such as nickel and different natural resources. And this is why Madagascar's reform are meant to secure sustainable, transparent, and beneficial exploitation for population, all the while harmonizing on regional strategic priorities. Moreover, our Parliament is also aiming at consolidating a constitutional framework that is resilient and able to secure state continuity. We also consider the capacity building of parliamentaries because this is an absolute priority in order to improve parliamentary oversight as well as oversight of government action. We are fully supporting the transition of the SADC Parliamentary Forum to a SADC Parliament with a strengthened mandate. For all these reasons, we are watching and monitoring the ratification processes, and we are ready to support the implementation of the protocol on the operationalization of these parliamentary organ. Before concluding, I would like to stress the importance that Madagascar gives to the participation of youth when it comes to decision making. Our delegation is willing to integrate young members in order to take into account their commitment, training the future parliamentarians, as well as strengthening our institutions. Dear members, we are moving forward together, and we are reinstating our willingness to work together with all member states in order to build a SADC that is more integrated, even more stable, and even more prosperous. We believe that our discussions, our resolutions, our commitment, as well as our solidarity will always contribute to strengthen democracy in our countries, as well as improving the lives of our constituencies. Long live SADC.
Thank you very
Donc,
much, Madagascar.
je compte. Ce n'est pas encore fini, Madame la Présidente.
We have not concluded, Madam President. Madam Speaker.
let us just deal with that unprecedented issue, and we will continue and call on Malawi to continue with the debate or the country report.
Honorable Chair and the House, allow me to start by standing on the salutations already observed. I present the country report for the Parliament of Malawi on the 58th SADC PF Plenary Assembly, as guided by the Right Honorable Speaker for Malawi, Samir Suleiman, who is actually present in this House. Madam Chair, allow me to begin by commenting on issues of tariff on trade and SADC member states. Malawi was among the 32 countries eligible for preferential treatment under the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. During this period, Malawi's exports to the United States through AGOA increased by 6.5%. That's from $15.9 million from June 2022 to $16.94 million as of June 2023. And the Malawi's export basket was dominated by unprocessed agricultural goods. The termination of AGOA has significantly affected the country in terms of country balance of payment. In order to lessen the impact of the AGOA termination, Malawi has put in place a two-track policy response: short-term measures aimed at stabilizing foreign exchange and manage export proceeds, in the medium-term reforms to support value addition and industrialization. Further to that, Malawi is pursuing bilateral and multilateral trade routes, including the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, where efforts are being made to domesticate the agreement and its protocols. Malawi has also gone into open trade negotiations with East Asian and European partners to diversify export markets. Madam Chair, allow me to comment a bit on Malawian women that work very hard to make ends meet by crossing borders to other countries to buy merchandise. Most of them come to South Africa and also Tanzania. But the hassle they experience on police roadblocks is unprecedented. We talk of Malawi, the region, as one, but the experiences are just too much in terms of the treatment that individuals receive when they cross borders. I think as a region, we need to look into this matter. Allow me, Madam Chair, to move on to mineral mining and distribution. In the past 10 years, the government of Malawi has made significant progress in reforming the mines and minerals sector. This includes the enactment of new laws by Parliament. For example, Parliament passed the Mines and Minerals Act of 2023, which is the primary legislation for governing and regulating the mining sector. In addition, the government drafted an artisanal and small-scale mining policy to formalize and stimulate ASM operations by administering and regulating and facilitating the growth of the subsector. As part of the reform agenda, government established the Malawi Mining Investment Company, MAMICO, which is a state-owned enterprise established to promote the optimal development of Malawi's mining sector, aimed at maximizing national revenue and social benefits. Operating under the Malawi Development Corporation Holdings Limited, MAMICO aligns with national development goals, notably the Malawi Vision 2063, which highlights mining as a priority sector under the industrialization pillar. The mining and minerals sector is challenged by the lack of specific legislation to regulate contracts and eradicate corruption-related activities. The government is fully aware that the mining sector has few experts specialized in mining, minerals processing, geology, environment, land and physical planning, which makes it difficult for the country to negotiate mining and exploration contracts from an informed position. In order to address the situation, public universities, Honorable Chair, were encouraged to introduce specialized programs targeting the mines and the mineral sector with the aim of having more and well-trained experts in the field. Allow me, Madam Chair, to move on to perpetual succession of Parliament. The Constitution of the Republic of Malawi vests all legislative powers of the Republic in Parliament. Parliament consists of the National Assembly and the President as head of state, with powers and responsibilities set out in the Constitution. Section 8 of the Constitution binds Parliament to ensure that its deliberations reflect the interests of all Malawian people and that the values expressed or implied in the Constitution are furthered by the laws enacted. Section 66 of the Constitution states that the National Assembly shall have powers subject to the Constitution to receive, amend, accept, or reject government bills and private bills. Parliament repealed the 1994 Constitution provision for a Senate, thereby making the Parliament of Malawi unicameral legislature. The members are directly elected in single-member constituencies using the simple majority first-past-the-post system. The members serve 5 years term. The current Parliament was inaugurated in September 2025 after the general election with our new Speaker, Right Honorable Samia Suleiman. The election of members is governed by the Parliament and Presidential Election Act of 2022, which harmonized the presidential, parliamentary, and local government elections with the Constitution Amendment Act of 2021 and the Parliamentary Service Act of 2021. Parliament has been granted increased operational autonomy. Madam Chair, I would like to move to protocol on the modalities of operations of the SADC Parliament. Malawi was one of the first countries to sign the agreement amending the SADC Treaty to establish the SADC Parliament following the resolution of the 45th SADC Summit, which met in Antananarivo, Madagascar, from the 17th to 18th August 2025. That member countries should submit their comments on the draft protocol on the SADC Parliament. The Parliament of Malawi followed up the matter with the Ministries of Justice and Foreign Affairs on the progress made so far with respect to the comments on the draft protocol, and was reliably informed that the process of consultations with other relevant government institutions was still underway, and once completed, Parliament shall be updated on the same. Madam Chair, now that committees have been duly constituted at Malawi Parliament, including the Parliamentary Committee on International Relations and the Ministries of Justice and Foreign Affairs, shall be invited to appear before the committee and update it on the challenges associated with the delay. Madam Chair, I'll move on to inclusion of youth members in SADC PF country delegation. The Parliament of Malawi recognizes the importance of youth integration into parliamentary activities because youth mainstreaming is critical in propelling national economic development. It is against this background that the Parliament of Malawi constituted a parliamentary youth caucus, which is a grouping of youth parliamentarians with the age bracket of 21 to 35 years. In addition, the current Parliamentary Service Commission, which is a corporate body, has 2 youth members. The Parliament of Malawi supports and is in agreement with the notion to include in the SADC PF delegation at least 1 youth member who would also form part of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development. However, the allocation of members to standing committees, as well as inter-parliamentary organizations, IPOs, such as SADC PF, is largely determined by the leaders of a political party. And most of the youth members were allocated to local committees and other IPOs. I move on to violations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Madam Chair, Malawi is a signatory to the African Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights, and the Constitution has a provision for the Bill of Rights that guards against the violation of human rights that have the potential to threaten and destabilize the democratic framework and parliamentary activities, especially violations of freedom of expression and movement. In the past 1 year, the country has not witnessed any major human rights violations that have led to redress interventions by Parliament through laws, budgets, or oversight activities. The Parliament of Malawi is in the process of reviewing relevant legislative frameworks, including subsidiary legislation such as standing orders, with the aim of moving towards financial autonomy. Madam Chair, allow me to submit the last issue, and this is on the increase in costs for health care services. The Malawi's health care delivery service system has been heavily impacted upon by the dwindling resource basket as a result of the withdrawal of USAID. For example, there are disruption in the delivery of HIV services, which were dependent on USAID funds. In order to absorb the resource gap created by US funding cast to the partners supporting HIV service delivery, the government instructed the remaining partners to continue with the scaling up of injectable PrEP and to continue supporting pregnant and lactating women on PEP. However, the absence of implementing partners and the limit to recruit only continuing clients and pregnant and lactating women may not be sustainable. The funding cuts have left Malawi with a reduced number of healthcare workers. For example, more than 4,500 staff, including 247 nurses, 1,642 health diagnostic assistants, 1,871 treatment supporters, data clerks, and others supported by USAID funding have had their contracts terminated. The funding cuts have also affected outreach services, especially those targeting key populations, adolescent girls and young women, refugees and displaced people, have been affected, impacting prevention and treatment services, and may lead to increased antiretroviral therapy default rates and new HIV infection. In order to mitigate the impact of the funding gaps, government has stepped in by setting up a multidisciplinary country-level task team, which has been mandated to put in place impact mitigation measures, and some of the measures include expanded community health worker or peer-led health services, and integration of HIV services into other health programs. Government, through the Minister of Health, has developed a plan for HIV commodities, warehousing, and distribution to all the regions of the country. Madam Chair and the House, I respectfully submit the report.
Thank you very much, Malawi. We will continue and we will call on Mauritius. With regards to the issue of Madagascar, we will, during the discussion, allow the member that still have input to do during that time. But they should have actually informed us beforehand and tried to bring a consolidated report. I think they do understand. We will now call on Mauritius.
Honorable President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, honorable speakers, honorable member of the Parliament, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good afternoon. It is with immense honor and sense of responsibility that I address this esteemed assembly today in my capacity as leader of the delegation of Mauritius and Deputy Chief Government Whip of the Mauritius National Assembly. At this 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, held here in the beautiful city of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Let me begin by respectfully conveying my warm greetings and sincere apologies of the Speaker of the Mauritius National Assembly, who, owing to pressing parliamentary obligation, is regrettably unable to present at this plenary session. Allow me also to convey my heartfelt thanks to the host parliament organizers and their warm hospitality and for convening this plenary session. Madam Chair, allow me to move to the country report on progress in the implementation of the decision of the 57th Plenary Assembly. This report presents progress made by the Republic of Mauritius implementing the resolutions of the 57th Plenary Assembly Session of the SADC Parliament Forum held in Victoria Falls City, Zimbabwe, from 31st of May to 7th of June 2025. It highlights national initiatives, reforms, ongoing measures aligned with the regional agenda and the commitment endorsed at the 57th Plenary Assembly. Let me move to the first resolution, the effect of tariff on trade in the SADC member state. Today, SADC countries, as well as Mauritius, face a pivotal moment of our economy. On the 1st October 2025, the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGWA, expired. This program, which for decades allowed our goods duty-free access to the United States, is no longer guaranteed unless the United States grants a retroactive extension. Our export will face higher tariff, uncertainty, and harsh tests of competitiveness. Additionally, SADC member states and other African countries are now subject to tariff stacking, facing both reciprocal tariff and normal tariff rates, which has further complicated the situation. Mauritius is facing a reciprocal tariff of 15%, and South Africa faces a 30% reciprocal tariff. The impact is real and immediate. For our textile and apparel sectors, tariff could rise from the less than 0.5% to around 10%. Other industries, including jewelry, canned tuna, rum, niche manufacturing, will also feel the shock. Thin margin bears the risk of being wiped off, and orders may be shifted to lower-cost countries like Vietnam, Bangladesh, as the Lesotho experience show. Jobs disappear quickly when tariffs rise. In response to the above, SADC countries must adopt a coordinated approach to safeguard regional trade interests. A unified SADC position can amplify the region's voice in global trade forums and mitigate economic disruption. SADC member states should intensify diplomatic engagement with the US to seek transitional period of product-specific exemption, particularly for vulnerable industries like textile and apparel. In short term, SADC members states should proactively engage with the US to secure the renewal of AGWA till a long-term trade and investment arrangement is secured. This approach would foster policy predictability and minimize the risk of industrial disruption. As of now, the US has not yet publicly indicated its preference for regional or bilateral trade negotiation with sub-Saharan Africa. It is therefore imperative to maintain close monitoring of US trade policy signals and engagement channels in the coming months. SADC member states must remain actively engaged in Washington through the African Diplomatic Corps, advocating for the renewal of the AGWA. In parallel, SADC member states should accelerate efforts to consolidate the SADC free trade area, a critical foundation for the effective implementation of the AFCFTA. Mauritius signed the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement on the 21st of March 2018, ratified it in September 2019, and started trading thereunder on the 1st January 2021. Advancing this regional integration initiative will enhance the intra-African trade and reduce dependence on the traditional external markets to support the shift, targeted investment in industrial development, the strengthening of the regional value chains, export competitiveness, and cross-sectoral innovation will be essential. The strategic focus must move towards value addition, prioritizing the production of finished high-value goods over the export of raw materials. In this regard, the assistance of international cooperation and developmental partners will be essential. Mauritius is pursuing efforts to leverage on the opportunities available under the AFCFTA to penetrate new markets, including Northern and Western African countries which previously were not accessible to Mauritius operators, to export on a preferential basis. Mauritius is also pursuing efforts to preserve and create favorable market access conditions for our main export, including textile and apparels. This represents additional opportunities to our local entrepreneurs to integrate the regional value chain for further export to Africa. We must remember that the AFCFTA provides new prospects, not only for big exporters, but also for small entrepreneurs, including women and youth engaged in trade. On a concluding note on that aspect, diplomacy must be realistic. Engaging with the US is important, but the true insurance is diversification, and the South-South opportunities, such as India, UAE, and the regional African markets, offer stable, rule-based access for higher values goods. The expiration of the AGOA is not the end of the Mauritian industry. It is the end of complacency. We have the tools, the talent, the creativity to turn this challenge into an opportunity by acting decisively, diversifying, moving upmarket, leveraging sustainability, and embracing smart diplomacy. We can ensure that SADC member states, including Mauritius, not only survive but thrive in this new global landscape. Now I will move to the resolutions, robustness of the democratic framework to ensure the perpetual succession of Parliament. In line with Sustainable Development Goal 16, and recognizing the increasing fragility of democratic norms worldwide, the Parliament of Mauritius reaffirms its central role as a stabilizing institution that safeguards the rule of law and democratic continuity. The Mauritian constitutional framework ensures perpetual parliamentary succession and protects the legislature from executive interference, allowing Parliament to operate independently throughout electoral cycles and transitions of political authority. The recent 2024 general election, held on 10th of November 2024, provides a concrete demonstration of the resilience of Mauritian parliamentary democracy. Following the election, the new National Assembly was constituted with 67 members, including the 4 appointed under the established best loser mechanism. The best loser mechanism plays a crucial role in ensuring that all components of the Mauritian society are adequately represented in our parliamentary democracy, thereby preserving the nation's commitment to inclusiveness, fairness, balanced communal participation. This transition was conducted smoothly and full accordance with the constitutional provisions, underscoring the institutional safeguard that guarantee the uninterrupted functioning of Parliament. The new legislature reflects a significant democratic renewal. According to official parliamentary data, 37 members of Parliament representing approximately 55% of the Assembly are newly elected first-term members. This marks a substantial infusion of new perspective and energies into the legislative process. The average of MPs stand at 49.4 years old, with the youngest member aged 34 years in the Assembly. Demonstrating the presence of a younger generation, the Assembly members aged 40 or below represent nearly 15% of Parliament, indicating an encouraging still developing trend of youth engagement in national governance. This substantial turnover of membership and diversity of the representation occurred without disruption to the functioning of Parliament. Due to the strength of existing institutional mechanism, Parliament privilege, standing orders, financial autonomy, and the constitutional separation of powers collectively ensure that Parliament continue to legislate deliberate, and exercise oversight independently of the executive, regardless of political change. In addition, the new elected government has, in its government program 2025-2029, expressed its commitment to strengthening democratic governance, including the pursuit of electoral reform aimed at enhancing transparency, fairness, and representativeness. Proposals include reform of campaign financing, measures to reduce party switching, increase inclusion of women in political candidature, and the introduction of greater access to public information. These commitments signal a forward-looking approach to democratic consolidation and complement the institutional protection that already support parliamentary independence. Mauritius, therefore, submit all its constitutional, procedural, and democratic safeguards have proven effective in ensuring the perpetual succession of autonomy of Parliament. The smooth transition following the 2024 election, combined with the renewed composition of the National Assembly and the government's stated reform agenda, illustrates the country's continued dedication to upholding strong, accountable, inclusive parliamentary governance in accordance with regional and global democratic principles.
As you conclude, 1 minute.
Already? I'm very fast. So I will jump to the last paragraph regarding the increased cost for health care services, Madam Chair, if you allow me. Unfortunately, I had a lot to say. So I will now report on the progress of challenges of health financing in Mauritius. In the context of regional effort to achieve universal health coverage in the line with the Africa Leadership Meeting, ALM, Declaration of 2019. Health financing is a core pillar of any health system. It enables access to quality services while providing financial protection to our population. Across Africa, millions of people are unable to access health services due to costs, while many others face poor quality care even when paying out of pocket. In the SADC region, mounting challenges.
Remember, your time has expired.
So you will allow me to continue?
Conclusion. Your time has expired.
Okay. In conclusion, Mauritius remains firmly committed to the ALM declaration and the SADC health financing agenda. Despite fiscal pressure and the gradual withdrawal of donor support, we are strengthening domestic financing, promoting efficiency, ensuring equity, and building a resilient health system capable of meeting the needs of our population. Regional cooperation, strategic reform, and sustainable investment will be critical to achieve universal health coverage and uphold our shared commitment. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We will now call on Mozambique. Members, you don't have to read your reports word by word. You can just summarize the report. It will help you with the time. Mozambique. Zamora Machel.
Your Excellency, President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, Your Excellencies, Presidents of National Parliaments, Honorable Members of Parliament, my peers, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of SADC Parliamentary Forum, Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I simply say, all protocol observed. Before presenting Mozambique's report on the progress made in implementing the resolutions adopted during the 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, allow me to extend a special greeting to His Excellency, the President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. With regards to the resolution on the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on TIFI, I would like to inform you that the prison system in Mozambique plays a crucial role in ensuring public safety and the administration of justice in the country. Like many countries around the world, Mozambique faces the challenge of managing its prison population and maintaining the infrastructure and resources necessary to sustain the system. A significant cost is the maintenance of prison facilities. The funds allocating for infrastructure maintenance are used for repairs, renovation, and improvement to ensure that prisons remain safe and in good condition. Currently, prisons have a total of 24,000 inmates, and each one spends at least 700 medical, which is equivalent to around $10 US per day on feeding costs alone. Such costs are suffocating the budget of the National Prison Service, not to mention the responsibility of ensuring that inmates have access to health, care, uniform, energy, and water supply. In order to change the situation, prison services have been investing in the production of some food items in order to ensure the inmates' sustenance and reduce the pressure on the state budget by the justice system. As a way of reducing the deficit, the Ministry of Justice takes surpluses produced in prisons to the market, and the proceeds obtained are used to meet other needs in the sector, including provision of hygiene products for inmates, which is a crucial factor to prevent diseases such as cholera. With regards to the resolution on the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action, it should be noted that the Mozambican Parliament oversees prisons mainly through the Committee on Constitutional Affairs, Human Rights and Legality, which visits prison facilities to verify compliance with the law and human rights. The committee investigates violations such as illicit detentions and make recommendations such as the release of inmates who have already served their sentences or those that have been detained illegally. With regards to interaction with other institutions, to ensure more comprehensive oversight, the committee interacts with other institutions in the justice system, such as courts and prosecutor's office. I would like now to present recommendations and actions. Following investigations, the Parliament, through its committee, issues recommendations to the government for the restoration of legality, such as the release of prisoners detained illegally. With regards to the resolution on the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women's Empowerment and Youth Development in Mozambique, alternative measures to imprisonment include community service, forfeit of property or assets, the application of fines, and temporary deprivation of rights. It also establishes parole for prisoners with good behavior who have served part of their sentence. The government of Mozambique argues that the application of alternative measures to imprisonment for women can reduce their social marginalization and to facilitate their social reintegration and enable them to return to a productive and dignified life. Furthermore, the adoption of alternative measures to imprisonment can partially solve the problem of prison overcrowding and is a way of promoting a more sensitive and humane justice system capable of meeting the real needs of women in conflict with the law. Mozambique is implementing public policies that are sensitive to women's vulnerabilities, investing in capacity building programs and provision of psychological assistance, family support, and other resources to ensure their social reintegration. Within the scope of this duty, the State of Mozambique has approved regulation and created institutions and programs to protect women, in particular, the protection against gender-based violence, such as the establishment of a 5-year plan where the issue of gender and protection of women is an important aspect to be taken into account in the areas of production, health, and education. The creation of an office to assist women and children who are victims of GBV. The approval of a law on domestic violence against women. With regards to the resolution on the adoption of the draft resolution on the slow implementation of the SADC model law on the eradication of early marriages involving minors and the protection of children already in marriage, it should be noted that in July 2019, based on this law, the Mozambican Parliament approved the law on the prevention and combating of early marriages, increasing the country's commitment to combating such harmful practices. According to the law of Mozambique, sexual activity with a minor is defined as any person under the age of 18 is a crime, and it is punishable by imprisonment or fines. The country has taken steps to improve the legal environment and adopted strategies to wage a war against early marriages. The Constitution of the Republic of Mozambique states that the state has a duty to ensure the protection of the rights of women and children as stipulated in international declarations and conventions. Regarding the effects of tariffs on trade in SADC member states, Mozambique faces new tariffs of 16% on exports to the U.S. imposed by the Donald Trump administration. The impact on Mozambique includes the possibility of economic slowdown and pressure on exports of natural resources such as coal and gas, and the threat of multinational companies reconsidering their investment plans, especially in the area of mining and energy. The government of Mozambique is considering negotiating a free trade agreement with the U.S. in order to reduce taxes and to create a more stable and favorable trading environment between the countries, including the U.S. With regards to the transformation of SADC Parliamentary Forum, Mozambique has signed the agreement amending the treaty with the organization with a view to creating a regional parliament. Through the government of Mozambique, the Assembly of the Republic has sent its contribution to the draft protocol to the SADC Secretariat. And we have submitted our comments with regards to the draft protocol as stipulated, with regards to the inclusion of young parliamentarians in the national delegation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Mozambique considers the integration of young parliamentarians in the activities of the SADC Parliamentary Forum to be extremely important. Fortunately, we have a young member who is currently playing a role of a photographer, and he is a youth. Mozambique not only agrees to include young parliamentarians, but has already integrated a young member of parliament into the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Empowerment, and Youth Development. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to submit this report to the management. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. To Mozambique, you are setting a very good example. Yes, we will now follow and call on Namibia to continue with the debate, the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, our generous host, Speaker Angela Toko Didiza, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Speakers and Members of Parliament of SADC Parliaments, distinguished Secretary General and members of the SADC PF Secretariat, good day. I wish to appreciate the very warm hospitality that is extended to all of us for our meeting by our host, the Speaker of South Africa, and through her, the government and the people of South Africa. I have the honor to present the implementation report of the Republic of Namibia as follows. On the effect of the USA tariffs on trade, while Namibia's utilization of AGOA has been modest compared to larger textile producers, Namibia has exported more than 6,400 goods to the US since 2001, duty-free under the AGOA. Trade tariffs of 21%, which were later reduced to 15% by the USA government, would negatively impact Namibia's export earnings by disrupting established supply chains, decreasing the competitiveness of goods exported from Namibia to the USA, impair export earnings, and undermine the sustainability of jobs, and negatively impact the economy in the near to medium term. In response, Namibia is preparing to diversify trade routes through the African Continental Free Trade Area by leveraging tariff concessions and expanding intra-African trade. We can diversify markets, strengthening resilience, and reduce dependence on external shocks by so doing. Parliaments need to ensure the domestication of the free trade agreements, protocols, the alignment of national legislation, and readiness of local producers to compete in continental markets, as well as rules of origin for this opportunity to yield results. This requires targeted support for exporters, reforms to sustain beneficiation, and the establishment of institutions such as the National Tariff Board through the expedient finalization of the legislation to establish the Tariff Board in order to guide tariff negotiations. Namibia signed the FTA agreement on 2nd July 2018 and deposited its instruments of ratification on the 1st of February 2019. A significant step towards operational readiness was taken on December 20th of last year when we gazetted our FTA tariff offer, thereby positioning the country to commence trading under the framework. On the 30th of June this year, Namibia officially launched trading under the AFTA at Wolfish Bay with its first consignment of 45,000 tons of salt destined for Nigeria. On reform initiatives for critical mineral mining and distribution, Namibia's mining sector is significantly expanding into critical minerals like lithium, rare earth elements, and cobalt, essential for green energy technologies. These efforts are supported by the government's policy to encourage local processing and are attracting international investment. While traditional mining continues with uranium, diamonds, and copper remaining major exports, the government aims to use critical minerals to drive industrialization and create value-added industries. Namibia recognizes the growing importance of critical minerals in global supply chains. Our approach is guided by national priorities rather than external demand. Parliament has a duty to ensure that critical strategic minerals advance local value addition, job creation, and economic diversification. Several reforms are underway. One, Minerals Bill. The government has been reviewing the Minerals Prospecting and Mining Act with the aim of aligning it to current best practices and addressing gaps identified during implementation of the Act. The Minerals Bill, which is currently under stakeholder validation, empowers the minister when deemed necessary for the development or protection of Namibia's mineral resources to declare a mineral as strategic through a notice published in the Gazette. Export of raw materials prohibition. Government has restricted the export of unprocessed lithium, cobalt, manganese, graphite, and rare earths to encourage local beneficiation. Mineral beneficiation strategy. The strategy aims to promote skill development and industrial diversification. Policies are being developed to align with this new strategy with incentives for local processing and potential state participation in mining ventures. Local content policy. The policy is being finalized to ensure Namibia benefit meaningfully from mining activities. Critical raw material strategy. Namibia is in the process of developing a local content framework for the extractive sector, but implementation remains at an early stage. Such a policy is vital to ensure that communities and local businesses benefit meaningfully from mining activities through procurement, employment, skills transfer, and community development obligations. Exploration and development. While potential is high, much of Namibia's critical mineral wealth remains underexplored, requiring significant investment and sustained exploration work to fully unlock. As Namibia advances its industrialization under the 6th National Development Plan, the mining sector is poised to transition from a rent-based model to a globally competitive engine for inclusive growth, export diversification, and financial innovation. Now, on robustness of the democratic framework to ensure the perpetual succession of parliament, Namibia continues to uphold constitutional democracy grounded in the supremacy of the Constitution and the separation of powers. Since independence, peaceful transfers of power and regular elections have safeguarded parliamentary succession. Article 44 to 50 of our Constitution guarantee continuity through free and fair elections, while Articles 63 and 64 reinforce Parliament's legislative independence. The executive cannot dissolve Parliament at will, and the judiciary provides an additional safeguard against overreach. Namibia's multi-party system, strong media freedoms, and active public participation further strengthen democratic resilience. Parliament remains committed to acting as the fulcrum of democratic governance, ensuring uninterrupted succession and stability. On consideration of the protocol on the modalities of operation of the SADC Parliament, following the 45th SADC Summit's resolution that Member States submit comments on the draft protocol by the 30th of October 2025, Namibia has submitted its comments through the Ministry of International Relations and Trade for transmission to the SADC Secretariat. Namibia, as the host of the SADC PF, has a special responsibility to ensure that the protocol is legally sound while promoting democracy and regional integration. We wish to reiterate our unwavering commitment to continue hosting this institution as it undergoes structural changes resulting from the transformation process. On inclusion of youth members in SADC Parliamentary Forum countries delegation, Namibia recognizes the importance of youth integration in parliamentary processes. Our delegation is structured to reflect the bicameral nature of Parliament, with 3 members from the National Assembly and 2 to come from the National Council. Namibia has, in its previous delegation to the Forum, included a youth delegate as a member, and we will continue to support the inclusion of at least 1 youth member in the delegation when we are done composing our delegation. Violation under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Namibia remains committed to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. While no systemic violations have threatened democratic stability, several issues have required parliamentary oversight. Conditions of detention. Parliamentary standing committees conducted oversight visits and tabled a bipartisan report on the conditions in holding and correctional facilities, recommending infrastructure upgrades, improved separation of detainees, CCTV installation, and increased resourcing. Ombudsman's Reform Initiative. Parliament is currently considering the Ombudsman Bill, which is aimed at redefining the mandate, strengthening administrative financial autonomy of the office, and in compliance with the Paris Principles. Mental health rights. Parliament has also tabled the Mental Health Bill of 2025 to replace the outdated Mental Health Act of 1973. The bill aims to establish a modern human rights-based framework for mental health care by prioritizing community-based care, patient dignity, and autonomy over the previous institutional and control-focused approach. Namibia values peer learning within SADC and will continue to strengthen oversight, harmonize legislation, and uphold constitutional guarantees. On increase in costs for health care services, although Namibia has maintained commendable progress in HIV treatment and prevention, the reduction in external funding by the USA has necessitated a greater reliance on the national budget to sustain universal access to health care. This shift has increased pressure on Treasury. Without careful planning, there is a risk of a higher out-of-pocket expenditure for patients and increased vulnerability for communities that rely heavily on subsidized health commodities. In response to these pressures, Parliament has strengthened its oversight of the health sector through committee engagements and budget scrutiny. Parliament advocates for sustainability of ARV supply chains, the affordability of essential medicines, and the need to protect primary health care services from budget cuts. Parliament supported increased allocation to key health programs to mitigate the impact of external funding reductions and encourage the Ministry of Health to continue to improve efficiency in procurement systems, including exploring pooled purchasing agreements within SADC. Furthermore, Parliament advocates for clearer long-term transition planning to reduce dependence on external donors, including investment in local pharmaceutical capacity, stronger partnerships with the private sector, and enhance domestic resource mobilization. Oversight visits to health facilities were undertaken to assess stock levels, staffing constraints, and the accessibility of rural clinics, ensuring that policy decisions remain guided by conditions on the ground. Namibia remains committed to ensuring continuous access to quality health services despite shifting global funding landscapes. Parliament will continue to monitor the situation closely, support the prioritization of essential health services in the national budget, and work with the executive to safeguard the gains made in public health over the past 3 decades. In conclusion, Namibia approaches these critical areas with determination and commitment to fulfilling both national aspirations and regional obligations. From trade integration and critical minerals governance to democratic resilience and human rights protection, Parliament stands ready to provide strategic direction, legislative support, and rigorous oversight. We remain engaged members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and committed to contributing to the region's collective progress towards sustainable development, inclusive governance, and shared prosperity, and ensuring that our people benefit equitably from the resources and opportunities available within SADC and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker of Namibia. Thank you very much, Namibia. We will now call on decisions to continue with the report.
Honorable Madam President, allow me to stand on the protocols observed before me in the interest of time. I shall probably be skipping a few. The team were a bit overzealous. So just to begin, Seychelles on the effect of tariffs on trade in SADC member states. Seychelles is a small, high-income, import-dependent island economy, with tourism and fisheries remaining as the backbone of the economy. Seychelles is party to the COMESA and SADC free trade areas and to the interim EPA with the EU. Through these agreements, most trade with COMESA and SADC partners is duty-free. According to WTO tariff profiles, Seychelles applies one of the lowest, most favored nation tariff rates in Africa, with a simple average applied MFN tariff of 2.6% in 2024, second only to Mauritius. Most imports from outside COMESA, SADC, EPA arrangements face these low MFN tariffs, with high duties kept mainly for a narrow exclusion list of revenue-sensitive goods, such as motor vehicles, alcohol, tobacco, and certain fish species. Seychelles graduated from AGOA in 2017 due to its income status, so it is not directly affected by the 2025 expiry of the AGOA scheme, unlike many other SADC states. However, highest U.S. tariffs on African exports may indirectly affect Seychelles' regional partners and shipping routes. So, recent measures and achievements. The Ministry of Finance, National Planning and Trade has, in the last 2 years, led several initiatives to help local firms adapt to changing tariff landscapes. AFCFTA National Implementation Strategy, which positions Seychelles to use continental preferences to diversify markets beyond the EU and Indian Ocean regions, especially for processed fish, niche tourism services, and professional services. Continued participation in COMESA and SADC FTAs, reducing tariffs and non-tariff barriers for regional imports, particularly food, construction materials, and industrial inputs. Implementation of the Export Guidebook and Import Guide to help small exporters understand rules of origin and preferential tariffs under SADC, COMESA, and the IEPA. The challenges and issues observed are a high concentration of exports leave Seychelles vulnerable to tariff and non-tariff changes in a few key markets, especially the EU and some Asian buyers. Transport and logistics costs remain high for a remote island state, so non-tariff costs and shipping surcharges often outweigh the low tariff advantages of FTAs. As a high-income country with very low applied tariffs, Seychelles has limited room to use further tariff reductions as an incentive and must focus instead on standards, trade facilitation, and value addition. Reform initiatives for critical mineral mining and distribution. Seychelles does not currently produce oil, gas, or solid minerals and has no land-based critical mineral mines. However, its EEZ of over 1.3 million square kilometers has potential for offshore oil and gas and possibly seabed minerals. To manage these prospective resources, Seychelles has built an early governance framework. The petroleum sector is regulated by the Petroleum Mining Act 1976, Petroleum Taxation Act 2008 as amended by 2013 amendments, and model petroleum agreements complemented by environmental laws and pollution control regulations. Seychelles joined the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative as a candidate in 2014 and uses SEITI to disclose petroleum licensing and revenue information and to guide reforms such as the Beneficial Ownership Act 2020 for transparency in the extractive sector. Its Blue Economy Roadmap and Marine Spatial Plan commit the country to ensuring any future seabed mining is compatible with conservation of marine ecosystems, tourism, and fisheries. Although Seychelles has no critical minerals production, these frameworks are relevant to any future extraction of offshore hydrocarbons or polymetallic minerals. I will skip a few of these. Gaps, risks, and parliamentary opportunities. Existing laws on petroleum and minerals are older and were not drafted with critical minerals and deep-sea mining in mind. A comprehensive update would be needed if commercial discoveries are made. Given the high ecological value of Seychelles' marine environment, the National Assembly will need to weigh climate and biodiversity commitments against any extractive projects. Robustness of the democratic framework to ensure the perpetual succession of parliaments. Constitutional and institutional framework. Seychelles is a multi-party democracy with a constitution that guarantees separation of powers, regular elections, and judicial independence. The National Assembly is elected on a mixed system of directly elected and proportionately elected members, ensuring plural representation. Recent years have demonstrated that peaceful alternation of power has become the norm. In 2020, an opposition candidate won the presidency and his party gained a parliamentary majority for the first time since independence. In 2025, another peaceful transfer of executive and parliamentary power occurred following the elections and a presidential runoff. Observers noted that the vote was generally orderly and in line with democratic standards. SADC election observers in 2025 assessed the Seychelles general elections in light of the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections, noting strong legal frameworks, including the Constitution and the elections, while also identifying operational and logistical areas for improvement. Seychelles performs strongly on governance indices. It is ranked first in Africa for overall governance and 18th globally in perceived corruption levels, reflecting the effectiveness of institutions and rule of law. The Electoral Commission amended the Elections Act ahead of the 2025 polls with stakeholder consultations and reference to the SADC PF model law on elections, aiming to strengthen campaign finance rules, media access, and complaints mechanisms. The National Assembly of Seychelles can continue aligning electoral and political finance laws with SADC and international standards, strengthen oversight of security forces and intelligence services, ensuring they operate within constitutional limits, and ensure that parliamentary rules of procedure safeguard continuity, including clear provisions on dissolution, extraordinary sittings, and succession in case of extraordinary events. Consideration of the protocol on the modalities of operation of the SADC Parliament. Seychelles has been an active supporter of the transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a fully fledged SADC Parliament. Seychelles signed the agreement amending the SADC Treaty to establish the SADC Parliament, demonstrating political commitment at the highest level. The President and the National Assembly leadership have publicly pledged unwavering support for the transformation. The National Assembly has participated in regional and national consultations on the draft protocol on the SADC Parliament, providing feedback to ensure the protocol aligns with the Seychelles domestic legal system and SADC integration goals. The main challenge is fiscal space. As a small, high-income state with many international commitments, Seychelles must plan carefully for regular participation and contributions to the SADC Parliament's operations. The National Assembly of Seychelles plans to continue working with the SADC PF Secretariat and peer parliaments to fine-tune the protocol, including clarifying oversight powers, legal personality, and relations with national parliaments. It plans to also review national laws to ensure that once the protocol enters into force, decisions and recommendations of the SADC Parliament can be effectively considered and, where appropriate, implemented. Inclusion of youth members in SADC PF country delegations. Seychelles has made youth participation in priority in both national and regional democratic processes. The Seychelles National Youth Assembly is an educational youth parliament that offers leadership training and experience in parliamentary procedures for young people. Recent reforms have made membership elected rather than appointed, increasing legitimacy and ownership. In 2017, Seychelles hosted SADC PF's first ever Women's Parliament and a youth-focused symposium on harnessing the demographic dividend in SADC through investment in youth, highlighting youth concerns at regional level. In 2024-2025, Seychelles led the launch of the Parlement Régional des Jeunes de l'Océanie, a regional youth parliament for the Indian Ocean, officially launched in Victoria in April 2025, with Seychelles youth delegates engaging directly with the National Assembly. Progress towards youth representation in SADC PF delegations. The National Assembly includes younger members of Parliament and youth-focused committee chairs in its SADC PF delegations. Seychelles has also championed youth issues at regional meetings, including discussions on digitalization, youth participation in elections, and the establishment of youth parliaments. Seychelles is positively disposed to the SADC PF proposal that each delegation should include at least one member under 35 years of age, and continued collaboration with the Seychelles National Youth Council and Ministry of Youth and Sport and the Family Department will help identify and mentor suitable youth representatives. I must at this point point out that our youngest member of Parliament currently is actually 30 years old, and apparently I am the youngest speaker in the SADC region as well, so yeah. Violations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Seychelles has ratified all 9 core UN human rights treaties and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and regularly engages with regional bodies. Recent external assessments, including the 2024 U.S. State Department Human Rights Report, found no credible reports of significant human rights abuses and noted that the government took steps to investigate and sanction officials implicated in abuses. In March 2025, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights undertook a promotion mission to Seychelles, engaging government, civil society, and vulnerable groups to evaluate progress and remaining challenges under the Charter. At national level, the Seychelles Human Rights Commission publishes annual and media reports highlighting achievements and persistent gaps, such as the need for stronger awareness, better conditions in detention facilities, and improved access to justice. For the key concerns and specific areas, while there have been no large-scale violations, several issues require continued attention. Lengthy pretrial detention in some high-profile corruption, terrorism, and drug cases, which has raised due process concerns. In fact, I just received an update that with regards to this, a particular bail has been granted to 2 people who have been, unfortunately, in detention for quite a while. Isolated allegations relating to freedom of expression in media, particularly in cases touching on national security and high-level corruption. Ongoing challenges in areas such as rights of persons with disabilities and people who use drugs, highlighted by the Human Rights Commission. Measures and parliamentary role. The National Assembly of Seychelles has enacted amendments in line with SADC PF model laws, such as the Domestic Violence Act and other GBV-related provisions, with strong involvement from the Women's Parliamentary Caucus. Oversight committees regularly call line ministries, the police, prisons, and independent commissions to account for implementation of human rights standards. Increasing costs for healthcare services. Seychelles provides universal health care free at the point of use in public facilities and has one of the highest health expenditures per capita in Africa. However, several factors are increasing the cost of health care: rising non-communicable diseases, an aging population, and climate-related health risks. higher global prices for pharmaceuticals, medical equipment, and supplies, compounded by exchange rate fluctuations. Government and ministerial achievements. Despite cost pressures, the Ministry of Health, supported by the Ministry of Finance, has achieved notable progress. The National Health Strategic Plan 2022-26 prioritizes efficiency, primary health care, and better use of resources, acknowledging that increased investment is needed but must be sustainable. The Annual Health Sector Performance Report 2023 records major infrastructure gains, including the opening of St. Mary's Hospital, renovation of the National Institute for Health and Social Studies premises, installation of a new MRI machine, and significant progress with the electronic health information system rollout. Seychelles maintains a high universal health coverage index of 0.82 and life expectancy of about 75.3 years, reflecting effective coverage despite rising costs. The country continues to receive targeted support from partners like the World Health Organization, which has provided technical and financial assistance to strengthen primary care and essential services. Challenges and way forward. Dependence on external suppliers for medicine and equipment leaves Seychelles vulnerable to global price shocks and supply chain disruptions. The National Assembly of Seychelles can scrutinize health budgets to ensure that increased allocations translate into efficiency gains, preventive care, and better procurement practices, support policy reforms that strengthen generic medicine use, pooled procurement, telemedicine, and regional collaboration in pharmaceuticals within SADC. In conclusion, looking ahead, Seychelles welcomes the transition of the SADC PF into a fully fledged SADC Parliament and stands ready to support the implementation of the protocol that will guide its operations. In this spirit, Seychelles remains committed to working together with fellow member states to advance sustainable development, regional solidarity, and democratic resilience for current and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Seychelles. We will now call on our host, South Africa, to deliver the country report. Honorable Didiza.
Acting President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and Vice President, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a profound honor to present and table the country report on South Africa's implementation of the resolutions adopted at the 57th Plenary Assembly Session. Before I deep dive into South Africa's country report, it would be amiss of me not to preface my presentation by joining His Excellency Paul Mashatile, who opened our meeting on Sunday, in acknowledging the historic nature of the 58th SADC PF Plenary Assembly, which is taking place at the back of successfully held P20 Speaker Summit, of which a majority of you participated. And I would like to thank the speakers of the SADC Parliamentary Forum for their participation in the SADC Parliamentary Speaker Summit. It also comes at the backdrop of the successfully held G20 Leaders Summit. But most importantly, I think it would be amiss of me and all of us not to continuously thank the Parliament of Namibia, and through you, Speaker, for having been a trailblazer in ensuring that as parliaments in the region are able to continue to meet and can have a locus where we can say, this is our office. And for that, we owe it to the Parliament of Namibia and the peoples of Namibia. It is important also for us to note that as we continue the transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum through former Speaker Kachavivi, he indeed committed, and I'm sure that will be carried on by Speaker Sarah, that even when we continue becoming a parliament, Namibia still stands ready to continue to host our headquarters in Namibia. Honourable members, now coming to the issues at hand, maybe before that, I need also to thank our Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal, Speaker Nontembeko, who has been gracious as our host and indeed welcome us to host this SADC 58th Plenary Assembly here in KwaZulu-Natal. As well, I must also say that I would also want to extend our gratitude to our speakers of our provincial legislature who also were gracious enough to participate in this forum as observers. And I've noted that some of the countries also brought observers. Maybe if I can digress, honourable members, this is a good point and maybe we should encourage it because it allows most of our members of parliament, but also through them our peoples, to really appreciate the role of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, not only in passing, but also where they themselves would be experiencing and seeing how we deliberate on decisions that we take here. Honourable members, in implementation of the resolutions from the 57th Plenary Assembly and response to recommendations and various standing committees of the forum, I must say that one of the key issues coming out of the 57th General Plenary Assembly was a resolution on how, as National Parliament, we can improve our utilization of artificial intelligence while guaranteeing user and national security. Our Parliament has been actively overseeing the implementation of policy frameworks, programs, and action plans by the executive. At the legislative front, the South African Parliament has established the National Artificial Intelligence Policy Framework, with the first draft published by the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies in August 2024. This has been aimed at balancing AI benefits with ethical, social, and economic consideration. Honourable members, I think this work is important as we note that this year, as we celebrate, or not celebrate rather, as we observe the 16 days of activism on violence against women and girls, we're specifically looking at the vulnerability brought upon by artificial intelligence and other digital communications, which has further exposed the violations of women in these platforms, and in particular, their impact on women members of parliament. And I think it is important that as we champion and prioritize the use of artificial intelligence and other technologies, we pay particular attention into the regulatory environment that ensures that they protect while at the same time advance the use for the benefit of all. The progress on standing committee resolution, South African Parliament has integrated committee resolutions into the structures and strengthened its oversight mechanism to ensure the implementation is integrated with the actions of the executive. On the adopted resolution to foster budget transparency, improve prison infrastructure, and secure access to affordable health care, I can report that extensive work has been undertaken by our portfolio committee on correctional services to improve and expand the infrastructure and conditions in correctional facilities, as well as establishing and operationalizing the South African Bail Fund. This bail fund was developed by the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services to address the injustices faced by remand detainees who cannot afford bail accounts under R1,000. Currently, 2,613 detainees remain incarcerated due to financial constraints, worsening prison overcrowding. Honourable members, on the adopted resolutions related to food, agriculture, natural resource, and climate action, the Parliament recognized the rising bread prices affecting the food security of citizens and, in particular, prisoners. The Department of Correctional Services revived its bakery program and also some agricultural activities on the land that they have to internalize the promotion of food security, while at the same time transferring agricultural skills to detainees which they can use when they leave the correctional facilities. This has resulted in cost saving, but also ensuring skills transfer. With regard to the resolutions encouraging a paradigm shift in funding from militarization to peace building, I can report that on 18 June 2025, the Department of Defense presented its strategic plan 2025 to 2030, an annual performance plan for the medium-term expenditure framework to the National Assembly. In this, the department outlined a balance in allocation of resources between interventions designed to address disaster relief and fire prevention with those addressing climate crisis, cyber threats, and regional instabilities. Moreover, in accordance with the resolution to urge SADC parliamentarians to support an internal ban on autonomous weapons system to prevent their development and deployment, I can report that the department has put in place measures to monitor and respond to this resolution, including enhancing defense diplomacy engagements aligned with national foreign policy objectives, as well as defense engagement with key global players. Honourable President and honourable members, on the resolutions relating to gender equality, women advancement and youth development, I can report that 11 June 2025, the Portfolio Committee on Police was briefed on executive actions aimed at combating gender-based violence and femicide. The gender-based violence has been declared as a national crisis with the aim of channeling more resources and raising awareness for all stakeholders to hold hands in fighting the scourge of GBV, but also in ensuring that the issue of GBV is not only seen as a women's issue. Men have been mobilized to actually ensure that they take part in dealing with this scourge, and a campaign that they've been championing is Not in My Name. On 29 June 2025, the Portfolio Committee on Police was also briefed on progress report by the South African Police Service on cases of violence against children, and further received a presentation by the Women Empowerment Platform on violence against children. Correspondingly, on the 26th June 2025, our Parliament joined Multi-Party Women's Caucus, which convened to receive briefings from South African Police Service and the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development on the implementation of gender-based violence and femicide measures, investigation, and challenges around protection orders and resourcing. I want to come to the issue, honourable members. Some of the detail you can read in your report through the SADC platform. But I want to come now on live matters that the SG has written and asked us to respond on. Honourable Acting President, honourable members, allow me to address the live matters of importance for this forum and outline the tangible progress we have made. The effect on tariffs on trade in SADC member states. Honourable members, the tariffs had indeed had a direct impact, as my colleagues have said, in a number of key sectors, particularly in our country, that relates largely on the automotive industry and agricultural export. It would be recalled that the US is one of the major trading partners that not only South Africa, but other members have benefited from, particularly on AGOA. Proposed or imposed tariffs, such as 25% on vehicles, have led to higher costs and reduced competitiveness for South Africa's made or assembled vehicles in the US market, which could potentially slow demand. I think it's important, honourable members, to say when we look at these issues of tariffs, it's not only about the impact of trade or its slowness, but its impact on employment and to our people. Equally, the steel and aluminium industries have been directly affected by the US tariff, disrupting global supply chains and increasing manufacturing costs. Here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, one of the steel companies, ArcelorMittal, had announced the closure of one of their plants in Newcastle an area where had been largely dependent on that assembly plant. And I think it is important to also appreciate that when such industries are affected, it actually has an impact on the downstream industry, which also employs a number of people. But it is important that in our response, as South Africa, but also as other countries, is to what extent we really increase our trade among ourselves, utilizing the instrument of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, as we've heard from Namibia. We've indicated that they've deposited their instruments, and South Africa has done so, and I know some of the countries in the region have equally done so. But at the same time, how do we diversify our trade from only dependence on the West, but also utilizing the East, Middle East, as well as other developing countries, where we could have a competitive advantage? On the reform initiatives for critical mineral mining and distribution, South Africa is actively pursuing mineral beneficiation to add value to its resources and boost economic growth. This involves transforming raw minerals into higher value products, fostering industrialization and job creation. But it is important, honorable members, to indicate that this equally will require dedicated investment from our governments to ensure that enough resources are actually put in this course of direction that we, and not just we in South Africa, but other countries would like to take. And how do we make sure that these critical minerals become the base of our industrialization, and we can actually regulate it and coordinate our strategies in the region so that we are able to protect our capabilities? On robustness of the democratic framework to ensure the perpetual succession of parliaments, indeed, honorable members, I can say here that our constitutional democracy with a three-tier system of government, legislation, and an independent judiciary is actually standing firm. We have ensured as Parliament that we put an oversight in ensuring that in the way in which our instruments such as the Independent Electoral Commission does its work is actually of quality, fairness, and independence. At the same time, Parliament as a body is the one that would interview and make the recommendation of the appointment of commissioners to the Independent Electoral Commission. But at the same time, it is important to indicate that on an ongoing basis in these three tiers of government, continuous elections are done on a cycle of 5 years, but also when there are by-elections, which might have been occasioned by one reason or the other. And at the same time, there has been an increase in the participation of women and young people, because we have ensured that these are part and parcel of the important sectors of our community whose voices must be heard. In the consideration of the protocol on modalities of operation of the SADC Parliament, indeed we have deposited our instruments, and we do trust, honourable members, that sooner in 2026 we can remove the PF and just remain with the P. And I'm happy, Lesotho, and I'm happy that Lesotho has indicated that they are already far gone into the process, and I'm sure the remaining member parliament who has a brand new speaker, Malawi, will do the same sooner with the Lili will be the Lili for ensuring that this protocol indeed is finalized. And again, it is important to thank our forebears who really made sure that they championed by lobbying a number of heads of state in our region, led by our Ambassador Mudenda, our speaker, and former Speaker Kachaviva, who really made sure that they, together with other members of the speakers, such as Speaker Muti, as well as Speaker Mbete initially, and Angola would really make sure that they represent this forum well. And today, we say thank you to them, even those of them who may not be members of parliament today. On the violations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, Madam Chair and members, I want to say that South Africa's compliance and implementation of this charter, also known as the Banjul Charter, is characterized by commitments stemming from its post-apartheid constitutional democracy. Honorable Acting President, members, thank you very much. You will then read our report like we will read yours in the website of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Members, we have a few minutes. We can call Zambia, then we will have to go for lunch, and then after that we will have Zimbabwe and the discussion. Zambia.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I'm really honored to present Zambia's country report on the progress of the implementation of the resolutions of the 57th Plenary Assembly held at Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. Madam President, on the initiatives for critical mineral mining and distribution, Zambia's mining sector is a key driver of socio-economic development, contributing 17.5% to GDP, 70% of foreign exchange earnings, 30% of government revenues, and substantial formal employment. From 2021 to 2025, Zambia undertook policy, legal, and institutional reforms to align the sector with the country's transformation agenda and the global energy transition. Parliament played a central role in Zambia's mining sector reforms by enacting key legal frameworks, including the Minerals Regulation Commission Act number 14 of 2024 and the Geological and Minerals Development Act number 2 of 2025. These laws established a semi-autonomous Minerals Regulation Commission, new directorates for artisanal and small-scale mining, large-scale mining, and geological surveys. The 2025 local content regulations were also approved, which require mining companies to progressively allocate a portion of procurement to Zambian suppliers, thereby enhancing local participation in the value chain. Institutional reforms. This included the creation of the Minerals Regulation Commission, directorates for various mining sectors, and a dedicated fund to support artisanal and small-scale miners, ensuring effective implementation and accountability. The mining sector reform process, which involved developing and implementing new policies, laws, and institutions to govern Zambia's mining sector, faced several challenges. These included balancing the different needs of communities and the mining industry, limited community participation due to distrust. Tensions between local demands for ownership and the foreign investment and the differing priorities among government stakeholders and the local actors, which made reaching consensus difficult. In Zambia, now this is on the robustness of the democratic framework to ensure the perpetual succession of parliaments. And in Zambia, parliament operates as a continuous legal entity under the principle of perpetual succession, ensuring that the institution continues to exist and function despite changes in individual members of parliament, elections or dissolutions. The doctrine of exclusive cognizance allows Parliament to regulate its internal affairs independently, free from interference by the courts, while the Constitution provides limits to ensure compliance with the fundamental rights. Parliamentary leadership, including the Speaker and the Deputy Speakers, is elected for fixed terms linked to the life of each National Assembly, but the offices continue administratively during dissolutions, ensuring continuity. The Clerk of the National Assembly and the permanent administrative staff maintain the functions of the institution, providing local and procedural advice, overseeing elections of parliamentary leadership, managing records, and executing executive functions. These rules and the practices collectively protect Parliament's perpetual succession, safeguard its independence from the executive or other institutions, and ensure it continues to operate as a stabilizing factor for democratic governance, even between elections. On the inclusion of youth members in SADC PF country delegates, in Zambia, the selection process of members of parliament appointed to delegations such as the SADC PF take into account 1, political party representation, 2, gender balance to ensure fair representation of women and men, and 3, other considerations such as experience, expertise, or participation in relevant parliamentary committees. Currently, the delegation does not include a youth member of parliament, as the National Assembly itself has limited youth representation with only 1 youth MP. The Zambian Parliament recognizes the importance of youth inclusion and will consider appointing youth members to future SADC delegations, including potential participation in the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women, Advancement, and Youth Development. Now, on the effect of tariffs on trade in SADC member states, AGOA exports contribute only 0.5% of Africa's GDP, and Zambia's exports to the US under AGOA from 2020 to 2023 was United States $1.43 billion. representing 0.4% of SADC's AGOA exports. Zambia mainly exports copper, 90%, alongside honey, sugar, groundnuts, tobacco, coffee, fruits, vegetables, and flowers. New United States tariffs largely spare refined copper and key critical minerals, which helps cushion Zambia, though the measures may still reduce Zambia's export competitiveness and demand. Likely effects of the new tariffs: one, they are reduced, benefits here, none. Competitiveness of Zambian exports compared to goods from non-tariffed countries. Lower demand and export volumes, potentially worsening Zambia's trade balance with the United States and reducing revenue. Now, proactive government measures to strengthen intra-African trade and economic resilience. Zambia has ratified and domesticated the African free trade, free trade area, and joined the guided trade initiative. Now, two, ongoing awareness and the capacity building with support from the African Free Trade Area Secretariat and GIZ. Regional trade engagement, removing existing trade barriers and avoiding new ones. Two, strengthening bilateral trade agreements with Angola, DRC, Mozambique, and Tanzania, including beef exports. Lobito Corridor Project. Zambia is one of the 3 beneficiary countries, and it aims to integrate Zambia into global value chains, especially in mining, energy, agriculture, tourism, and electric vehicle battery manufacturing. Export financing, Zambia export development. This fund provides affordable financing for SMEs and women and youth-owned export businesses. On digital trade and the African Free Trade Area Adjustment Fund, Zambia is domesticating the African Free Trade Area Digital Trade Protocol and preparing to access the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, and it's working with the UNECA and GIZ on the simplified AFCFTA. It's a tongue twister, this one. Trading guidelines. And on the industrial and the value chain development, Zambia is capacity building on this one in sectors such as leather, with support for design studios and the clusters. And it's also hosted. On the establishment of export councils, new structures are being developed to coordinate export promotion beyond current projects. And Zambia is streamlining border procedures, implementing the COMESA simplified trade regime with Zimbabwe and Malawi. And the joint regional industrial projects is, Zambia here is pursuing joint ventures like Zambia-Zimbabwe Common Agro-Industrial Park and the Zambia-DRC Electric Vehicle Value Chain Partnership. As regards to the consideration of the protocol on the modalities of operation of the SADC Parliament, Zambia has made significant strides at the national level in advancing the transformation of the forum into a SADC regional parliament. On 2nd July 2024, Zambia became the 11th SADC member state to sign the agreement amending the SADC Treaty to establish the SADC Parliament. 3, Zambia hosted the 56th SADC PF Plenary Assembly in December 2024. During the session, the Vice President, Mrs. W.K. Mutalena Mango, reaffirmed Zambia's commitment to the establishment of the SADC Parliament and pledged support for all processes leading to its successful completion. And with regard to the draft protocol, Zambia has submitted her comments to the SADC Secretariat pursuant to the decision of the 44th SADC Summit. Madam President, I thank you for the time.
Honourable members, we are left with Zimbabwe. I think if you allow, let us finish with Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Madam President. I had already packed my papers because you had said after lunch. Let me write on the protocols already established before me. I'm going to present my report on behalf of my Speaker of Parliament, Honorable JFN Mdenda, who is not here due to pressing issues at home. I'm honored to submit the Zimbabwe National Progress Report to facilitate the exchange of information and best practices on issues of regional concern. Madam President, on the effects of tariffs on trade in SADC member states, with the African Growth and Opportunity Act expiry, SADC exporters now face higher most favored nation tariffs in the United States, threatening sectors that had long relied on duty-free access. This development highlights the urgent need for the region to deepen regional value chains and fully utilize the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the world's largest free trade area covering 1.3 billion people and a $3.4 trillion market. Parliaments are critical in advancing regional integration. Parliaments enact legislation, ratify treaties, and approve the harmonized standards, including rules of origin, which make tariffs liberalization truly effective
Zimbabwe has demonstrated leadership in this regard, having ratified the FTA in 2019 and commenced trading in 2021. Zimbabwe now reviewing its tariff schedules and has committed to eliminating duties on raw materials with 5 years and on intermediate goods within 10 years, while preserving tariffs on sensitive products. On the reform initiatives for critical mineral mining and distribution, Madam President, Ma'am, Zimbabwe endowed with 40 minerals, including lithium and platinum group metals, vital to the clean energy transition. He has introduced key reforms to ensure communities benefit from local resources. Parliament has restricted raw exports, increased domestic processing, and established a 1% levy on lithium proceeds for mining-affected communities. Madam President, on robustness of the democratic framework to ensure the perpetual succession of Parliament, the Constitution of Zimbabwe guarantees the legislature's independence by empowering Parliament to defend the Constitution, enact laws for good governance, and protect members of Parliament's privileges and immunities. 5, consideration on the protocol of the modalities on operation of the SADC Parliament. Madam President, on this one, Zimbabwe chairs the Strategic Lobby Group of Transformation, advancing the SADC PF transformative agenda, supporting creation of a regional SADC Parliament to enhance regional governance and complete the Pan-African institutional framework. Madam President, on the issue on inclusion of youth members in SADC PF country delegations, the Parliament of Zimbabwe acknowledges the significant role of the youth demographic in national and regional development initiatives. This recognition is firmly established in the Constitution of Zimbabwe and constantly reflected across administrative procedures, including representation within international parliamentary organizations such as the SADC PF. On violations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, Madam President, the Parliament of Zimbabwe has strengthened justice and human rights protections through key interventions during the 9th Parliament. Committees held public hearings that led to the adoption of minimum 15-year sentence for rape and other serious sexual offenses, enhancing deterrence and security for women and girls. Parliament has also advanced the prison reforms, working with the Zimbabwe Prisons Correctional Services and the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission to create open prisons that safeguard the dignity and family life of children of incarcerated mothers. Further, Parliament tackled child and women's rights violations through extensive consultations on the SADC model law on child marriages, resulting in the new Marriage Act, which bans child marriages and enforces equality in marriage. To sustain oversight and accountability, Parliament continues to provide budgetary support to key human rights institutions, including the Zimbabwe Gender Commission and the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission. Madam President, on the increase of costs for healthcare services, Zimbabwe's health sector is confronted with a profound financing deficit precipitated by the withdrawal of the curtailment of external assistance, most notably from PEPFAR and USAID, whose commitments has exceeded $400 million for HIV programming in the 2024 to 2025 period. The cut in funding has resulted in escalating user fees and a contraction in service accessibility, disproportionately burdening vulnerable populations. To mitigate the challenges, the government of Zimbabwe is seeking supplementary budget allocations to reduce the funding gap, as well as creating a conducive environment for the private sector to contribute meaningfully in the health sector. Parliament has introduced targeted health-related taxes to close the financing gap, which includes a 3% national AIDS levy on personal income, a 3% corporate health tax on employers' trust profits, a sugar tax earmarked for cancer treatment and procurement of medical equipment, and increased sign taxes on alcohol, cigarettes, fast food, and sugary drinks to support the health sector funding. Madam President, I'm moving to the report on the implementation of the resolutions of the 57th Plenary Assembly. Here, I'll only look at the interventions to save time. Let me go straight on the resolution which speaks to the harnessing of AI. On number 1, Parliament of Zimbabwe and the executive recently facilitated the adoption of the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy 2026 to 2030. This places Zimbabwe among the early adopters of SADC to harness AI for the national development. This is a built-up on Smart Zimbabwe Master Plan and the Digital Economy Framework, which continue to drive our digital transformation journey. Regarding recommendation number 5, still on AI, Madam President, there is a national broadband plan, the role of community information centers, the rollout, and the Giga School Connectivity Program, all of which are meant to extend broadband access, build ICT labs, and ensure that rural and urban communities can participate in the emerging of AI-driven economy. At the institutional level, Parliament's digitalization efforts, which include automated Hansard systems, digital document management, and virtual meetings, lay a solid foundation for integrating AI into legislative work. And still on AI, there is recommendation number 6, where the Parliament of Zimbabwe has strengthened the legal framework for the ethical use of artificial intelligence through the enactment of the Data Protection Act, the operationalization of the Data Protection Authority, and the gazetting of the Postal and Telecommunication Amendment Bill. According to the Parliament of Zimbabwe, accordingly, the Parliament of Zimbabwe fully supports the finalization and adoption of a regional model law, AI, to guide its safe, harmonized, and effective deployment across the SADC region. On prison oversight, Madam President, on recommendation number 1, I'm glad to let you know that during the second session of the 10th Parliament, committees conducted nationwide prison visits and presented their findings to the Parliament, prompting reforms under sections 50 and 51 of the Constitution to improve food, water, sanitation, health care, and the general treatment of inmates. The Prisons and Correctional Services Act is being reviewed to strengthen accountability, require regular prison inspections and by magistrates and judges, institutionalize joint oversight by the Zimbabwe Prisons and Correctional Services and the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission and Parliament to align prison conditions with the Nelson Mandela rules and Luanda guidelines of the advanced decriminalization of pet offenses and non-custodial sentencing to ease overcrowding. Regarding recommendation number 5, still on prison oversight, Madam President, Zimbabwe Prisons and Correctional Services is rolling out green initiatives such as tree planting, biogas projects, eco-friendly farming, to cut the firewood use, curb deforestation, and produce food sustainably. Thank you very much. I'm too huge. At prison farms like Mazoe, new water-propelled irrigation systems to replace electricity and diesel, advancing both climate goals to the government's wider green economy agenda. On recommendation number 6, Madam President, Zimbabwe has taken notable steps towards greening in prison infrastructure. The Zimbabwe Prisons and Correctional Services, in partnership with the International Committee of the Red Cross and the Zimbabwe National Water Authority, has embarked on initiatives to improve access to water at the Chikurubi prison complex in Harare, one of the country's biggest prisons, drilling boreholes and installing a new water distribution system. This intervention has improved access to clean water for over 10,000 inmates, officers, and their families. Yeah, I'm concluding. Yeah, I did a lot, but on conclusion, this presentation clearly demonstrates that the Parliament of Zimbabwe is actively implementing the resolutions of the 57th Plenary Assembly, translating regional commitments into concrete laws, policies, and oversight actions at national level. It confirms that Parliament of Zimbabwe is resolved to align its work with SADC PF priorities and to continuously report on, review, and strengthen this implementation for the benefit of the people of Zimbabwe and the wider SADC region. I so submit, Madam President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the countries. We have concluded all the presentations. It's now almost 14:30. I think we can go for lunch now and be back at 15:30 for the discussion on the country reports.
Welcome back. You are watching Parliament TV, and we are coming to you live on DSTV channel 408, and we are in Durban at Coastlands Umhlanga Hotel and Convention Center. And as you can see on your screen, the delegates all up, just broke for lunch as they are preparing to leave that venue.
And of course, this is the 58th Plenary Assembly of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum. And just today, the regional countries were all giving an account of some of the implementations that they've made from the policy decisions that were made at the last Plenary Assembly.
And that last plenary assembly would have been the 57th one that was held in Zimbabwe in June of this current financial year. So we had members from the 14 member states in the SADC region reporting back on the resolutions that were taken during that assembly session.
Of course, there's a lot of talk on youth inclusivity, ensuring that policies are gender sensitive and ensuring that women are also included in policy making and policy decisions. So these are some of the issues on which the regional countries were reporting on. Not only that, but issues of GBV and some of the implications and the implementations that they've made to ensure that they curb the scourge of GBV. Like you heard from Botswana and Lesotho and the likes, this is still an issue within our African countries. And so leaders are working towards curbing issues such as GBV, curbing unemployment, curbing issues that affect the likes of the sector of agriculture. And so this is a conversation that you need to be part of as well.
Indeed, you definitely can be part of this discussion if you do follow us at Parliament of RSA on all our social media platforms. And if you can also do follow hashtag 58SADC PF. That is our hashtag if you'd like to be part of these discussions today.
And of course, we've been having conversations here on Parliament TV with the leaders, telling us what their issues are. What are some of the issues that you have shared with them that they are not cascading here at this regional? It's a pivotal engagement between leaders of African countries, and that is the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum right here on Parliament TV. Let's hear some of these discussions that we've had right here on Parliament TV. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. We are joined by a key leader responsible for steering legislative oversight and provincial governance in one of South Africa's most vital regions. It is my distinct honor to welcome Dr. Desbo Muhono, the Honorable Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature. Dr. Muhono is leading the province's delegation here at the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly, a gathering whose themes of climate resilience and disaster management are not just agenda items for her, but lived realities. The Northwest Province has, in recent times, borne the brunt of severe climate-induced disasters, from devastating floods to prolonged droughts, putting communities, agriculture, and livelihoods under immense strain. Dr. Muhono, thank you very much for joining us here at Parliament TV, understanding that it's quite a busy day for you.
No, thank you very much. Let me greet you and greet your viewers. Indeed, I'm happy to join you again. I remember the last time in Cape Town I taught you.
I'm glad that this time you couldn't touch us at all.
Yes.
Now, Speaker, as head of the Northwest Provincial Delegation, what specific sessions or debates at this plenary assembly have resonated with you most deeply, given the acute climate challenges your province is currently facing?
Indeed. If you would have listened from yesterday, even the sitting today, when countries are bringing forth their report from the 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, where they were in Zimbabwe, they are still raising serious challenge, of which, as South Africa, Northwest, we are still facing it. What triggers me most is how, as countries, differently we are affected by climate change. And me, I've been very vocal and upfront with the fact that those who are the contributor on the emission is not Africa in total. Africa is contributing a little bit. And I feel it's important that there must be justice for the huge contributor on emission in our continent. And you know, they felt offended But where we are in KZN, you look at what happened. Yesterday, they took us on an oversight where people, properties, the road, infrastructure was damaged into the sea. You'd remember in the northwest, in the Ratlo and Zoying local municipality, where our people were misplaced because of floods and everything. And that thing is not yet over, it's still there. But also the critical things as leaders and lawmakers, I think it's important in part of our education, we make our people to understand you can't settle yourself in an area like a flood line, and an area where you know you can easily be affected by storm or any other thing. But it's also difficult. If you would have listened yesterday, the president of Abahlali Basem, John Dolo, raising, after the Minister of Human Settlement also raised that we are expected as leaders, and because of our Constitution and the Human Rights Commission, to Ubuntu to be the first thing in looking at our people. But it will be important to educate because sometimes out of frustration, our people settle themselves in an area that is dangerous. For how long have we been hearing about Jaskei in Gauteng, misplacing people? But people continue to settle themselves there. People always put them there to force government to resettle them in a better area. And the critical thing that the minister raised, and I wish our people can understand and do things differently, is the issue of the high class don't want to be settled closer to the low class people. And for me, I sometimes ask myself, as human being, why do we class each other? Why there are those who can be classified as better people and those who say, because the minister was saying, sometimes it's difficult for me as a minister. They will tell you that if we bring these people here, they will lower the property that we are staying in. So for me, it is for both ways. Both government and our communities to work together, and the private sector. Among other things, the Toyota plant was here also, telling us how they suffered through climate change. So it's not about an individual who must make sure that we change the way we do things, we change the way we live, and as a result, it will assist all of us to mitigate. Yes, people will say it's nature, but it's not nature.
Doc, these early warnings get announced. We saw even last night on the news, there were warnings about today's weather in various provinces. What is it that we are not doing or the communities need to do in order to ensure that this message really gets to the people? Because there will be early warning signs. The issue of people building in river lines, we talk about it. People are warned that this is not an area to build. Like you said, they still continue to build. What is it that can really become a solution to this challenge?
You know, I'm not sure. But one of the things that was said in the forum was that, for example, what happened in the Eastern Cape, if our traffic officers would have been on the road on that day, because all of us, we got warning sign, that bus of learners, may their soul rest in peace, would have been assisted for them not to find themselves dead, eroded by the river, by the water. So that's why I'm saying it needs all of us, not only Parliament, not only executive, all of us, even, you know, I must be able to meet you going when you are not supposed to go. There's a storm coming. I must stop you. I must flit to you in your car to say, hey, there's danger where you're going. If everybody can be involved, but I plead and call upon our people, we understand and we share with you the frustrations. You know, I remember when I was an MEC of Human Settlement, the minister was Tokyo Sekwale. The minister said, we will never overcome this informal settlement because we build houses for these ones, we leave the shack for them. You know what they do? They go to the new house and sell the shack to somebody. So consistently, government will never overcome this thing of settling people. But also the issue of land. If we are not careful, if you look at provinces, coastal provinces, I look at several countries. They are working on reducing the sea so that they can have piece of land. So if we are not careful also as South Africa and Africa in total, if we are not careful, we'll find ourselves in a situation where we are expected to do the same in order we can get land. And I don't know, when are we going to come up with this thing of saying, the minister was also talking of alternative building material. We believe in brick and mortar.
Yeah.
It's no longer visible. And one thing our people don't understand, if you were born during those times, not great. Those of us who did sub A, sub B.
I was born during that time.
You'd know that we were living in the mud house.
Yes, definitely.
Some of the studies tell us that mud house that we were using, they are even stronger than these brick and mortar. And there is a different technology. And I was happy when I hear the minister that in some areas, they had to take some people to go and see in certain, showing them that alternative building material is doable and durable in certain. And sometimes, but sometimes it's not necessary. With what is happening right now, it's important for all of us to know that we must join hands. Otherwise, we're going to have a loss of life in our lifetime.
Now, Doc, the theme for this year, the theme of climate change is central this year. So from the discussion that you've had, what concrete parliamentary tools or mechanisms like model laws, your oversight frameworks or regional partnerships do you see as most critical for provinces to adopt in strengthening their disaster preparedness and as well as their responses?
They haven't as yet gone to the resolution. I think they will come up with resolutions at the end of the forum on Friday. But when you listen, because right now the sitting is not a plenary, by the way, is our normal parliamentary sitting, but this one is the normal SADC parliamentary sitting. Countries are bringing their report. And also they are talking to the mitigation that they think if consistently they focus on, it will help in mitigating the problem. I think by the end of the session on Thursday, because already this morning, during the beginning of the sitting, countries were bringing motions that need to be discussed tomorrow, Thursday, and finally when the plenary forum ends on Friday, to say together now, we have heard what this country is doing, we have heard what this country is doing, how can we best narrow down as Africa and say, as Africa, this is where we want to go. This is how we think. If we follow this pattern, it will assist all of us in mitigating the issue of climate change. But the main thing, as long as the big contributors are scot-free, not Africa getting justice to climate change, we will never win this battle. Because as Africa, we'll come together and say, we think this is how we can mitigate this climate change, global warming problem. But if the big brothers continue to do things the same way because they feel they are okay, as Africa, whatever that will be doing, it will be just a futile exercise. It will never assist us. But for me, if we can, because every platform I have, whether it's an African platform, whether it's an international platform, I'm very clear, I want justice. And those big contributors, they must pay. And I'm not apologetic on that one, because I see what happened to our people on a daily basis. So I hope and believe the final resolution of the forum will come up with a way forward and how best as Africa we can overcome this challenge.
Now, Doc, the SADC Parliamentary Forum often emphasizes regional cooperation. You spoke to that already, but have you identified any potential bilateral or provincial level partnerships with the neighboring SADC countries, states during this forum that could benefit the Northwest, your province, perhaps in areas like water management or shared disaster response strategies?
And no, the Premier and the Executive, they are working very hard. You know that Northwest is one of the provinces that are faced with challenge of lack of water. We don't have a sea in the Northwest. But also, because of the problem of climate change, the water table have dropped a lot in the province. But I know they are working very hard. They got partners, not only in Africa, even beyond Africa, who are prepared to work closely with the government of the Northwest in assisting, especially on the issue of water. Our people, if there's one thing that if we can get right in the Northwest, is provision of water. I can assure you others will fall in place. And that's why the Premier in the province is very clear that the mining houses must come to the party. If you look at the minerals that the Northwest produce, you don't expect Northwest to be where it is. Northwest should be one of the best in this country. But steady but sure, we are trying to push as a province to say, you cannot take and go and leave us empty-handed, suffering. You get my point? So the Premier, I know they are working 24/7 to try and find a solution to this. But the partnership they are getting in the countries where, if you remember earlier this year, the Premier and the team of ESCO members went out. I also went out as a speaker, and I advocate for my province. When I go outside and meet other countries, I don't only speak on legislative matters. I also talk about the need of the province and how, if they partner with us as a province also, we can be really offer as the Northwest. We are tired of being beggars. We are tired of being, when you open the news, Northwest is highest in terms of unemployment. Northwest, there is flood. It's not like KZN anyway, but these things that Northwest have got problems of road, we are tired of that. And it's not because we like it. It pains us because we know we are most rich community in the country, but we don't benefit out of what belongs to us. So we have come to a stand to say enough is enough.
And that, Dr. Mohana, takes me to the next question, because a key role of the legislature is to hold the executive to account. Now, based on the lessons here, what specific questions or accountability measures will you, as the Speaker of the legislature, be prioritizing for the relevant provincial governments, departments upon your return to Mahikeng?
I want the Department of Coxstar to, because they were saying they are busy with the planning in terms of bringing to us as the legislature the legislation that will assist us to find a way on mitigating on issues, water issues, issues like roads and other, a number of departments, they are working on that. But also what we realized as the legislature, we had old ordinances that were making it difficult for the executive to function. So I said to them, one of the things we want to do in this term is to review the old ordinance that make it difficult for us to function. Because, people like saying, as South Africa, we've got a beautiful constitution. But is this constitution really assisting us to function? We're having a beautiful constitution, we agree, and other countries look at our constitution and say, you've got a beautiful, but does that constitution allow us to do our work without any impediment? You look at tourism, for example, in the Northwest. We are one of the best in terms of tourism. But you have an act that speaks to wildlife that make it difficult to penetrate that environment. So what do you do as a lawmaker? Get back to the act and review that act to allow the province to fund. There's a lot that we can do in that province to mitigate the unemployment issue, because immediately when you are affected by climate change, it affects food security, it affects jobs, and who are the most people who suffer a lot is women and children. So it's very critical for us as the province to ensure that the mitigation that we bring in reviewing the policies in the province assist us to deal with the food insecurity. We are a food insecure province. South Africa is a food insecure country. But our province, we've got a beautiful weather in the Northwest. We've got a rich soil. We are the Texas of South Africa. When you talk of Big Five, you talk of Northwest. Madikwe Game Reserve, the former president of the U.S., Barack Obama, when he comes to South Africa, most people didn't know, when he comes to South Africa, he will go to Madikwe, not to Sandton. So it tells you we have a potential as a province. But what do we do to unlock that this potential that we have? People shouldn't take us for a ride. People should take us serious. And I always say to them, I'm tired of being a spectator. I want to be on the table and negotiate for my people of my province on the table. So sometimes it's like people feel you are arrogant, but it's not arrogancy. For a long time, we have been spectators. Now the time has arrived. We can't take it. We are affected by many things as a country, as a province. But a food security as a key one. Safety, among other things, I don't know, the plenary is also focusing on safety of countries. GBV is a nightmare. The president have pronounced on GBV. And we are fortunate in South Africa. I don't see us having a coup. We might differ on a number of platforms, but a coup is the last thing that we think we can have. When you look at other countries, it's painful. But what do we do? Because if we are not careful and ensure that we nip some of the thing in the bud, we might find ourselves being like other African countries where there is no stability. This forum, one of its things is to assist the continent and the region to be stable. The issue of security, the issue of women and children, gender parity and equality is a critical agenda for them. The issue of AI, one of their resolutions in Zimbabwe is our parliament to be technologically advanced, and it's a bit difficult for us to go there. I'm happy that it's a conference in Cape Town looking into technology. So that is one of the things that can help us as a country to get out of the hood. Right now we are struggling, but what I like about South Africa, we've just delivered a beautiful G20 when everybody didn't expect us to do it.
Yes.
The South African, whether you like it or not, when it matters most, they come together and they move. Nobody expected Northwest to get 58% out of the elections. We got 58%. And nobody expected from the Northwest. That's one thing I like about them. Botswana Bagaiso, they make sure that always, when it matters, when we are under siege, we drop everything and protect what belongs to us. So if we can, that spirit, in everything, we can have that spirit of togetherness. When we are advancing something, I must support you and be happy for you. When somebody's coming with, we must just work together. I can assure you, my brother, we'll be a better country, we'll be a better province at the end of the day.
And I want to agree with you. South Africa hosted a very successful G20. It was there for all of us to see. Now, Dr. Mohono, before I let you go, the people of Northwest are directly affected by these disasters. And you have indicated that women and children are the most vulnerable ones. So how do you plan to communicate the outcomes of this high-level forum to municipalities, traditional leaders, and community structures on the ground to ensure they feel part of the solution to the problem that we're confronted with?
Remember, we have portfolio committees. Now, the chairperson of COGSTA will be part of the people I'll be sharing the report with, so that they are able, when they call the department, to say, department, this is some of the solutions that as SADC Parliamentary Forum have been looked into. We think as the Northwest, this is one of the paths that we must go. One of the things that the AG said we are not doing well is the issue of oversight. You know, we go to oversight, and it's like it's a ticking boxes exercise. AG says to us, you need to have a preliminary oversight where you target the correct audience. When you go and deal of issues, education, you must have the sector. Every sector must be part of the oversight that you are doing. So we are not doing well, and it's not deliberate. It's because we don't have, government don't have money. People don't understand. There's no money, and we don't want to say what happened. But with the little that we have, if we can find a creative way on how do we do more with the little that we have, our wish is to have a pre-public hearing where we educate our people. People didn't know. More often, they don't understand the role of Parliament, because when you go to oversight, they will talk about service delivery issues, and Parliament don't come for those, it's for executive. But our wish is to educate our people. I'm happy, gradually, steady but sure. They know when they can't get joy from executive, they will petition the legislature. and the chairperson of petition committee make sure that the petitions are being attended to. We're still struggling there and there, but they comply because there was a backlog, but the chairperson is working 24/7 to ensure that all the petitions are being attended to. And our community gives the feedback to say, hey, we appreciate legislature. At least we can see the step in the right direction. Our proceedings are live on our Facebook, on YouTube, so that our people can understand how Parliament works. The other thing that we have done, I usually say, we like taking a girl's child to understand. Don't leave a boy child behind. Because when you leave a boy child sometimes stays there and thinks, I'm the head of the family, and everything, if it's not me, it's not going to happen. We have come up with a new thing to say, if, for example, we've got debate on a certain department, the university brings students who study that particular, so that they can learn the practicality of the theory they are learning at school. So we gradually trying to involve everybody to have a better understanding, to know how things are done. I'm sometimes called to come and lecture on something because I did my PhD, I was focusing on agriculture, so it's agricultural economist. So I sometimes called to come and share the views on what I understand on the topic and other things. So gradually, we want our community to have a better understanding, to know what to say where, how to do it, how do I also help government, because on our own we won't make it. The private sector sometimes, I don't know how they think, but we need them, because also they are citizens. So what is their contribution? Like, for an example, I said to one mayor, new as he was, don't go to the miner and ask for money. In your municipality, you've got 3 mines. Go there and tell them, I don't want your money, but I want 3 things from you. Make sure there is water in my city, in my municipality. Make sure there are roads. Make sure there is electricity. Just ask them, don't give me money. Just do these things. If our municipalities, again, they can go to the private sector and say, don't give us money, but make sure that this municipality is functional, because you also benefit. You look at different municipalities in our province, they've got potential. My province have got 4 districts, and every district have got its specialization. So you would understand that we need that. You go to Botswana, there is tourism, there is mining, there is agriculture. You go to Ngaka, there is mining, there is agriculture. You know, people are buying cement. Most of them, they don't know it comes from Lichtenberg, from the publicly known municipality. You buy the cement you used to build, it comes from that area. And you go to Dr. Ruth, where you get your Texas of South Africa. You get my point. And the tourism gems in Dr. Ruth, people don't know. People think the Taung skull is just a name. It's from Taung. You get my point. You go to Dr. KK Kaunda. You have your agriculture there. Your piggery, you'll get it there. Your broilers, you name them. Your vegetables. You get my point. And people are asking us, guys, when you have so much potential, what is the problem? Something is hanging, man. How can you unlock this thing? We can make it as a province if we work together. Working together, that's why there was a slogan, working together, we can do more and better.
Doc, great and lovely insights. Thank you very much. First, for taking time off from that busy schedule and for taking time off to be here at Parliamentary Studios with us. Well, viewers at home, that was Dr. Desbo Muhono, the Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature and the leader of the delegation to this SADC Parliamentary Forum. Please stay tuned.
And you're still watching Parliament TV right here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, where the 58th Plenary Assembly of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum is underway. Of course, as Tsepo just indicated, it is still underway. It is break. The guests are currently on a break. So as soon as they come back, we will be bringing you those proceedings again. But just to read a few tweets, we had been asking you to follow us at Parliament of RSA or hashtag 58 SADC PF. So got two tweets. I'll try and read this one, Tsepo. It is in Swahili. It reads as follows. It comes from Tata Mtanganyika. It says, Tanzania kama mwasisi wa SADC haja hudiria kikayo hiki muhimu huko South Africa. And loosely translated as Tanzania, as a founding member of SADC, has not attended this important meeting in South Africa. You know that we have been talking about the non-attendance of Tanzania to this SADC Parliamentary Forum. And another tweet coming from Kenny saying, big words, no political will though. Ooh, and this is the conversation that we've been having. And a lot of people are under the impression that this is just all talk. However, we do hope that the relationship between policy decisions and implementation becomes stronger and they marry each other, because this is a lived experience that South Africans and, of course, across the borders in the SADC region are experiencing. However, there is hope, and you can be part of this conversation, like the people that have been tweeting and telling us what their thoughts are on the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And of course, we can just want to take you back to what the speaker had to say when she held a media briefing earlier in the week.
Deputy President of South Africa, His Excellency Paul Mashatile, who's the acting president and is with us, has been with us from the beginning of this program in hybrid, because he would not have been able to be here because of other government business. We also want to thank the President for having ensured that we have a representation at the highest level to come and welcome us, even though he himself is not around in Mozambique, and we'd like to thank him for that. Our SADC PF President, Honorable Thierry, who is here among us, and thank you for the message that you have given on behalf of SADC. Our Executive Mayor of the City of eThekwini, Council Cyril Klaba, the Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Honorable Boyce, and all provincial speakers present here and deputy speakers. Honorable speakers from our region, the SADC Parliament, who are all here, and the leaders of the various delegations. The members of Parliament who are here, the members of the provincial legislatures who are here, the members of eThekwini district, eThekwini Metro, who are also here, who are our hosts. Our representative of Southern Africa Youth Parliament, Princess Mchapilo, thank you very much for the message that you have given us, and I'm sure the speakers and members of Parliament present here did indeed take to heart what you have said to us. Representative of the Regional Women's Parliament, Dr. Honorable Linda Ngumalo, would like to also thank you for the message you have given, but also reflecting on the theme of the 16 days of activism against violence on women and girls. Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Buemo, and thank you very much for your message too, when you reflected in particular about the role and place of eThekwini and KwaZulu-Natal province, but also reflecting how it connects all of us as the SADC region. Our esteemed secretaries of parliaments who are here from our respective parliaments in the region, and their staff that are here with us. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and privilege to stand before you as this esteemed assembly, a collective voice representing the will, hopes, and aspiration of peoples in Southern Africa. As we gather in this august assembly, our hearts and prayers are with the people of New Hanover, whose houses and infrastructure was washed away by floods just 5 days ago in the Umgongondlovu district. Earlier this year, close to 21,145 individuals in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape and Northern Cape were impacted by floods, severe heat waves, and other climate-related shocks, illustrating the lived stress and impact of climate change. As you will notice on the planned excursions that we will have tomorrow after our symposium, around the town of eThekwini, which is still recovering from the devastating floods of April 2022, which killed hundreds of people in this region and displaced more families. In most cases, women and youth are proportionally more affected by climate shocks. It is women who have to carry the burden of care after any devastation, where they have to pick up the pieces of their families and of their children. It is the women, when streams have been affected, have to walk long distances to fetch water. It is the women, where such shifts have happened, have to wonder where they get their energy sources for cooking for their families. It is for this reason that today and tomorrow in particular, we will reflect on the impact of climate change to women and youth. Bring a human face of how citizens are severely impacted by climate shocks. In the Southern African region, the increasing frequency and intensity of El Nino-induced drought condition is pushing more people into hunger and desperation. It also has moved more people into the chain of immigration and humanitarian deterioration. These examples point to the urgent need for collective action to avert further effects of climate change. It is against this background that we are hosting this 58th Plenary Assembly under the theme, I quote, "The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adoption." The climate change crisis is fundamentally a crisis of inequality. While its effects spare no one, its burdens are not shared equally. Women and youth bear the heaviest brand. Prolonged droughts mean longer, riskier journeys for water. Flash floods destroy fragile livelihoods, and increased resource scarcity fuels tension and inability for many. Climate change exacerbates existing gender inequalities, limiting access to education, increasing poverty, and threatening safety of women and children. Similarly, our youth, who represent the future of the region and continent, are inheriting a dangerously compromised world and decaying infrastructure damaged by weather and climate shocks. Climate change affects youth through loss of agricultural productivity, displacement, and limited economic opportunities. However, they are also the generation of change, armed with innovation, digital literacy, and an unwavering commitment to a sustainable future. We heard from our young representative, who was representing the youth of the region, saying they took a resolution on how, even in the present, they will advance innovative ideas and act to prevent and mitigate climate change. I think we have responsibilities as the various parliaments to work with these young pioneers on how the solutions they carved can be multiplied across the region. Honourable members, COP30, which has just ended, was held in Brazil, and it was framed as the implementation COP, implying it was meant to focus less on what the world must do, rather on how to make it all happen to curb the rising global greenhouse gas emissions. While there was neither a consensus on the roadmap to transition away from fossil fuels, nor an agreement on climate finance for developing countries, the COP30 did produce outcomes that have revived the call to work together to find global solutions on climate change. On the milestone reached was the adoption of the global Mutrayo decision. A Mutrayo is a Brazilian concept with indigenous origins, which means collective work. Translated to one of the Southern African language in isiZulu, it would be masisebenzisane. Another consequential outcome of COP30 was the creation of a just transition mechanism. South Africa has long advocated for a just transition approach to ensure that no one is left behind, regardless of developmental phase, resources, endowment, and technological advancement. Honourable members, we must appreciate that transitioning from fossil fuel to other alternative energies does impact on the livelihoods of people, and particularly workers who have been working in the mine in particular, and communities surrounding those mines and the dependencies thereof. It is important that as we indeed look at how we transition in a just manner, we do not discount the impact to those who have been directly employed in the fossil fuel industries. Our responsibilities would be to how do we ensure that new alternative energies also are able to absorb others or even diversify and create new forms of work. Distinguished members, the legislative branch is not an observer in the crisis. We are a decisive actor. Our role must be to extend beyond approving budget lines. It requires active, intentional, and transformative intervention across two pillars. On mitigation, parliaments must ensure that national legislation aligns with international and regional commitments such as the COP's outcome, Paris Agreement, and the SADC climate change strategy. This means enacting laws that incentivize cleaner and renewable energy, mandating sustainable land use and water management practices. Crucially, we must introduce and monitor climate change acts that establish clear national targets, institutional responsibilities, and accountable mechanisms. Chairperson, as we do this, it is important also to look at how we adapt in the present and ensure that the mechanisms we develop manages to assist us to actually move beyond the present in a better way. I hope that this symposium we will have and the subsequent discussion of the Assembly will enable us as the members of the region to find better ways that we can actually put into action and mitigate the impact of climate change. I thank you. Allow me to introduce our guest of honor, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, who is the Deputy President of our country, a seasoned politician, an activist in his own right from an early age, but also who has been in the trenches even in post-apartheid South Africa. Deputy President Mashatile has served in the provincial executive as member of the Executive Council in Housing. He also became the Premier of the province of Gauteng. Deputy President Mashatile became the minister in government where he served as a Minister of Arts and Culture and is now the Deputy President of our country, championing, among others, issues of SANAC, which relates to issues of HIV and AIDS, but also who leads the interministerial committees on land and agriculture, the interministerial committee that looks at issues of water, but also he is the leader of government business, whom as Parliament we work together to ensure that there is coordination between the work of the executive and that of Parliament. Deputy President Mashatile.
Directors of ceremonies, our hosts, the Mayor of eThekwini, Councillor Kaba, Speaker of the KZN Legislature, Honorable Boyce, the Speaker of the National Assembly in South Africa, Honorable Togo Didiza, SADC Parliamentary Forum President, Honorable Randrianan Soloniakos Seteni-Thierry, Speaker of Madagascar, Speaker and members of Parliament from SADC member states, representatives of SADC Secretariat, Pan-African Parliament, African Union Commission, climate change experts and development partners from UNFP, UNDP, AU, IPU, private sector and civil society here present, ladies and gentlemen. I would have liked to be with you in Durban this morning, but owing to some other pressing government commitments, I was unable to be there. It is my honor to welcome you all to the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We are convened with the crucial focus on the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. This theme emphasizes the necessity of collective action by parliaments to address and develop sustainable solutions for this pressing challenge. South Africa G20 declaration, before delving into the subject, let me pause and acknowledge that this plenary take place following the successful hosting of the G20 summit, the first ever hosted on African soil. What is more important is that the summit resulted in several key outcomes focused on placing the priorities of the continent and the global south at the forefront of global agenda. A significant achievement was the adoption of the G20 declaration centered on the themes of solidarity, equality, sustainability as key pillars of inclusive growth. The declaration emphasizes the African philosophy of Ubuntu, I am because we are, which stresses global interconnectedness and a commitment to ensuring no one is left behind. The key areas of commitment and action included leaders condemning all attacks against civilians and reaffirming their commitment to work for a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace in conflict areas. Recognizing that high debt levels hinder inclusive growth, especially in low-income countries in Africa, the G20 committed to strengthening the implementation of the common framework for debt treatment in a timely and coordinated manner. They also called for enhanced debt transparency from all stakeholders. The G20 supports finalizing the quota increase under the 6th General Review of Quotas to ensure a strong and adequately resourced International Monetary Fund. Notably, they welcome the creation of a 25th chair at the IMF Executive Board to enhance the voice and representation of sub-Saharan Africa. On energy transitions, the G20 Leaders Summit recognized that over 600 million Africans lack access to electricity. Therefore, they supported global efforts to triple renewable energy capacity and double the global average annual rate of energy efficiency improvements by 2030. They welcomed the Mission 300 platform to connect 300 million people to electricity in Africa by 2030, and the new action plan to accelerate the deployment of clean cooking solutions. The G20 supported the G20 Critical Minerals Framework, which is a guide to ensure that the supply of important minerals is sustainable and stable, while also encouraging local processing and value addition in the countries where these minerals are produced. The leaders welcomed the high-level principles on sustainable industrial policy for inclusive economic growth, industrialization, jobs, and equality. They also established the Nelson Mandela target, aiming to further reduce the rate of young people not in employment, education, or training by 5% by 2030, and also committed to advancing universal social protection systems. They reiterated their commitment to resilient food systems and welcomed the Ubuntu approaches on food security and nutrition, which aim to address the negative impacts of excessive food price volatility. Equally, the leaders recognize the potential of artificial intelligence and welcome the launch of the AI for Africa initiative, a voluntary platform for multilateral cooperation to promote access to computing power, talent, and infrastructure in African countries. The subject was also extensively discussed at the 57th Plenary Assembly held in Victoria Falls City in the Republic of Zimbabwe under the theme Harnessing Artificial Intelligence for Effective and Efficient Parliamentary Processes in the SADC region. Experiences, challenges, and opportunities. The key outcomes in this regard included a call to share experiences and best practices, the recognition of challenges like data security and over-reliance on foreign AI, and the identification of opportunities to improve efficiency and transparency through AI tools. Moreover, the G20 commended the South African presidency for launching the second phase of the G20 Compact with Africa 2025 to 2030. The leaders welcomed the African Union as a full member of the G20 and called for a transformative reform of the UN Security Council to make it more representative and inclusive, specifically improving the representation of Africa, Asia Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change was also a central topic of the G20 summit. The topic was integrated into several working groups and culminated in specific commitments in the leaders' declaration. The leaders acknowledged the increasing frequency and intensity of disasters and welcome the G20 voluntary high-level principles for investing in disaster risk reduction. They also reiterated the urgent need for universal coverage of early warning systems, particularly in Africa by 2027. They reaffirmed their commitment to the Paris Agreement goal of limiting global average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius and stressed the importance of national just transition pathways to achieve climate action alongside poverty eradication. It is commendable that SADC is addressing climate change through policy development, capacity building, and specific initiatives like the development of a regional climate resilient water investment program. Key actions include creating climate change strategy and action plan, mainstreaming climate change into other policies, enhancing climate information services, and focusing on water resources management to build regional resilience. However, significant challenges remain, and the region is still highly vulnerable to climate impacts. Climate change disproportionately affects women and young people, increasing their work burdens, escalating health risks, and heightening the changes of gender-based violence and exploitation. It poses a significant threat multiplier, exacerbating existing socio-economic vulnerabilities. In parallel, climate change impacts such as persistent droughts, extreme weather events, including floods and cyclones, land degradation, and shifting rainfall patterns profoundly undermine sustainable development in SADC, particularly affecting women and youth. It is imperative to acknowledge that women are disproportionately affected due to their central roles in household welfare and their dependence on climate-sensitive natural resources.
The live broadcast of Parliament TV.
And you are still watching this special broadcast of the SADC PF 58th Plenary Assembly that is being held here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. And that was the President, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, delivering a keynote address at the opening ceremony of this symposium. Of course, the key themes of his message was the urgency of climate action for the SADC regions. He emphasized that climate change is a real and growing threat in the SADC region, and looking at persistent droughts, extreme weathers, and land degradation, and ensuring that the leaders come together and find solutions with regards to these problems. He further said that it's very important to note that women and youth are the ones that bear the brunt of the impact of climate change. And of course, this ties in well together with the theme of the 58th plenary, which is the impact of climate change on women and youth with regards to the Parliament's roles as well, with regards to making sure that there are solutions in this regard.
And indeed, Sapoy did not make a mistake except that he's an acting president.
Yes.
And just before the acting president delivered that speech earlier, it was the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza also delivering her speech during the opening address on Sunday. And this is what some of the things that she highlighted was how recent extreme weather events in South Africa, such as floods, storms, disasters in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and the Northern Cape, show that climate change disproportionately affects the most vulnerable, especially women and the youth. She also emphasized that parliaments must not just observe, they must act. She stressed that the legislatures across the SADC region cannot remain passive. Their role must go beyond approving budgets. They must actively participate, shape policy, enact legislation, and ensure oversight respond effectively to climate crisis.
It's important to note that South Africa is just the host of this symposium. And of course, Parliament of the Republic of South Africa as the host, that is the reason why we had Ms. Thoko Didiza making that address. And of course, Mr. Paul Mashatile, the acting President of the Republic of South Africa, making that keynote address. But remember, we have all these other SADC regions that are also part of this discussion, also part of this engagement, ensuring that there is proper solutions to climate change and the adverse impact that it has on communities. Let's get to see what some of the activities have been throughout the beginning of this week, which started on the 30th of November, 2025.
In April 2020, the President led South Africa in making significant advance by signing the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, a historic pledge in the fight against GBV and femicide. More recently, at the G20 Social Summit in Boksburg, the President reaffirmed the government's commitment to declaring GBV and femicide a national crisis, officially recognizing it as a crisis that must be urgently addressed. Guests of honor and distinguished delegates, the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence must galvanize both our reflection and collective action. They must ignite our resolve to take decisive legislative intervention to close the digital divide and end digital and domestic violence and empower women not just to survive but to lead. Let this plenary assembly be remembered not only for the speeches delivered within these walls, but for the lives transformed beyond the words, because we could have chosen not only to speak, but to act with courage, urgency, and conviction. In the spirit of Queen Nandi, let us lead with vision, undoubted, unyielding, and guided by a profound sense of purpose. In the cherished memory of Dorothy Nyembe and Charlotte Magleche, let us stand firm against all forms of injustice, drawing strength from the courage of those who walked before us. In the name of every girl who dares to dream of a future free from fear, every girl who looks to us for protection, inspiration, and possibility, let us act with urgency, conviction, and unwavering resolve. The future of our region depends on nothing less. I thank you.
Laws. From an administrative standpoint, I'm proud to affirm that the institution has embraced a modern management system and they're pinned by strong cooperative governance principle, positioning the forum as a credibility of a professional body, well placed to evolve into full-fledged SADC Parliament. We continue to account of South Africa and with ready support to secure the approval of ratification of protocol and SADC Parliament. Full confident that SADC Parliament will build on the solid capacity and institutional infrastructure we have developed under the auspices of the forum. In this regard, we humbly appeal to Your Excellency to serve as High Ambassador au Monde, your estimate colleague, championing to approved of the SADC Parliamentary by August 2026.
In most cases, women and youth are proportionally more affected by climate shocks. It is women who have to carry the burden of care after any devastation where they have to pick up the pieces of their families and of their children. It is the women, when streams have been affected, have to walk long distances to fetch water. It is the women, where such shifts have happened, have to wonder where they get their energy sources for cooking for their families. It is for this reason that today and tomorrow in particular, we will reflect on the impact of climate change to women and youth. Bring a human face of how citizens are severely impacted by climate shocks. In the Southern African region, the increasing frequency and intensity of El Nino-induced drought condition is pushing more people into hunger and desperation. It also has moved more people into the chain of immigration and humanitarian deterioration. These examples point to the urgent need for collective action to avert further effects of climate change. It is against this background that we are hosting this 58th Plenary Assembly under the theme, I quote, "The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adoption."
To all speakers, members, clerks or secretaries general and staff of national parliaments from the SADC member states, thank you for your active participation and the unity you have displayed by being here. Your presence sends a powerful message that we stand together as a region. We also appreciate the presence of our partners, including regional parliamentary assemblies, United Nations agencies, representatives of civil society, academia, the private sector, and youth organizations. Your engagement in our work demonstrates an inclusive commitment to the issues under the spotlight. We thank all stakeholders and friends of SADC PF for joining hands with us in pursuit of our common goals. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I want to thank all those whose hard work made this event possible. From the organizers, protocol teams and support staff, to the interpreters, security personnel, and the media, your behind-the-scenes dedication ensures the success of this plenary assembly's opening. A special thanks to the cultural performers who graced us with the music and dance of South Africa. Through your art, you have added joy and reminded us of the rich cultural tapestry of our SADC region. We are grateful to each one of you for your contribution. In conclusion, on behalf of the SADC PF and all present, I once again extend a heartfelt thank you to His Excellency Acting President Mashatile for honoring us as the guest of honor, and to all dignitaries and delegates for your invaluable presence and support. The commitment and camaraderie witnessed here today give us renewed confidence that the deliberations of this plenary will translate into meaningful actions. As we depart from this opening ceremony and prepare to engage in the work ahead, let us carry with us the inspiration of this moment. Let the determination in this room be as steadfast as the enduring African sun, in our collective will as unyielding as the ancient rocks of our continent. In the poetic words of Percy B. Shelley, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? Though the challenges of climate change may sometimes cast a long winter shadow over our region, I truly believe that united in purpose, we will usher in a spring of renewal and resilience.
Welcome back. You're still watching Parliament TV's live broadcast of the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly right here in Durban at Coastlands Umhlanga Hotel and Conference Center. And we've just heard some of the speakers, some of the people of the speaker that took to the podium during the start of this session.
And of course, this is the third session of today, and what you can expect is the consideration of the Executive Committee report on the General SADC PF policy and administrative matters. Of course, this is the SADC Parliamentary Forum. It is the 58th Plenary Assembly of this symposium. And now we are about to begin with this session.
And just to remind you about the theme, which is the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. And these themes matter for several reasons, Seppo, because it spotlights the most vulnerable groups. Women make up the bulk of agricultural workers and informal traders, while youth, which is over 60% of the region's population, face shrinking job prospects because of climate-driven economic shifts.
And of course, it also links to SADC's core objectives. The Communities Treaty calls for sustainable development, poverty alleviation, and equitable resource use. A climate-focused agenda directly advances those goals.
And it further drives legislative action. The forum is expected to produce a model law on climate change, a regional oversight mechanism for adaptation, financing, and commitments to align national statutes with the Paris Agreement.
Most importantly, it strengthens parliamentary oversight, which ties in the theme which really talks to the Parliament's role in ensuring that legislatures are pushing to ensure that your needs are catered for. Now, the theme pushes MPs to hold governments accountable for climate commitments, budgeting, and implementation.
Moreover, it fosters regional cooperation, a shared climate change agenda, encourage harmonized policies, joint investment programs. But let's take you to the session as the Vice President has just resumed.
Country reports. We will allow debate. Members wishing to debate should signal by raising again their country flag or the tag, and if you ask a question, indicate to whom your question is addressed, and please identify yourself by stating your name and your country, and each one of you will get 5 minutes for an input. Can we just use the country, the name of the country, and raise it? Yes, South Africa is there. Madagascar, you still want to make an input because you are not indicating now. So if that is the only ones, let me allow the Madagascar first and then come to South Africa.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, de nous avoir donné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us the floor. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to carry on with the report presentation according to the rules and procedures of the 58th Plenary Assembly Session, considering the theme. As for the impact of tariffs on SADC member states, we have made efforts in order to facilitate and ease trade within the region. We are talking about the modernization of trans-frontier trade. We talk about the reducing of tariffs on some products at ports and entries. We also have a differentiation of tariffs for certain products, exoneration and exemptions of tariffs for products and goods that are under the SADC framework. When it comes to the mining sector, we have a crucial initiative, and we have a lot of critical minerals, so we are undergoing some reforms of the mining sector. In 2024, we had the mining law that was amended in order to attract investments, all the while strengthening environmental and social requirements. We are also also implementing traceability measures in order to fight illicit exploitation of natural resources. So we are strengthening the legal framework as well as the legislative frameworks for stricter control regarding exports. We are actually monitoring and following with civil society and local territorial authorities this matter. On the democratic framework and the governance, adding to what was said, the solidity of the democratic framework in Madagascar is under a great lot of stress because of the events of October 2025. So the institutions have come to a halt, even though in Madagascar, the Malagasy Constitution has established a semi-presidential framework. So the recent events raise questions on our capacity to secure the continuity of parliamentary activity while a crisis occurs. Parliament has to play a role, his legislative role, be independent, as well as having oversight on public action and executive action. This is necessary to the existence, the stability, as well as the solidity of any democratic regime. Whatever the causes that we may have to question the institutions, we can see that the institutions are affected by cyclical crisis. We have a few transition organs, and this shows that our parliament is a bit weakened because we are under the authority of the executive and we are at the mercy of the population or the people's will. For the continuity of the states, we had to take action in order to avoid a vacuum following the situation of the country. So the National Assembly in Madagascar maintained the majority of his legislative and oversight function during this period. The political dynamics that we can observe at our country and at regional level show that there is a necessity for a vibrant and solid legal and institutional framework for the continuity of Parliament, especially in times of crisis, for the rule of law to be maintained. And it should allow for the democratic governance and consensual transition that are required for peaceful transitions. As for the Human and People's Rights Charter, we remain steadfastly attached to this charter, even though we have seen flagrant violations. But we have made progress, such as the active participation to reporting cycles, as well as the enforcement of the African Charter at the African Commission level. We have seen a raising awareness initiative on fundamental rights, as well as some reforms that have been initiated in order to improve detention conditions. To conclude, Madam Chair, we are mentioning that the priorities of the Malagasy authorities are on 6 pillars: access to power, access to water, access to education for all, development, inclusive development, as well as being committed to regional integration, the harmonization of parliamentary processes and democratic governance within SADC. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Say your full name for the record.
Rabi Savatara.
Member of Parliament from Madagascar.
Thank you very much. We will now call on Honorable Mente from South Africa.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy President, and good afternoon to all the colleagues, and I rise on all the protocols that have been already observed. I'm Dombovuyo Veronica Mende from South Africa. Madam Deputy President, let's welcome the reports from countries. But firstly, we need to say that there ought to be a monitoring process that SADC employs, which then seeks to consolidate the reports and establish the truthfulness of what is presented by countries, because no one can ever taint their own country and present something that is not progressive. However, we ought to have a method and a tool within which we find satisfaction and comfort as SADC that all these model laws, resolutions, and instructions that we give to member states are indeed implemented and are indeed adhered to. I move then to say we ought to establish such a tool with the assistance of the Secretary General so that we can have comfort. Secondly, Deputy President, I also have an issue with countries that still have exceptions in eradication of child marriages. And with the exception of Eswatini that has outrightly convinced us that they have enacted a law which now puts all marriages at the age of 18 alongside the countries that have adhered to that model law as well as the global standards of the marriage age. Persuade the countries that have not done that and that have not convinced this House that they are doing anything about the existing laws. Exceptions should not be allowed. There is no room for an exception that a child, if a parent had signed off that they can get married, that's equivalent to child trafficking. That's equivalent to sex trafficking. That's equivalent to trading a girl child in particular. Therefore, we ought to have a move in domesticating the model law in eradicating child marriages and get rid of all these exceptions on the countries that have put the age of marriage at 18, yet carry some kind of justifying why would a child less than 18 years would be married. We also welcome the program of free sanitary towels from Botswana. It is a good program which I think the other countries should also implement. And the fact that it is provided in schools, it acts as an encouragement to other children whom have already given up on going to school due to their poor status, that they cannot access sanitary towel. And now that sanitary towels are available in schools, it encourages and motivates every girl child to not have a break in school and go to school. Therefore, we plead with other countries to also have the similar programs of free sanitary towels, at least the start, if it's provision of the sanitary towels to schools, it would be much more welcome and it would make sense for the girl child. We also welcome the South African program on curbing the teenage pregnancies, that they have multi-party and committees that are dealing with the scourge of teenage pregnancies and the criminality thereof, which comes with impregnating children as young as 10 years old. And we want to plead to other SADC member states to look into the teenage pregnancies, because perpetrators, they hide behind raping and molesting children because they can no longer marry them in many countries, but they still impregnate children and nothing happens to them. Therefore, would implore other countries to also look into the statistics of teenage pregnancies and try all systems in place to curb and arrest all that which is related to child pregnancies, in particular the molesters and the rapists that are engaging in sexual activities with children. The third point, Deputy President, is that we have, as South Africa, suffered the trade wars, and in SADC, these trade wars, especially by the US, have been very clear and have been upcoming. We have now seen Trump, the president of the US, who has now since put a ban on South Africa for the upcoming G20, who has withdrawn aid on AIDS-related activities, who has now also raised tariffs in terms of trade, and implore on the SADC countries that trading with each other and implementing the Africa Continental Trade Agreement is what is best for us. We all in this SADC carry the biggest number of platinum. We carry the biggest number of diamond. We carry the biggest number of cobalt. We carry the biggest number of manganese. And all these minerals are the wealth of SADC, which could be a starting point as to how do we trade with each other and actually start industries that will manufacture the products that will get out of the SADC as finished products instead of seeking help from the West, and also welcome what the South African
time has expired.
Thank you very much, and I so move with those implorations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know, is there any of the leaders of delegation that want to respond to the input as made by Honorable Mente? If none, the Secretary, maybe you can just update Honorable Mente on the issue of child marriages and the work that has been done by the SADC PF and the Secretary. I'm speaking, I think she made a specific point on the issue of how we must deal with the reports, and specifically on the issue of child marriages and the monitoring and evaluation. That is why I thought maybe you can just update on the research that has been done. Yeah. Oh, no, it's fine. It's just the procedural issues that is actually hampering us now. But we will make sure that we update the members on the issues, on the work that has been done, particularly at the joint committee session. And I think the issue of child marriage and the instrument that has been developed will possibly be one of the things that will be in the report. So can I now put the questions that the country reports be adopted? Any objections? If none, can we have agreement? Agreed. Just a rider on the issue of the country reports. The issues that have been requested by the SG to be being responded on. If there is countries that have not necessarily responded to that specific issues, we would still love to have that information so that we can have a tracking mechanism on the issues that have been actually requested to be responded to. I think it's more or less the same issue that Honourable Mente also made an observation on. So now we will go to the second order, and the Secretary General shall read the second order of the day.
Motion on the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters, also known as the Treasurer's Report, by the Treasurer.
We will now call on the Honourable Dr. Pinky Manamulela to table the report, Executive Committee report on financial matters. Okay, before she can. Okay, but she must move first. Pinky, you must move first, so that I can second. You must move first so that there can be a second. I move the motion in my name, that's all.
Thank you, Madam President. On your behalf, I wish to move a motion that the report of the Treasurer be adopted by the plenary. Thank you.
Any seconder before we go to the motion? Who is the seconder?
Yes, Madam Acting President, I will be seconding from Botswana.
Thank you very much. I will now call upon the Treasurer, Dr. Manamulela, to continue to table the report.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Treasurer's report consists of the following. Paper 1, which is the management accounts for the period the 1st of April 2025 to 30th September 2025, and Paper 2, which is the budget proposal for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027. I wish to advise that the Treasurer's report was already circulated, and I trust that members have read through it. Hence, my presentation will be brief, and I'll focus on the salient matters. Also, bear with me as I will be rounding off the figures for presentation purposes. All amounts are in Namibian dollars. Honourable members, Paper 1 consists of the following. 1.0, update on annual mandatory member contributions. 2.0, budget performance report as at the 30th September 2025. And 3.0, update on the sale of property situated at 66 Erosweg, Eros, Windhoek, Namibia. 1.0, update on annual mandatory member contributions. The update given at 1.0 regarding annual mandatory member contributions is the position as at the 30th September 2025. This is summarized in schedule at paragraph 1.2.1 with details provided from paragraph 1.2.2 to 1.2.6. Madam President, it is pleasing to note that 14 out of 15 member parliaments are either paid up or owing only
for the current financial year. Mozambique is the only parliament that has outstanding arrears, as it is still owing for 2 financial years, namely the year ended 31st March 2025 and the current financial year ending 31st March 2026. I have an update as from the 2nd December 2025. Madam President, yesterday I received an update that Mauritius has now settled its contribution for the current financial year and is therefore paid up. I wish to therefore submit for the record. At paragraph 1.2.7, there is an appeal for the timely settlement of contributions, with parliaments being urged to consider settling annual mandatory contributions in a timely manner, preferably the first half of the financial year, in order to facilitate cash flow management. 1.3, recommendations for the consideration of the Plenary Assembly. 1.3.1, the Plenary Assembly is requested to consider and take note of the status of the annual mandatory contributions as at the 30th September 2025, and also to appreciate the commitment of member parliaments in ensuring that contributions are paid. 1.3.2, the Plenary Assembly is requested to note the appeal for the timely payments of contributions, preferably in the first half of the financial year, in order to ensure a healthy cash flow throughout the financial year, and to urge member parliaments to consider the same. 2.0, budget performance report as at 30th September 2025. At 2.1, the context to the 2025-2026 budget was approved by the 56th Plenary Assembly, Zambia. It is provided in order for membership to fully appreciate what assumptions and implementation measures underpin the 2025-2026 budget, including highlighting the budgetary constraints when compared to the financial resources generated. Details are provided in paragraph 2.1.1 to 2.1.3. Section 2.2 provides an update on cost management measures and other related initiatives that seek to ensure the optimum use of available financial resources. This includes the use of virtual platforms to host meetings, paperless environment, and taking advantage of synergies with cooperating partners and other stakeholders in implementing activities. Section 2.3 details the actual revenue and compares that against the budgeted revenue as at the 30th September 2025. Paragraph 2.3.1 to 2.3.4 provide the detailed analysis. Of note is the total budgeted income plus allocation from the reserves for the 2025-2026 budget. Of note is that the total budgeted income plus allocation from the reserves for 2025-2026 budget was 28.1 million. This consisted of annual mandatory contributions of 21.1 million, interest of 480,000, and an amount of 6.5 million that was to be allocated from reserves. Actual total income was 27.7 million, resulting in a deficit of 402,382 Namibian dollars. This was because interest received of 77,618 Namibian dollars was only 16% of the budgeted amount of 480,000. At 2.4 is the budget variance report as at the 30th September 2025, which details actual expenditure compared against the budgeted expenditure. This is summarized in the schedule at 2.4.1 with details provided at section 2.4.2 to 2.4.4. The schedule at 2.4.1 details the budgeted expenditure, actual expenditure, and the variance by budget line. (2.4.2) Budgeted expenditure. The total budgeted expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 is 28.06 million. This resulted in a budgeted surplus of 64,000 and some 36 against the budgeted income of 28.1 million. 2.4.3 Budget performance analysis. Total actual expenditure as at the 30th September 2025. The budget performance analysis takes account that the period 1st of April 2025 to 30th September 2025 is halfway through the financial year. However, timing of expenditure is not evenly spread throughout the financial year, but depends on the scheduling of activities, with the exception of certain fixed current monthly expenditure. 2. Total actual expenditure as of the 30th September 2025 amounted to 11.5 million, representing 41% of the total budgeted expenditure for the year, leaving a balance of 16.4 million, representing 59%. 3. All budgeted lines had favorable variance as at 30th September, with utilization rates ranging from 0% to 59% and averaging 31%. This trend is not concerning, as more expenditure is anticipated for all budget lines in the remaining 6 months. 4. Members are reminded that some of the expenditure pertaining to standing committee meetings and programs activities are catered for by external funding, which is not part of this budget analysis as indicated at 2.3.1 above. For example, standing committee met physically in April 2025 in Johannesburg, South Africa, with the support of funding from Sweden under the SRHR HIV and AIDS governance project and other cooperating partners. The total cost for the joint session and statutory meetings of the standing committees was 2.1 million. The favorable total variance is therefore made possible with the support towards statutory activities, programs, operational and administrative expenses from the collaborating partners. 2.5, recommendations for the consideration of the Plenary Assembly. 2.5.1, the Plenary Assembly is requested to take note of the context of the 2025-2026 budget and the measures put in place to manage the limited financial resources. 2.5.2, the Plenary Assembly is requested to consider and take note of the performance of the budget
as at the 30th September 2025. 2.5.3. The Plenary Assembly is also requested to appreciate the reasons for the favorable total variance, which include the following: effective implementation of cost management measures, and 2, support towards human resource, program, operational, and administrative expenses from collaborating partners such as Sweden. 3.0, update on the sale of property at 66 Eros Windhoek, Namibia. 3.1, the Plenary Assembly is advised that the sale of the property at 66 Eros Windhoek was concluded on the 1st September 2025. 3.2, the amount of 2.1 million realized from the sale was paid towards the mortgage for the Secretary General's residence, situated at 89 Joseph Mukwau, Itana Street, Ludwigdorf. In this regard, the remaining loan term for the mortgage has been reduced from 63 months to 26 months at the current monthly installment of 83,000 Namibian dollars. 3.3, recommendations for the consideration of the Plenary Assembly. The Plenary Assembly is requested to record that the matter is now closed. Madam President, allow me to move on to paper 2. Madam President, paper 2 is the budget proposal for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027. 1.0. Paper 2 begins with the executive summary at 1.0. Members may wish to note that the 56th Plenary Assembly on the 13th of December 2025 in Livingstone, Zambia, resolved to increase the mandatory member contributions by 50% effective from 1st April 2026. This decision was taken in view of the fact that the going concern of the institution was under threat, given the then level of contributions, among other factors indicated in the summary. This budget proposal, therefore, based on the new level of contributions as detailed at Section 4.0. Section 1.2 emphasized the reasons advanced to the 56th Assembly in making the case for the urgent need to increase mandatory member contributions. This still apply to the 2026-2027 budget considerations and are detailed in paragraphs 1 to 4 in Section 1.2. I wish also to emphasize that the 50% increase in contributions will result in an increase in total revenue from mandatory member contributions of 10.6 million per annum, and will therefore address some of the concerns raised regarding the going concern and the capacity of the forum to effectively deliver on its mandate. Paragraph 1.4 to 1.7 speaks to the priorities of the agenda of the forum and how we intend to ensure that our objectives are met within the limited financial resource base. The budget proposal for 2026-2027, therefore, takes into consideration all the matters raised in the executive summary and is accordingly submitted for the consideration of the executive, of the plenary. Section 2.2, subsection 2.1 to 2.6 provide
the details regarding the assumptions and other considerations that inform the budget proposal, including sources of finance and the proposed mode of operation and implementation of activities. One particular emerging and growing risk of concern is flagged at 2.6, which is the lack of participation in forum activities by members due to inadequate financial incentives. A more detailed risk assessment is included in the President's report. Section 3.30 contains the detailed budget proposal for the period 2026-2027. 3.1, the proposed budget for the financial year 2026-2027 is attached to the report as Annexure B001 with support schedules A to D and 1 to 20. At 3.2 is the master budget summary schedule, which shows the budget by budget line at a glance. The notes to the budget are detailed in section 4.0 and 5.0. As indicated earlier, at section 4.0, subsection 4.2 and 4.7, as indicated earlier, at section 4.0, subsection 4.2 to 4.7 are details indicating the total budgeted income. This is summarized in Schedule 4.2. Of note is that total revenue is 76.7 million. Of particular interest is that out of this, 31.7 million is from annual mandatory member contributions. As I alluded to earlier, this amount has increased by 50% from 21.1 million in the 2025-2026 financial year. In addition, there is 1.1 million allocation from reserves and 720,000 estimated interest from investments, while 43.2 million is donor funds that have already been secured. However, the donor funds are restricted and have separate budgets, and therefore the whole amount is also reflected as expenditure, resulting in a zero net effect on the budget. Despite the 50% increase in annual mandatory member contributions, the total increase in total revenue is only 28% for the following reasons. The allocations from reserves is reduced by 83% from 5.5 to 1.1 million. On the other hand, donor income has increased only by 36% with the addition of funding from Austrian Development Agency. At this point, Madam President, kindly allow me to briefly highlight some of the salient features to this budget. Regarding the allocation from accumulated reserves, that is 1.1 million, as outlined at paragraph 4.5, despite the fact that we have indicated that we do not want to continue to use reserves, this allocation is necessary to cater for an upgrade in the human resource and financial accounting systems, to cater for emerging requirements which are detailed in the report. Members may wish to note that while the increase in mandatory annual member contributions is sufficiently covering operational costs in the year 2026-2027, this particular cost is a once-off capital expenditure with only maintenance costs for the year also included. The amount is submitted under the budget line for administration and office expenses. In addition, a provision of 500 or $500,000 has been made for the development of parliamentary systems, policy and procedure in preparation for the transformation into a regional parliament. It is envisaged that member parliaments will avail the necessary expertise in this regard, and hence the provision is to facilitate meetings of a technical working group, among other processes. The amount is budgeted under professional consultancy and legal fees. At subsection 4.7, it is explained that the inclusion of 43 million donor fund as income in the budget is simply to facilitate transparency, accountability, and also to acknowledge the support of the partners. As also indicated, the 4.3, the exact amount for the 3 million is then included under expenditure, resulting in a zero net effect on the budget. Details of donors are contained in Schedule D. The reflection of donor funds also presents an opportunity to compare the donor contribution against contributions from member parliaments. It is worth noting that the donor funds are 136% of member contributions. Donor budgets and expenditure are compiled and reported separately according to the respective agreements signed. 5.0, notes on the budget, budgeted expenditure. Section 5.0 gives detailed notes on the budgeted expenditure, further broken into budget lines from subsection 5.1 to 5.6. The table at 5.1 summarizes the proposed total budgeted expenditure, while section 5.2 provides the details. Total budgeted expenditure, including donor funding, is 76.6 million, compared to total budgeted expenditure of 59.8 million in the 2025-2026 budget, an increase of 28%. Budgeted expenditure, excluding donor funding, is 33.4 million compared to 28.1 million in 2025-2026, an increase of 18.9%. Excess of budgeted revenue over expenditure is negligible at 174,079 after providing a contingency of only 30,000. Section 5.5 to 5.6 provide details of budgeted expenditure broken down into the following broad categories. 5.3, administrative overheads, 4.47 million. This budget line caters for the operations of the Secretariat. It also includes various ventures that the Secretariat must undertake towards enhancing operational efficiency and accountability, building external relationships, supporting the transformation process, and maintaining the reputation and visibility of the institution. 5.4, staff emoluments, 21.4 million. The budget is based on the current Secretariat structure and caters for the current staff on board. The proposed budget takes into account the annual increases and proposes a slight adjustment to the salary structure based on a plenary resolution regarding the same. This results in a 17% increase in the total salaries budget from the previous year. Secondments by member parliaments to vacant positions are still encouraged. Details are indicated in the report. 5.5, direct operational expenses, 6.1 million. This budget line caters for the statutory activities of the forum, including plenary assemblies and EXCO and standing committee meetings. This constitutes the core business and is supplemented by program work, which is mostly supported by external funding. In the absence of external funding, the standing committees are proposed to meet virtually. On the other hand, the plenary assemblies are to be held physically, host parliaments contained in the President's report. The budget for the two plenary assemblies caters for secretariat-related costs, which include promotional materials and media and ICT costs, interpretation and translation, compilation of reports, and administrative and logistic costs. 5.6, non-recurrent expenditure, 1.4 million. This includes capital expenditure and loan repayments for the mortgage and motor vehicle. A minimal contingency amount of 30,000 is provided for any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. Members are encouraged to intimately familiarize themselves with the provisions which are hereby tabled for the consideration of the 58th Plenary Assembly. 6.0, recommendations for the consideration of the Plenary Assembly. The Plenary Assembly is requested to consider and approve the budget for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027. The Plenary Assembly is requested to take note of the external funding from donors or cooperating partners, which is included in the budget for appreciation only. The following attachments are attached to the report. Annexure B001, which is the budget summary by budget line, and Schedule A to C and 1 to 19, which are the detailed budget schedules. Madam President, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Manamulela, the Treasurer of the Forum. I shall now allow the seconder to present his seconding speech. And the seconder is Honorable Senator Magagula.
Mr. President, of course, with all protocols established, I writing on. I rise to second the Treasurer's report to the 58th Plenary Assembly. I must say I offer my fullest support to the Plenary Assembly to adopt the Treasurer's report that has been ably presented on behalf of the Executive Committee by the Treasurer. Without prejudice to other budget areas to which she has alluded as she presented the report, I wish to add my voice, if not plead for the Assembly's understanding that critical, amongst other issues in this report, the budget proposal for the 1st of March 2026 to 31st March 2027 is critical. So that's what I want to underscore. Mr. President, it is pleasing to note that the forum is focusing on progressively moving towards financial self-sufficiency. The old days where we used to gather here and mourn about that and that, in particular, the sustainability of the forum may be and will be gone. This is due to the increase about which we're very grateful, as approved by plenary, the 50% increase in membership contributions, which becomes effective the 1st of April 2026, together with the commitment that parliaments have demonstrated in the past few years in settling their contributions, is indeed testimony to the importance that membership accords, that is testimony to the importance that the membership accords to the institution. We are thankful for this commitment, Mr. President, since ours as an institution ideally is to have the ability to sustain the core operations of the forum. Mr. President, since ours is, I repeat, since ours is an institution that wishes to ideally sustain its cooperation primarily through the support of its member parliaments, with reduced support from cooperating partners and other external sources. Meaning, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, that we can no longer rely on external funding, external sources for the purposes of running our institution. So you all applauded for coming on board, understanding the plight of the institution in terms of its funding and sustainability status. As I also indicated, ladies and gentlemen, to the 57th Plenary Assembly in Vic Falls, Zimbabwe, as we continue on the path towards transformation into a regional parliament, the issue of finances and sustainability will continue to be high on the agenda. Soon we will be required to demonstrate that the forum, once transformed into the regional parliament, will be able to raise enough resources to sustain its core operations and ensure that it maintains its independence and determines its own agenda to the interest of the citizenry of this region. Mr. President, amongst the resources that we must now review is the human resource. This means that we must ultimately secure adequate financial resources to implement an organizational structure that will conform to a regional parliament, including reviewing the current secretariat structure. The Treasurer has indicated that the proposed budget for the financial year 2026/2027 caters for the current staff on board only. This is a matter of concern, and there are a number of vacant positions that are, however, not catered for in the budget. You will note that the institution is currently struggling to secure secondments of staff from member parliaments to fill the vacant positions, mainly due to the cost implications of such secondments. Mr. President, the Forum has made commendable progress in pursuit for the regional integration, including developing model laws that have been effectively used to renew legislation in some areas of regional concern. However, we need to retain a dedicated staff with the right qualifications and experience in order to secure the reputation that this forum has earned and as an efficient and effective institution for the interaction of members of this region. I therefore, Mr. President, urge member parliaments to seriously consider seconding suitably qualified and experienced staff to the vacant position indicated by the Secretary General. Perhaps consideration may be made, I'm just throwing this to the House, to members that without a proper word, mandatory contributions in kind be what we might consider for critical positions. Perhaps it's just food for thought on rotational basis. Mr. President, a new concern has arisen and has shown its ugly head one way or the other amongst ourselves as members, that one reason while we appear to be short-staffed and deficient in manpower resources, when we hold our meetings like this one, is that the fringe benefits need to be looked into and maybe normalized to ensure that we all attend scheduled meetings for the greater good of our organization. For instance, there is the tendency for members, if I may quote, in the physical, in the virtual format of meetings, that people or our candidates, our officers, will not attend. Instead, we'll look at where it is better to go for a normal sitting where the sitting allowance will be more than going to a virtual meeting.
As you conclude, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chair. I still have 5 minutes.
The rest of the time must be used for the other members to make inputs.
Yes.
There is the allocated time for this whole process.
I think I've made the point, Mr. President, Madam President, that we need to look at that as well. Mr. President, I wish to conclude by reminding the membership that the future of the forum lies in our hands. As the regional legislative arm, it is important that member parliaments continue to support the forum through the allocation of adequate funding from the national budget to facilitate the participation in SADC PF activities, and in order to ensure the timely settlement of annual member contribution. This is especially so as we move forward, beginning with the coming financial year, where contributions will increase by 50%. Thank you very much for your patience and your understanding, ladies and gentlemen. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Honourable Magagula. Honourable members, we still have a few minutes in which members can make inputs if they want to make inputs on the report that has just been tabled. Namibia.
Thank you so much, Madam Acting President. This is a quite interesting report from the Treasurer. I just want perhaps just to be clarified. My name is Nelson Tuafeni Kalangula, a new member of SADC Parliamentary Forum. I am quite puzzled. I don't know, according to 1.1 on paper 2, the executive summary, it indicates that a resolution was made next week, Saturday. Perhaps, is that correct, or it's just an error? Because it says the 56th Plenary Assembly on the 13th December 2025 in Livingstone, Zambia, resolved to increase mandatory member contribution by 50%. So perhaps time traveling is happening here. Can we perhaps get clarity on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nelson. You are really awake and very sharp. That was definitely a typo because the conference in Livingstone was last year in December. So if there is no other input or question, can I now, I think I don't have to call the treasurer because there was not necessarily any necessity for response. Can I put the question that the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters, the Treasurer's report, be adopted? Any objections? No objections. Can we then find agreement? Can we just indicate agreement? The report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters, the Treasurer's report, is duly adopted. Honourable members, we will now request the Secretary General to read the third order of the day. Secretary General.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters.
Thank you, Honourable Secretary General. The notice of motion for the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters by Honourable Speaker Tlohang Sekamane, the member of the Executive Committee. You must start there by moving the motion first. Move the motion first.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move the motion that the Plenary Assembly will adopt the report of the Executive Committee on General SADC PF Policy and Administrative Matters. I so move.
Any seconder?
Madam Acting President, I will be seconding the motion proposed by the Speaker from Lesotho.
And who are you?
I'm from Botswana. Dumelang Saleshand.
Thank you very much. You know, I understand that there's few months that we are not meeting, then we forget all the things. Myself, I am doing the same. I will now call on Honourable Sekamane to present the report. Honourable Sekamane.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The Executive Committee, which I will refer to as EXCO, as the Management Board of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, met on 26th and 27th of November 2025 at the Coastlands Sky Hotel Resorts in eThekwini, Metropolitan Municipality, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. This meeting of EXCO was conducted in line with the mandate of the Forum under the SADC PF Strategic Plan 2024 to 2028. The Plenary Assembly is requested to note that the current report of EXCO to the Plenary Assembly is made pursuant to the management and administration functions of EXCO under Article 12(9) in brackets of the SADC PF Constitution. This report consists of two parts, the first being issues for noting and the second being issues for decision. I should explain, Madam, that this is a long report, very long. And as a result, I decided that some parts I will read verbatim of this report, but some parts where the meaning will not be compromised, I will only summarize. And when I do so, I will refer members to the particular item to which I am going to proceed. Number 2 is issues for noting by the Plenary Assembly. In this regard, the Plenary Assembly is requested to note the following issues which were processed by EXCO. 1, introduction of Honorable Seteni Randriana Soloniaiko, President of the Forum. EXCO requests this august assembly to take note of developments in the Republic of Madagascar, where members of the National Assembly appointed a new speaker, notably Honorable Randriana Soloniaiko Seteni Thierry, on 16th October 2025, pursuant to an extraordinary session. B, in line with Article 11(4) in brackets of the SADC PF Constitution, which provides that positions in the leadership of the Forum are country positions for a term of 2 years. The new speaker appointed by the National Assembly of Madagascar seamlessly and without further formality replaces the previous speaker as at the date of the new appointment at the national level. 2.1.2. The Plenary Assembly is requested to note the continuation of the 2-year term of the presidency of Madagascar at the SADC PF, with Honorable Seteni Randriana Soloniaiko replacing Honorable Justine Tokeli, pursuant to Article 11(4) in brackets of the SADC PF Constitution. 2.1.3, consequently, the Plenary Assembly is requested to warmly welcome Honorable Seteni Randriana Soloniaiko for his term of office until December 2026, and to salute the work accomplished by the Vice President, Honorable Sylvia Elizabeth Lucas, in steering the Forum during this transition period. 2.1, are you going to applaud this good lady? 2.1.4, the Plenary Assembly is also requested to note that the Right Honorable President duly took his oath of adherence pursuant to Article 8(4) in brackets of the SADC PF Constitution prior to the proceedings of EXCO. Point number 3, report from Madagascar on the change of political regime and the status briefing on developments in the Eastern DRC and Rwanda. 3.1, EXCO received a report from the Parliament of Madagascar on the recent change in regime, which led to the replacement of the president, and it took cognizance that all legal and procedural requirements were observed for the regime change. The change in political leadership was operated lawfully by decision number 10, ACC/D3 of October 14th, 2025 of the High Constitutional Court, which entrusted the functions of the state to Colonel Michael Randrianirina following the departure of the ex-president and his abandonment of office. And this event was then followed by the election of a new speaker of the National Assembly, which took place by a democratic vote. 3.2, EXCO also took note that according to the decision of the High Constitutional Court, a presidential election is envisaged within 30 to 60 days in accordance with Article 53 of the Constitution of Madagascar. 3.3, the Plenary Assembly is requested to take note of the report from the Parliament of Madagascar, and to wish the Parliament, as well as the people of Madagascar, a peaceful and fresh start in this new configuration and state of affairs. 3.4, report on the peace agreement in the Democratic Republic of Congo. 3.4.1, EXCO received a report from the Right Honorable Speaker Eime Boji Sangara Bamanyirwe, Speaker of the National Assembly of the DRC. The Honorable Speaker anchored the presentation on the historical Nairobi process, which is a regional peace initiative aimed at resolving the conflict in Eastern DRC, reiterating the value of dialogue and regional leadership. 3.4.2, EXCO was apprised of the 27th of June 2025 peace agreement signed between the DRC and Rwanda, with facilitation by Secretary of State of the United States towards dismantling armed militia, which has for quite some time destabilized the eastern part of the DRC. 3.4.3, the Plenary Assembly is requested to join the SADC region in applauding the outstanding work of President João Lourenço of Angola, who laid the foundation towards the sustainable peace and encouraged parliaments to continue with their efforts on conflict resolution and sustenance of peace in the region. Point number 4, update on the development of the SADC model law on prison oversight in readiness for its adoption at the 59th Plenary Assembly. 4.1, EXCO requests the Plenary Assembly to take note of widespread consultations with stakeholder groupings that took place between the 17th of September and the 21st of October 2025 on the SADC model law on prison oversight. And I wish to take you straight to the end of the second paragraph, which reads, that is on 4.2, starts, the Plenary Assembly is requested to note that currently the feedback garnered from diverse stakeholder groupings are being progressively considered for incorporation into the model law by legal drafters, and that the model law will be finalized and tabled for adoption at the 59th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF. Point number 5, report of the Parliamentary Business Subcommittee. I wish to start at point number 5.2. The Plenary Assembly is requested to note this report, which further approved the operational modalities of this august assembly, including hosting facilities, transport arrangements, and the venue, as is requested to heartily thank the Honorable Sylvia Elizabeth Lucas for her sterling leadership of the subcommittee to ensure that the preparations for this 58th Plenary Assembly are well in place ahead of time. I think some people are very jealous. Thank you. Point number 6, update on the completion of year 2 of the SRHR HIV and AIDS Governance Project 2023 to 2026. EXCO requests the Plenary Assembly to note that the SRHR project completed its year 2 on the 31st of October 2025, and that significant progress has been made in the second year. I wish to proceed now to 6.2. The Plenary Assembly is requested to note the positive developments registered under the SRHR project and encourage participating parliaments to report on the gains made in year 2 in accordance with the project agreement, and thereafter to continue implementing project activities in year 3 in accordance with the project's theory of change. The Plenary Assembly at 6.3, the Plenary Assembly is further requested to note the support of Sweden, which has unflinchingly assisted the Forum for over a decade to promote SRHR, and to note the importance of rallying other partners to equally support the thematic committees of the SADC PF. At point number 7, update on the leadership of member parliaments. 7.1, EXCO requests the Plenary Assembly to note that in the past year, 13 new speakers of SADC PF member parliaments have been elected. The Honorable Vice President and President of the Forum wrote congratulatory letters to all outgoing and incoming speakers, acknowledging the support of the former speakers during their tenure and welcoming those that are incoming. 7.2, the Plenary Assembly is requested to congratulate the new speakers and to appreciate the successful tour of duty of the previous speakers who have contributed to inter-parliamentary cooperation under the aegis of the SADC PF. Point number 8, succession planning of EXCO for term 2026 to 2028. I want to take you, please, to 8.2. The Plenary Assembly is requested to note that the positions of President, Vice President, and Treasurer will be vacant in December 2026, and countries are thus invited to plan their candidatures and prepare in advance for the succession. 8.3, the Plenary Assembly is also requested to thank all member parliaments which have contributed to complete the rotational cycle and successfully completed their tour of duties of the Presidency, Vice Presidency, and Treasurer of the Forum over successive 2-year terms in the last decades. Point number 9, standing committee sessions promoting the implementation capacity of SADC. 9.1, EXCO considered that standing committees of the Forum successfully met from the 24th of October to the 1st of November 2025 in Johannesburg, South Africa, under the theme Enhancing the Role of Parliamentarians in Advocating for the Signing, Ratification, Accession, Domestication, and Implementation of SADC protocols. 9.2, the session opening was graced by the host speaker, Honorable Togo Didiza, and the deliberations benefited from technical backstopping of the SADC Secretariat and other like-minded partners who are involved in the timely implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the universal health coverage, among others, in view of assisting the Forum's committee to align with and mirror SADC committees, thus enhancing the implementation capacity of SADC. 9.3, EXCO requests the Plenary Assembly to note that a pressing concern raised by the committee session was that less than 50% of adopted SADC protocols were ratified by member states, which greatly mitigates their impact. And the implementation of SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan 2020 to 2030. 9.4. Consequently, the Plenary Assembly is requested to note that standing committees of the Forum have advocated for greater synergy between parliamentary committees and the executive to strengthen the effective implementation capacity of SADC by bolstering the political drive for protocols adopted by SADC to be ratified and domesticated. Point number 10, arbitration award dated 6th August 2025, issued by the arbitrator appointed by the Labour Commissioner, case of Mr. Lovemore Mabuku versus the Forum. I have made notes and I summarize. In this long-standing case, the arbitrator instructed that Mr. Mabuku be paid a certain amount, which he was paid. But not satisfied with the amount, he has appealed to the High Court of Namibia, and the Forum has already instructed the Secretary General to fight the appeal accordingly. I now want to take you to point number 11. Risk assessment at the Forum. 11.1. EXCO favorably considered that the Secretariat of the Forum was actively monitoring the risks of the organization in accordance with the approved risk management framework, which relates to both strategic risks and financial risks, and that consequently most risks within the organization have been identified as low and medium risks, whereas the high risks identified pertain mostly to the financial constraints of the Forum. Thus, mitigation measures to address such risks are for the time being limited. Most risks are under control and are mitigated by redress measures. For instance, training of staff in IFRS has been initiated to reduce the risk of lack of compliance with accounting standards. 11.2. In this regard, the Plenary Assembly is requested to note that the risks of the Forum continue to be monitored by the Secretariat under the supervision of EXCO, with mitigation measures promptly taken and followed upon. Point number 12, issues for approval by the Plenary Assembly. The 58th Plenary Assembly is requested to approve the following matters processed by EXCO. 12.2, report from the International Conference on the Great Lakes Region Parliamentary Forum, ICGLR PF. 12.2.1, EXCO considered the report from the ICGL PF presented by the President of the organization, Honorable Adao Francisco Correia Diamel Almeida, Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, and welcomed the initiatives of the organization, including the successful electoral mission in Tanzania in October 2025, and in its support through parliamentary initiatives for peace in Sudan, South Sudan, the DRC, and the Central African Republic. 12.2.2. The Plenary Assembly is requested to note the momentous work conducted by the ICGLR PF, especially the parliamentary fact-finding mission to take place in Sudan, South Sudan, and the Central African Republic, which has been approved by the 15th plenary meeting of the ICGLR-PF, with a view to assessing the political, security, and humanitarian situation in the respective countries, as well as the Conference on the Role of Women Parliamentarians in Peace, Security, and Development Processes in the Great Lakes region, to be held in November 2026 in Tanzania. 12.2.3. In the light of the foregoing, the Plenary Assembly is requested to approve that in view of reinforcing the strategic collaboration with the ICGLR-PF, a memorandum of understanding be concluded between the SADC-PF and the ICGLR-PF to determine specific and constructive areas of collaboration. 13.0. The establishment of a Peace and Security Caucus as an organ of the Forum. EXCO considered the peace and security issues on the African continent, in particular civil revolutions, strifes, kidnappings, and attempted coups, which constitute threats to democracy and the rule of law, and deliberated that there is a need for the Forum to be better equipped to represent the region's peace and security interests at the international level. It was reflected by EXCO that this representation is important given the prominent role of the international stakeholders, such as the UN or IPU, in de-escalating conflicts, and the need for the SADC parliaments to regroup to deliberate on the region's peace interests together rather than in tripartite or multi-party lobbies, which nonetheless do not sufficiently represent the whole region. 13.2 is Decision 2. In this respect, EXCO requests the Plenary Assembly to approve that a dedicated caucus called the SADC PF Peace and Security Caucus be established under Article 10, 1 in brackets, of the Forum's Constitution, and that the necessary amendments be brought to the Constitution and the rules of procedure by the usual motion from a national parliament to reflect the establishment of the caucus. B, the model laws of the Forum, which are currently underway and which directly impact on peace and security, such as the SADC model law on the rule of law and constitutionalism, and the SADC model law on critical minerals, be made robust on provisions which reinforce democratic accountability, conflict resolution, and peace-building measures. And C, that a fresh call be made to member parliaments for election observation missions to be made to observe elections across SADC nations with a view to building confidence in electoral processes that also impact on lasting peace and security. Point number 14, submission of country reports on measures taken to address public debt. I have prepared notes and I summarize. Having noted UNCTAD findings on debt escalation, and that at least 29 African countries are paying over 5% of their exports, having noted the various reasons why countries fall into debt, having examined issues of debt quality, the EU summit of November 2025, the effects of corruption and of a silo mentality in tackling these matters, having noted the struggles of SADC to empower public accounts committees to be more effective in dealing with their oversight functions. And now I take you to 14.5. EXCO considered that the forum should take sustained action to combat the escalation of both public debt and corruption, which together threaten to destroy economies and affect the livelihoods of financially innocent citizens. Decision 3. Consequently, the Plenary Assembly is requested to approve that A, member parliaments be enjoined to take measures to reduce the debt quantum in view of mitigating the eventual expenditure on the consumer purse and limiting a country's ability to respond to economic shocks and be resilient. B, member parliaments, through their delegations, be made to submit progress reports to the 59th Plenary Assembly on the measures being taken at the national level to mitigate public debt. C, the Secretariat engages with the SADC to further empower parliamentary committees to act on the report of the Auditor General, especially by engaging on Treasurer minutes and reporting contraventions in accordance with the provisions of the SADC Model Law on Public Financial Management. And D, the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee be made to engage with the Finance Budget Committees at national levels to fully domesticate the SADC Model Law on Public Financial Management, which provides for enhanced oversight of the debt strategy by Parliament and also contains pertinent provisions on misappropriations, money laundering, and corruption. Point number 15, tax arrears for local staff at the forum. 15.1, EXCO requests the Plenary Assembly to take note that there is currently a lack of alignment between the host agreement of the SADC PF and the government of Namibia and the SADC Protocol on Immunities and Privileges, which has led to an administrative conundrum of affecting 5 local staff of the SADC PF. 15.2. While Article 5(2) in brackets of the SADC Protocol on Immunities and Privileges extends tax exemptions to locally recruited staff, which is the position for locally recruited staff at the SADC Secretariat, that is the SADC Secretariat in Botswana. The host agreement between the SADC PF and Namibia provides for tax exemptions only for regional staff, as opposed to national staff. This led to a confusion which has lingered over years until an organizational assessment by KPMG in 2019 requested for clarification on the position with the tax authorities. In this regard, the Namibia Revenue Agency, NAMRA, has clarified that local employees need to be enrolled on the system of pay as you earn, which is an employer's obligation according to paragraph 2(1) in brackets of part 2 of the second schedule to the Income Tax Act. Additionally, the tax agency also maintained that employees are to pay arrears for the period 2005 to 2018, that is, before the time when the forum registered the employees on pay-as-you-earn. Consequently, some of our employees now have the heavy financial burden to meet, with tax arrears exceeding 4,400,000 cumulatively for the 5 employees. 15.3. EXCO has considered the matter on a humanitarian basis, with the understanding that it is partially the forum's own fault if it did not start the registration of employees on pay-as-you-earn since 2005, and that the employees had acted in good faith at all times. Decision number 4 on 15.4. Consequently, the Plenary Assembly is requested to approve that a negotiation team be established constituting of members of EXCO from Zimbabwe, Lesotho, Angola, and the Honorable Treasurer representing members of the Legal Subcommittee and the Finance Subcommittee, as well as the Secretary General, to deal with the relevant line ministries in Namibia, including Finance and Foreign Affairs, for a compassionate plea to be made to amend the host agreement to expressly exclude local staff of the forum from payment of taxes in Namibia, and in this regard, align with the position of local staff of the SADC Secretariat in Botswana and ensure employment parity with regional staff of the SADC PF. The Secretary General is to provide a report to the next EXCO on the outcome of the negotiation. And B, that in case the negotiation does not succeed, then the forum should be liable for the tax arrears due to its own omission to register these employees on the system of pay-as-you-earn in the period 2005-2018. This is how EXCO intends to proceed in solving the conundrum that affects 5 of our employees. Point number 16, update on the protocol of the SADC Parliament. 16.1, EXCO considered the latest update on the protocol on the SADC Parliament, whereby all countries in the SADC PF membership have signed the agreement to the SADC Treaty, with Madagascar and Mauritius having formalized their signatures in the margins of the 45th SADC Summit in Antananarivo, Madagascar, thus opening the way for the protocol to be adopted. In this regard, the SADC Summit, on advice of Council, fixed the extended deadline of 30th October 2025 for comments to be made on the protocol. The Plenary Assembly is requested to note that all countries commented on the protocol except Lesotho, DRC, and Namibia. Shame on Lesotho. I did explain that we are already advanced in getting this done, and that it is imperative for the momentum to be maintained for a swift consideration and ratification of the protocol by member states. 16.3 is decision 5. In this respect, the Plenary Assembly is requested to approve that A, SADC PF member parliaments liaise through the office of their respective speakers with the relevant authorities and line ministries concerned to accelerate the commenting process on the protocol in countries where commenting has not yet been made, and thereafter motivate relevant authorities concerned to approve the protocol. B, the lobby group headed by the Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Nzida Milimo Mudenda, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zimbabwe, pursues with lobby initiatives with the heads of state and government where necessary to ensure the expeditious consideration of the protocol prior to the 46th SADC Summit to occur on the 17th to 18th of August 2026. And C, the forum proceeds to develop the rules of procedure for the SADC Parliament, since the Parliament will spontaneously become operational as soon as 2/3 of member states or member countries ratify the protocol. 17.0, update on SADC PF and its successors trust. 17.1, EXCO considered that the SADC PF and its successors trust will in the next few years need to deliver on its resource mobilization strategy. And in this respect, it is necessary to revive the willingness of the trustees to continue to pursue their functions in accordance with the Trust Administration Act 2023 of Namibia and the Trust Instrument. 17.2, Decision 6. The Plenary Assembly is thus requested to approve that the Secretariat engages the trustees to gauge the willingness to remain available in view of addressing the current trust issues: seed capital, need for a qualified trust practitioner, identification of donors, or alternatively to be replaced in accordance with paragraph 9.5.3 of the trust instrument, which empowers EXCO to replace trustees under certain conditions. Point number 18, baseline survey on operational effectiveness at the forum. 18.1, EXCO considered a presentation delivered by Dr. Claudius Chigozo, an independent consultant on baseline values on SADC PF's operational efficiency, which was carried out under the Australia Development Agency's framework administered by GIZ. And now, honourable members, I wish to take you to 18.3, which is decision 7. EXCO requests the Plenary Assembly to note that the baseline survey is yet another study which demonstrates that the forum should undertake active staff reforms whilst awaiting to become a SADC regional parliament. Consequently, the Plenary Assembly is requested to approve that the Secretariat takes all adequate measures necessary to ensure that the forum fills the human resources skills gap, whilst bearing in mind that the onset of the SADC Parliament will occur spontaneously as indicated above. Point number 19, update on the health of human resources at the forum. EXCO took cognizance that 3 new staff members were recruited, notably Mr. Sheuneni Kurasha, Director of Parliamentary Business and Programs, Dr. Jacob Sakhali, Monitoring and Evaluation Manager, and Mr. Munashi Tofa, Program Officer. Climate Change, Environment and Health, stroke SRHR, the latter two positions being project dependent since they are funded under the SRHR project. Can I humbly request these three officers to stand right here in front of me so that you see them? I don't see the other two. I see only one. The one who is standing near me has been with us since 2014. It's just that he changed his jobs. The ones I really need are the two other new people. I read your name, you raise your right hand. Mrs. Sheuneni Gurasha. Thank you. Dr. Jacob Sukhali. Thank you. Mr. Munashi Tofa. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. There will be plenty of women next time. EXCO requests the Plenary Assembly to take note of these appointments which add to the staff complement of the forum. 19.2, Decision 8. A, EXCO requests the Plenary Assembly to note that the human resource analytics presented by the Secretariat demonstrated efforts to promote gender equality, with the forum employing more female staff with respect to male, and further put into perspective that the forum has a high retention rate of staff, since many evolved from previous positions of experience. A good example here is Mr. Mukasha that we just saw. Taking into account both project and core staff of the forum, all SADC nationalities are represented at the organization, with the exception of only the Seychelles and Tanzania, thus positively impacting on the geographical representation within our organization. B, EXCO further requests the Plenary Assembly to note that staff have performed efficiently, and their hard work has resulted in 100% of donor compliance, 100% of clean audits, as well as resource mobilization, which stood at $100,000 for the month of October 2025 only. And C, nonetheless, the Plenary Assembly is requested to note the stress under which staff have to work to deliver their work assignments, with all staff having had to forfeit 50% of their annual leave and off days, and for working overtime. Yeah, that deserves a round of applause. Staff shortage has been identified as a pressing concern, which needs to be addressed to maintain the forum's ability to deliver on its statutory and donor obligations. This finding was also reiterated in the baseline survey that I just referred to. 19.3, Decision 9, which is the last decision. In this regard, the Plenary Assembly is requested to approve that A, in view of filling the human resource gap, each member parliament of the forum be mandated to second one experienced staff to the SADC PF, whilst taking on board the payment of the staff's salary, relocation, and attendant costs. This arrangement will continue until the forum is in such a better financial position that it will be able to recruit its own staff. B, the contracts of existing staff be infused by mutual consent with innovation and flexibility, such that new tasks I am being given some support. It says that there are some typos in the paper. As opposed to 13 speakers are new as 2024-2025 elections. That is the first typo. The second typo, Honorable Sylvia Lucas Isaacs. Isaacs was omitted. Apologies. I'm very familiar with the work, with the word Lucas and not Isaacs. Namibia have signed. We got feedback after the report was already tabled. Namibia has signed. Thank you very much. B, and last, the contracts of existing staff be infused by mutual consent with innovation and flexibility, such that new tasks can be assigned to staff to prepare for the transformation to a SADC regional parliament. Madam President, I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sekamane. I will now call on the seconder, Dumelang, Honorable Dumelang Salishando, to present the seconding speech.
Thank you, Madam Acting President. I'm advised, I hope rightly so, that the second man's speech needs to be as long as the actual report. Bear with me, it won't last that long. Madam Acting President, I beg to second the motion presented by the Right Honourable Speaker from Lesotho to this August Assembly on the executive report. Madam President, as you can all determine from the report, EXCO has dealt with various issues pertaining to the performance and efficiency of the forum, as well as risk management and good governance. This report has demonstrated that the forum is on a clear path to implement its strategic plan through various initiatives accomplished by the forum. At the same time, the forum is not shying away from internal governance processes and is pursuing with meticulous risk management to identify both strategic and financial risks. With these safeguards in place, we can be confident that the forum is subscribing to the quality standards expected of parliamentary organizations of similar stature. The report also demonstrates that the forum is visible in the international arena and is an inter-parliamentary organization to reckon with in a world with diverse parliamentary history and practices. We shall keep it that way and only improve as we move forward together. From a corporate governance perspective, this is a report from the management board of the organization, and this August Assembly are the representatives or proxy of the stakeholders who are the member parliaments of the forum. This is, of course, an analogy, but it demonstrates that there are checks and balances within the organization and that EXCO is committed to ensuring that best practices are in place and consistently observed. The Plenary Assembly is thus favored with a fair and transparent overview of the Forum's progress over the last 6 months through the EXCO report. This is a clear and necessary foundational background as the Forum aspires to transition to a SADC regional parliament, in the words of the South African speaker, dropping off the F and remaining with the P. It is with a strong administrative backdrop that we can aspire to consolidate and move forward as a region which upholds parliamentary excellence. I believe EXCO has also set the right tone for this August Assembly to reflect on the need to make expeditious progress on the protocol which represents the last legal step in our quest for transformation. I entreat representatives present today to ensure that we continue to garner this momentum that was revived in 2018 until today. After 7 years, the Forum has managed to persuade the relevant organs of SADC that the transformation is necessary in the interest of regional democracy, and the agreement to the SADC Treaty is now behind us. With the protocol being the last step, we must cross the finish line and see the protocol ratified in all SADC member states that would complete the SADC PF membership. After this final effort, we will then unite in this same assembly, but under the banner of the SADC Parliament. Madam President, I would like to end by thanking you for your diligence in chairing EXCO, together with your colleague, the substantive president, and ensuring that the report is tabled with clarity and details, given that EXCO took place just a few days ago. This goes a long way to demonstrate that the Forum is in good hands and that we are poised for success in everything we desire to achieve under your distinguished leadership. Madam President, I beg to move accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us also thank the seconder, the Honorable Salashando. Members, I shall now allow debate on the motion. Those that wish to debate shall indicate by a show of hands or showing your country tag. And when you input, you will then identify yourself. And for the record, you will just identify yourself properly and make your input. We will give to the Speaker of Botswana.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I am in full support of the report. I wish at this point to extend my empathy to the people and government of the Democratic Republic of Congo on developments in the Eastern Congo, and also to the people of Sudan, South Sudan, and Central African Republic. I reminisce on the role of former President Sekou Tumile Masire, former President of the Republic of Botswana, for his sterling leadership in the inter-Congolese peace dialogue. And let me also recognize the efforts, role, and contribution of the Republic of Botswana in ensuring peaceful resolution of conflicts in the SADC region and Africa at large. We have sent troops to Mozambique under SAMIM recently. We have also in the past contributed to peace efforts in 1998 in the Kingdom of Lesotho. We have also in the 1990s under UN peacekeeping mission deployed troops in Mozambique and Somalia. Madam President, I can assure you that it is our wish as Botswana to see peaceful resolution of conflicts, because a peaceful SADC region in Africa is a prerequisite to socio-economic development and regional integration. And it's imperative that we continue to work together as a region towards peace and stability and condemn acts of aggression which result in violation of human rights and flagrant violation of international law. And the loss of lives at unprecedented scale and untold human suffering has to end in some parts of Africa. The DRC has been yearning for peace for far too long, and they deserve it. Madam President, we need to also develop a culture of telling each other the truth on these matters and defend democracy, lest we become complicit in acts of undermining democratic values by some governments. As Desmond Tutu has said, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. And Martin Luther King Jr. has said, the ultimate tragedy is not the oppression and cruelty by the bad people, but but there's silence over that by the good people. Let's resuscitate the election observation mission by SADC PF, basing on our norms and standards. Madam President, questions arise on whether the EXCO accepted a report from the Parliament of Madagascar is accurate and correct, without other profound yardsticks to measure the veracity of the information. Was there no need for a fact-finding mission? We are told, for instance, that the President abandoned the office in the report. And that's not what the President is saying. He's alleging unconstitutional change of power. What is the position of SADC? What is the position of the AU? These are the matters that we need to ponder on. In conclusion, Madam President, it's also important to emphasize the role of national parliaments in providing effective oversight on security matters. In our efforts as MPs, we need to scrutinize formulation of defense and security policies and enact appropriate laws. We need to ensure more transparency and accountability on matters relating to safety and security. Democracy has been found by the Afrobarometer Pan-African think tank to be in short supply from its leaders. We need as parliamentarians to ensure that this democracy is in adequate supply to our people. Our people in the same report, the 2003 Afrobarometer report, have resoundingly rejected undemocratic systems, and they have equally demanded democracy from the African leaders. And our role as parliamentarians should not be reduced to rubber stamping executive decisions on matters such as these ones, but we need to be seen to be proactive. Thank you, Madam Chair. Finally, let's encourage SADC, AU, and UN and other international organizations to put the regional peace and security issues, in particular the conflicts in the Eastern DRC, at the top of their agendas, and recognize the sovereign right of these countries to effectively defend themselves against any form of armed violence, including internal and external aggression. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker of South Africa.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank also the presenter of the report on the EXCO and the required decisions that we need to reflect on. I just want to flag on a few issues on the report that require decision. One of them relates to asking us to support the formation, or rather having a memorandum of understanding with the International Conference on the Great Lakes Region Parliamentary Forum. And maybe it would be good that we get a little bit of a detail of what that MOU would require before we're asked to finalize. But the other issue that arises, honourable members, is what becomes our relationship as SADC with some of the AU instruments, for instance. The PAP, but also the Peace and Security organ of the African Union as well as SADC. Some of those, yes, I understand they might be at an executive level, but those that relate to PAP, maybe they don't have such capacity or they don't have such fora, but I think it's something that we need to reflect on. And also, when we enter into an MOU, we also need to appreciate what are the obligations that as SADC PF we might have. The second decision that is required of us relates to the establishment of a Peace and Security Caucus. Again, Chairperson, I do want to say, in principle, I support the formation of this caucus, but it is also necessary for us to look at how we are going to ensure that it is funded to do its work, but also as a caucus, how will it be composed? Will it be one member per member state, or will it be few members that will form part of that? I think there needs to be some clarity in that regard. I agree that on submission of country reports on members' measures taken to address public debt, we need to include that in our reports. But again, in this regard, I would like to support the proposal that was made by Honourable Mente earlier on that maybe as the Secretariat of the SADC PF, we will need to have a measure of monitoring to what extent are countries indeed implementing such decisions, but also the veracity of reports that are so presented. I agree on the tax areas for local staff at the forum that we must negotiate, but it is important to actually understand what are the norms in respect of multilateral institutions in this respect, particularly when it relates to local staff, so that we do not demand of the Namibian government of what is not the norm. So that would be a proviso that I put, Honorable President, that we need to reflect on. The last issue on the decisions relates to the secondment of staff, which indeed I would agree to. But maybe we might just need to get an appreciation if there can be some clarity as to why there hasn't been an uptake of such proposals from member countries. Is it the issue of financing? Is it the issue of, costs that are attended to having somebody seconded there? All of those might need to be maybe explained so that we can understand why, as countries, we're not taking up this opportunity. Thank you very much. I support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Sekamana, if you wish, you can respond and also move for the adoption.
Thank you very much, Madam President. That was quite a mouthful. Let me hustle some responses. One, on the issue of the Memorandum of Understanding, the reason why we need that instrument and why it will work for us is that we have overlapping memberships. So without that instrument, it will be very hard to operate. But with that instrument, we are able to traverse a road that is balanced, so to speak. Now, on the issue of raised by the speaker from Botswana, on the issue of Madagascar, we note, we are Parliament, we note that there is already a SADC panel of elders which is working on that. And the panel of elders will feed back to our governments. And we will then be guided accordingly. But in the meantime, we have proceeded as EXCO, given the material that we had, and observing the good principle of the separation of powers, that we will leave the executive to do its job, and then we will hear what the panel of elders have to say and what our executives, what position our executives are taking. Madagascar expressly indicated that they will be most willing to welcome a mission from SADC PF for fact-finding, if we need that. But our approach is to, in this case, follow the executive, run our affairs as a parliamentary forum, but follow the executive in terms of matters of diplomacy and so on. Now, I don't know if I have Yes, there are two more issues. The other issue is that of the caucus, which was raised again by my sister Togodidiza. in terms of the questions, I think those were very specific questions in terms of how it will be composed, how it will be resourced, and so on and so forth. We are arguing at this point in terms of principle that it is needed. Now, when it comes to actually working it out, that is another level of detail that we feel the executive should be able to enter into. As long as we accept the principle that we need a focus, we need a caucus, because it is clear that we are getting feedback from others and we are not proactive ourselves. We need to be proactive ourselves. Now, on the issue of secondments, we have not been very expressed in terms of secondments. I wish to refer members to the secondments document and guides and policy. But what I need to say now is that we made a very difficult decision last year at Victoria Falls to carry the resource and financial responsibility of our own organization, because we need this organization. We are finding that there is a problem of HR, and we are saying, let us confront this problem head on. Let us dedicate ourselves to each member state seconding at least one officer to our forum. That way, we share the burden. That way, we increase the exposure of our officers, because they will eventually come back to us again, and they will be much more experienced in matters of governance, in addition to matters of running parliaments. So this is like an investment already. By doing this, we are also investing in our own personnel, but we are solving the problem of HR, where people are having to forfeit their leaves, they are having to forfeit their days off, and so on. We can't go on like that. We can't just bank on these people to keep making those sacrifices. We must find a way to practically solve those problems. And it means, if it means pinching a little bit within our own parliamentary staff, let us please be prepared to do so. Madam, thank you, thank you. Or maybe there's something else? Oh, I'm just being reminded here that in terms of making the secondments mandatory, it has already been done by Zambia, it has already been done by Zimbabwe, and it is quite comparable. We are not asking member states to do the impossible. We are saying just follow the example of Zambia, follow the example of Zimbabwe. Let's come to the table, because it is time to do that. Otherwise, if we had another way to solve the problem, we would find a way. But this is the best we can. As your EXCO, this is what we are proposing. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Honorable Sekamane. I take it that with regards to other issues, we will be able to avail the information that is now. I think if you can also, you should have been moving us to adopt the motion. So I put the question now that the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters be adopted. Any objections? No objections. So can we show agreement? There is no objections, and the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters is duly adopted. Honourable members, we have reached the end of our business today. I really want to express appreciation for such disciplined members in this House and that we were able to deal with some very important matters today. The Plenary Assembly will adjourn until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 3rd of December at 9 local time. I believe the agenda will not be so intensive like the one of today. Thank you very much. The Plenary Assembly stands adjourned.
Welcome back to Parliament TV. Of course, it is still our live broadcast, and we're coming to you live from Coastlands Umhlanga Hotel and Convention Center. And indeed, as you can see on your screen, today's session has just concluded. It's been a long day today.
And it started at 9 a.m. today, where regional countries were giving an account of some of the implementations that they've made from those policy decisions that were made at the last Plenary Assembly. And those are the POs that are leaving the conference venue right there.
Of course, led by the acting president of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Sylvia Isaacs, who is the vice president of that forum. Leaving that venue, they're concluding today's business of the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly Session.
And of course, conversations have raised between all sorts of socio-economic issues. We're talking about eradicating poverty, ensuring that there's better education, ensuring that matters of GBV are combated, and also talking to the social fabric of each of these SADC countries, and talking about the solutions that were, the decisions that were made in terms of the solutions that were made the last time. What is it that they have done, and what is it that, that was successful, and what were some of those shortcomings when it came to those implementation plans?
And of course, you'd have heard earlier when the countries presented their statements talking about the inclusion, the need for inclusion of women and youth on all decision-making positions, with some of the countries obviously stating that they do have youth representation. And we have seen that here in South Africa, we've got quite a number of young MPs and also women MPs in our parliament. So yes, that was what main discussion for today. But as the Vice President had said, the session tomorrow starts exactly at 9 o'clock. And here at Parliament TV, we will be back at 8 o'clock to bring you a live build-up show to that to the start of tomorrow's session. Kamalam,
and my name is Tepo Mori, and of course from ourselves and the team behind the scenes, take care.
Good night.
From 13 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of Parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC PF is a regional inter-parliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58 SADC PF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.